May descendants diligently offer the eternal flame, and ancestors forever be a guiding light for all generations. On Xian City's main street, 13-year-old Qi Lin held incense, heading towards an ancient ancestral hall ahead. The Qi family ancestral hall had a long history, enshrining 10 ancient ancestral spirit tablets. What Qi Lin had just recited was the Qi family's ancestral teaching. The ancestral teaching says that as long as descendants continue to offer incense, our ancestors will protect our offspring for myriad generations of prosperity. But now, the Qi family is left with only me. Qi Lin was somewhat puzzled by this, but he still diligently continued to offer incense. The world is vast, but ancestors are supreme. After I finish offering incense, I'll go to Sister Xiaoyu's to buy a few steamed meat buns. They're so fragrant. As Qi Lin rubbed his rumbling stomach, a chilling declaration suddenly rang out from ahead. My Shao clan of the Divine Capital is legally requisitioning Xian City's land. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be executed on the spot. This voice, like a clap of thunder from a clear sky, startled many into desperate cries. What's going on? Qi Lin rushed forward and saw many unfamiliar martial artists at the entrance of the ancestral hall, smashing houses with heavy hammers. Before them was a group of Xian City's common folk, plagued by poverty and illness, struggling to feed themselves. Esteemed sirs, this is the tax bill for my shop. I pay it every year, every month. 90% of my earnings go to taxes. I've never dared to owe even a single coin. A simply dressed young woman was kowtowing on the ground, crying anxiously. My whole family is sick, waiting to buy medicine to save their lives. If you tear down my shop, how will my parents survive? Esteemed sirs, please have mercy. Another gaunt old man also knelt, weeping. When I was young, I fought for the Grand Song Nation in the 9 Nether Purgatory, losing an arm for the country. All 3 of my sons sacrificed themselves for the nation. I beg you, sirs, please leave me one ancestral home, a place for my sons' souls to return to. Sister Xiaoyu, Elder Yang. These 2 petitioners, Lin Xiaoyu and Yang Ting, were Qi Lin's neighbors. After Qi Lin's parents and family disappeared, it was with their and other villagers' help that he grew up successfully. Officials, please leave us a way to live. One by one, the common folk followed them, bowing and kowtowing with tearful cries. Seeing this, the leading martial artist's face instantly darkened. You 2 thugs, how dare you lead the resistance against the demolition? He ordered his men to seize Lin Xiaoyu and Yang Ting, and said chillingly, parade the heads of these 2 thugs through the streets as a warning. Anyone who dares to occupy my Shao clan's land again will suffer this fate. With that, he directly drew his battle saber and swung it towards their necks. These people are going too far. Qi Lin watched this scene, his gaze instantly turning icy. His family's ancestral hall had stood here for countless years. How could it be occupying the Shao clan's land? Sister Xiaoyu, who sold steamed buns, worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, exhausting herself to earn money for her parents' medicine. How could such a kind person become a thug? And Elder Yang Ting, whenever he spoke of fighting for the nation, he always had a proud and unregretful expression. Yet now, his chest full of medals has earned him a beheading. Where is the justice? Seeing the 2 about to lose their heads, Qi Lin suddenly rushed out and kicked the face of the saber-wielding martial artist. Bang! The martial artist screamed in pain, his face bursting with blood, and he flew directly backward. He crashed to the ground, his head splitting open. The entire scene was instantly stunned. Where did this little wild dog come from? Daring to touch my people. Xiao Tianyang's people. Just as Qi Lin landed, a purple-robed figure suddenly appeared before him. Boom! The man casually threw a punch, sending Qi Lin flying into the ancestral hall. Qi Lin shattered a stone pillar, and a large amount of broken stone fell onto his back, pinning him down. He angered the young master. This kid is going to die a terrible death. The Shao clan martial artists looked at the purple-robed youth with reverence. A profound Sea Realm expert. Qi Lin's face changed, and he spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. The first 4 cultivation realms are divided into Yellow Dragon, Profound Sea, Earth Yang, and Heaven Imperial, each with 5 stages. The first characters of these 4 realms are the reverse of Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow. It is said that there are also the legendary Cosmos, Vast, Primordial, Desolate realms afterward. 13. Qi Lin had already cultivated to the 5th stage of the Yellow Dragon realm. But he was no match for this Profound Sea Realm youth. You are the young master of the Shao clan? He stared fixedly at the purple-robed youth. You keep claiming to requisition land according to the law. What law permits you to forcibly seize our land? The Shao clan young master slowly fanned himself with a folding fan and said, For a wild dog like you, my words are the law. As soon as he spoke, the Shao clan members burst into laughter. The laughter was so grating. What legally requisitioning land? It was simply preying on the common people and treating human lives as grass. This is your ancestral hall? Qitian clan. Just then, Xiao Tianyang suddenly saw the grand plaque of the ancestral hall and couldn't help but laugh. Even our Shao clan of the divine capital wouldn't dare to take such an ostentatious name. Does a rustic ancestral hall in Xian City deserve to be equal to heaven? You know nothing. Qi Lin's eyes blazed with fury. My Qitian clan's ancestors were the divine dynasty's world-suppressing imperial clan. Xiao Tianyang laughed madly. My Shao clan's lineage spans hundreds of generations, with heaven imperial realm experts guarding each generation. Our Shao clan's mansion is even larger than your Xian city. We also have over 550 mineral veins, 18,000 shops under our name, over 69,000 clan members, and countless prodigies and experts. With that, he threw a punch through the air, shattering the ancestral hall's plaque. A clan like my Shao clan is called a world-suppressing clan. As for your Qitian clan, with its dwindling population and utter poverty, it can only be called a lower-class commoner. Understand? He fanned himself, still sneering. Behead these 2 thugs, and smash this wild shrine. At his command, the Shao clan members, holding Lin Xiaoyu and Yang Ting, moved to strike again. A bunch of beasts in human guise. Qi Lin's face contorted savagely, countless blood vessels crawling across the whites of his eyes. He desperately tried to push up the stone pillar on him, his back already a bloody mess. Xiao Tianyang heard the commotion and glanced at Qi Lin displeasedly. You little wild dog. You've cultivated martial arts for a few days, and now you truly think you're a savior. Swish. The folding fan in his hand suddenly stabbed into Lin Xiaoyu's mouth. Crackle. 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 The folding fan was made of blades, and with a twist, it shredded her tongue root and teeth, causing blood to gush out. You just saved this female criminal once? How will you save her this time? Watching Lin Xiaoyu scream and wail, Xiao Tianyang laughed chillingly. Slash. He then fiercely struck at Yang Ting again, severing his last arm and both legs consecutively. Bones and blood shattered. Yang Ting's face turned ashen. His body convulsed, and he lost his voice from the pain. What grand Song Nation veteran? Resisting demolition makes you a thug. I'll chop him into a human pig. He'll bleed out and die soon. Why don't you come and uphold justice? Come on. Creating this bloody scene. Xiao Tianyang, however, wore a look of enjoyment, raising an eyebrow at Qi Lin and saying, Qitian clan? Just a pile of dung in this world. Sister Xiaoyu. Elder Yang. Seeing this, Qi Lin's eyes were about to burst. The blood fire in his heart burned wildly, scorching his chest, his internal organs, and every vein, muscle, and bone in his body. Ancestors above, please show your descendant a clear path. On the offering table behind him, 10 spirit tablets gently swayed, as if the ancient eyes of his ancestors pierced through time and space, silently watching Qi Lin. The spirit tablet of the first ancestor, Qitian Dao. The spirit tablet of the second ancestor, Qitian Ji. The third ancestor. The fourth ancestor. That's it. Qi Lin's pupils suddenly dilated. He clearly saw the characters on the first ancestor's spirit tablet ignite with golden black flames. Clan fire burns the heavens. Qitian returns. Remembering another line from the ancestral teaching. Qi Lin's blood ignited with fury. Xiao Tianyang. He suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with raging inferno. 10,000 years ago, the heaven gate opened, and extraordinary beings calling themselves gods descended. All living beings became slaves. The human world was a crucible. Human bones paved the earth. Human blood formed rivers. And human skin hung from trees. His voice boomed like divine thunder, deafening. My Qitian clan's first ancestor, Qitian Dao, was the first godslayer in human history. On the Myriad fathom plain, he furiously struck down the 100-eyed god, whose divine blood flowed for 3,000 li across the land. No sooner had he spoken than the first ancestor's spirit tablet behind him erupted in flames, thick smoke rising and obscuring everything inside and outside the dilapidated ancestral hall. When the flames subsided, they had actually incinerated the stones, pressing down on Qi Lin's back into ash. Amidst the thick smoke, Qi Lin's eyes glowed dark red as he propped himself up and rose from the ground. My Qitian clan's second ancestor, Qitian Ji, challenged 7 in the northern Nether Sea, slaying 7 chaos gods in a row. On the offering table, the second ancestor's spirit tablet also ignited with blazing fire. What kind of mythical story are you telling? Xiao Tianyang saw the change. His expression subtly shifted, but he still spoke defiantly. Qi Lin, however, did not stop. With each ancestor he named, a spirit tablet of that ancestor blazed with heaven-burning fire. The third ancestor, the fourth ancestor. Each one was a heaven-defying godslayer. Amidst the smoky shadows where the blood of countless gods flowed like rivers, Qi Lin fully stood up. My Qitian clan, in total, fought a bloody war against the gods for 10 generations of ancestors. In the final battle, my Qitian clan's 10th ancestor, Qitian Mo, led 1 billion human death warriors to assault the divine heaven platform, sealed the heaven gate, and slaughtered all the gods in existence. Buzz. All 10 ancestral spirit tablets actually ignited, and the thick smoke seemed to form an ancient battlefield, where 1 billion death warriors roared with earth-shattering fury, following a black-haired figure, charging into the sky. Qi Lin, enraged like thunder and lightning, suddenly roared. The human world has enjoyed 10,000 years of peace, and your Xiao clan has been able to oppress men and women for 100 generations. All because my clan's predecessors fought and died for humanity until the last one. Today, what right do you have to desecrate the Xianxia clan before my ancestral hall, along with Qi Lin's furious roar? The fire from the ancestral spirit tablets actually burned onto Xiao Tianyang. The flames burned into his dantian, incinerating his profound sea realm cultivation completely. My true essence, Xiao Tianyang screamed, his face finally changing drastically. True essence incinerated. All combat power gone. Everything before his eyes shattered his worldview. 10,000 years ago, did such a world-suppressing clan truly exist? Guards! Guards! Xiao Tianyang frantically rushed backward. Boom! Just behind him, the 10 ancestral spirit tablets, from top to bottom, converged and transformed into a black wooden sword, flying into Qi Lin's hand. Qi Lin held the sword, suddenly looked up, the clan fire of the Xianxia clan burning wildly in his eyes. A true world-suppressing imperial clan is not defined by vast wealth or numerous people, but by an undying clan spirit, by burning blood for all beings, and by opening up a new era for humanity. Buzz. Wielding the black wooden sword, he caught up to Xiao Tianyang and thrust the sword into his back. Thud. Xiao Tianyang's face instantly turned ashen, and he looked down at the black sword protruding from his chest. The wooden sword, burning with fire, rapidly devoured his internal organs, causing him to convulse in pain. You vile criminal! My Xiao clan, with its myriad members, will surely destroy. Before he could finish, Qi Lin violently pulled out the sword and slashed it across his neck. Crack! Blood spurted from his neck, and his head separated from his body. When you bullied me, you called me a commoner. Now that I've fought back, you call me a vile criminal. Who is truly evil here? Qi Lin, holding his head, demanded angrily. Xiao Tianyang's eyes were wide open, unwilling to close even in death. His headless corpse also knelt on the ground, burning into slag and ashes. Young master, those Xiao clan martial artists, all enveloped in the thick black smoke, were scared out of their wits. Meanwhile, the common folk looked at Qi Lin with tearful eyes, then quickly moved to rescue the injured and stop the bleeding. The legend of the Xianxia clan. It's actually true. At this moment, Qi Lin's childhood belief came true, and his eyes welled up with tears. 10,000 years. For some reason, the common people had forgotten the Xianxia clan. Yet, how could descendants forget? Qi Lin's eyes trembled as he looked at the black wooden sword formed by the 10 ancestral spirit tablets. Rumble. At that moment, everything before his eyes suddenly transformed. Qi Lin was startled to find himself on a battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Ahead, pitch black, sky-piercing greatsword appeared. The dark greatsword rose from the ground, piercing the heavens, creating a bloody hole in the sky. At this moment, this bloody hole was gushing blood profusely, the black blood cascading down like a waterfall, thundering along the carvings on the surface of the sky-piercing black sword. And the blood-stained sword body, from top to bottom, gradually revealed a pair of scarlet couplets. First line, Gods lock the primordial, devouring sun and moon. Second line, Demons imprison purgatory, burying the 9 nethers. Horizontal inscription, Xianxia Imperial Clan. The scarlet couplets were reflected in Qi Lin's eyes. This sky-piercing greatsword should be the black wooden sword formed by the ancestral spirit tablets. No sooner had he spoken than the couplets on the greatsword gradually faded, and then a large amount of golden text began to appear on the sword body. From top to bottom, 10 columns in total. These were precisely the inscriptions on the 10 ancestral spirit tablets. This sky-piercing greatsword was like 10 colossal black gold tombs, stacked one upon another, forming a towering historical monument. This scene made Qi Lin's blood boil even more. These golden tomb inscriptions also seemed like some kind of seal, covering the space within the sword body. What is that? Qi Lin was still excited, but then he suddenly saw a scarlet lantern emerge from within the sword body, right behind the golden tomb inscription of the first ancestor Qitian Dao, and forcefully attach itself to the inscription. The hundred-eyed god. Qi Lin's mind buzzed. This was no lantern at all. It was a giant eyeball. A scarlet eyeball shaped like a red lantern. It grew at the end of a huge vein-like tentacle, staring ferociously at Qi Lin. This image, he had seen it over 1,000 times on the first page of the clan genealogy. The clan genealogy records 350 years before the divine dynasty calendar. An ancient remnant descended from the heaven gate, calling itself the hundred-eyed true god. Its body was like a giant heart, towering like a mountain, with 100 veins spreading across the sky like blood vessels. At the end of each vein hung a scarlet giant eye, a total of 100 eyes suspended above the firmament, illuminating the human world like blood-red lanterns, or like 100 crimson suns in the sky. Wherever its gaze fell, the world became a blood-soaked purgatory, and all living beings and mortals prostrated themselves, their minds bewildered, willingly throwing themselves into its mouth, content to be devoured. The hundred-eyed god, which the first ancestor Qitian Dao furiously struck down, and whose divine blood flowed for 3,000 li across the land, was precisely this entity. Why would the hundred-eyed god, dead for 10,000 years, appear within the first ancestor's spirit tablet? Qi Lin gasped. Thump thump. The 100 scarlet lanterns crowded towards the golden tomb inscriptions, filling the gaps between the characters with eyeballs. Blood dripped from the lanterns onto the inscriptions, sizzling and emitting black smoke. Hungry, these scarlet lantern eyeballs stared fixedly at Qi Lin, their red light shining like a nightmare. In that instant, Qi Lin plunged into a sea of blood. Corpses and white bones floated before his eyes, mangled bodies, severed arms, useless legs, intertwined hearts, lungs, and livers, all stuck together by a large amount of congealed, thick black blood. Faces filled with terror, unwillingness, despair, and pain seemed to all be staring at Qi Lin. Dead and gone, yet still dare to scare my descendant. With a thunderous roar, the boundless sea of blood ignited with golden flames. Qi Lin's vision cleared, and he saw that on the sky-piercing great tomb sword steely, the golden tomb inscription was like a golden giant hand, gripping the hundred-eyed god. Raging flames burned, causing the 100 lantern eyes to scream, struggle, and wail in agony. Buzz. The moment the bloodiness was incinerated, the golden giant hand grasped a scarlet, eye-like crystal and presented it before Qi Lin. Qi Lin, that ancient and weary call echoed in Qi Lin's ears. First ancestor. Qi Lin's eyes were red-rimmed as he looked at the golden giant hand before him. Wherever the pupil's light shines, there shall be a blood purgatory. The call spanning 10,000 years was, at this moment, bound together by bloodline. This is the primary divine bloodline, blood-illuminated purgatory. The golden giant hand pressed the scarlet crystal into Qi Lin's eyeball. Child, The human race faces life or death. To break the deadlock, you must first enter the game yourself. The moment the blood-colored crystal entered his eyeball, Qilin's world fell completely silent. Buzz! The golden giant hand before his eyes completely dissipated. 9 golden tomb inscriptions remained on the towering giant tombstone sword. Among them, the gods within the spirit tablet divine prison were either ghostly, brutal, or grinning menacingly. Qilin's consciousness was hazy. The young master is dead. Suddenly, a series of piercing screams startled Qilin awake from his dream. He looked forward. The ancestral hall, the common folk, the Shao clan members, the billowing black smoke. All were still there. Everything just now was as if time had stood still. The young master died here. If we don't take him down, none of us will make it back alive. The terrified faces of hundreds of Shao clan members suddenly turned savage and cruel at this moment. They all gripped their blades tightly and surrounded Qilin. At this moment, the young boy in black, holding an ordinary black wooden sword, slowly raised his head amidst the thick smoke. Ah! Hundreds of Shao clan members were once again scared out of their wits. They saw with horror that the young boy's eyes were bloodshot and bleeding. Within his 2 pupils, countless tiny crimson eyes seemed to be hidden, some looking left, some looking right, adding up to hundreds of small bloodshot eyes, all squeezed together to form a pair of blood-red eyes that sent shivers down their spines. In the sky, the Shao clan members then let out even more horrifying screams. The sky in their eyes was dyed like a sea of blood, with hundreds of bleeding suns hanging above it, or rather countless crimson eyeballs of the heavens, from which countless drops of blood fell, turning into a torrential rain of blood, making the whole world a crimson hell. What a terrifying scene was this! Was that young boy human? Or the blood hell reaper? These Shao clan members were already so terrified that their eyes rolled back and their legs twitched. What's wrong with them? The common folk of Xianxia, who had been worried about Qilin, were now all bewildered. Qilin hadn't changed at all. How did these people get so scared? Where the gaze falls, there shall be the blood hell. At this moment, Qilin already understood the meaning of the first ancestor's words. What he was now unleashing was the elementary divine vein. Blood light hell. All the Shao clan members fell into the blood hell, but the common folk were unharmed. This move may not seem to boost combat power, but in life and death struggles, its utility is immense. Moreover, this was only an elementary divine vein. Who knew how it would improve later? Most crucially, Qilin's sword still held 9 similar spirit tablet divine prisons. With Shao Tianyang dead, the Shao clan will surely ensure I have no burial ground. The tens of thousands of poor people in Pingyang fear they won't escape this calamity. I have no retreat. Qilin's eyes were blood-red as he wielded his black wooden sword and charged violently towards the group of Shao clan members. Then, you all may die. He was like the god of death. Wherever he went, blood and corpses splattered. What the common folk saw was Qilin cutting down enemies like chopping vegetables. But the Shao clan members saw the arrival of the god of death. The entire world was a bloody hell. Giant eyes in the sky dripped blood, and surrounding them were seas of mutilated corpses. This was not merely an eye technique, but mental control. Puff puff. Within the thick smoke, Shao clan members fell one by one. Occasionally, those who dared to fight back also had their mental will greatly affected, and their heads still rolled. Before long, at Qilin's feet, the ground was covered with Shao clan corpses. All dead. As expected of a descendant of the old Qi family. Brave and righteous, the common folk of Xianxia watching Qi Lin furiously slay hundreds of Shao clan members, were moved to tears, filled with gratitude and reverence. A 13-year-old child had propped up their sky. Sister Xiaoyu, Grandpa Yang. Qi Lin quickly went towards the crowd. The bleeding has stopped. They are temporarily out of danger. But Xiaoyu might not be able to speak again. An old Yang. Alas! The common folk sighed deeply, their faces filled with sorrow. Divine capital. Shao clan. Qi Lin looked at Grandpa Yang, who was heavily bandaged, and Sister Xiaoyu, who was terrified and dazed, gripping the black wooden sword in his hand, his eyes surging with bloodlust. Perhaps, with Shao Tianyang's death, the calamity had only just begun. Shao Lin, soon. A gentle female voice suddenly came from afar. Hearing this voice, the common folk looked up joyfully. It's her, she finally came, in everyone's eyes. A woman approached anxiously, her face filled with pity. She wore a flowing white gauze dress, graceful as a celestial being. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, and her jade-like skin was unblemished, like a fairy compared to the simple common folk. Fairy Su, in fact, that's exactly what the common folk called her. She was the daughter of Xuanxing's city lord, named Su Lianxi. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, often helping the poor, and deeply respected by the common folk of Pingyang district. Every time she came to help the common folk, Qi Lin would guide her and carry supplies. Now, looking at the Shao clan corpses scattered on the ground, her pretty face slightly pale, she asked everyone, "Who killed these Shao clan members?" Sister Su. It was a tall, thin evil person, probably over 40 years old. Qi Lin secretly wiped the bloodstains from his black wooden sword, saying with feigned fear. The common folk had intended to answer Su Lianxi, but Qi Lin's quick response made them all pause. Then they silently closed their mouths. Oh! Su Lianxi stepped forward, her pretty face less than 3 inches from Qi Lin, her rich fragrance filling his nostrils. She gazed deeply into Qi Lin's eyes and asked, "Did that evil person have any other distinguishing features?" This elder sister was already an adult, a little taller than Qi Lin, with a graceful figure. Under her beautiful gaze, Qi Lin thought for a moment before saying, "I only remember that he had a very large nose." A very large nose? Su Lianxi fell into thought, searching her memory for someone with such a feature. Sister Su. Qi Lin interrupted her thoughts and asked, "These Shao clan members occupied our land, demolished our homes and ancestral halls. They deserve to die. Right? They certainly deserve to die. These evil deeds of the Shao clan have already violated the laws of the Taizong kingdom." Su Lianxi regained her composure and faced the crowd, saying, "Fellow villagers, please rest assured. My father will report this matter to the divine capital. Everyone just needs to wait for good news at home. Additionally, the city guards will be stationed in Pingyang district to protect everyone." Hearing Su Lianxi's words, the common folk were overjoyed and wept. This was the very sentence they had been waiting for. Qi Lin could save people, but ultimately he was just a lone child. The only one who could truly protect the common folk's land was the city lord's mansion. "We thank Fairy Su." The common folk knelt, weeping. "Please rise quickly." Su Lianxi repeatedly offered comfort. After calming the common folk, she walked to a corner. "Su Cheng," she called over the commander of the city guards and whispered, "Have you found Shao Tianyang?" "Miss?" "No," Su Cheng replied. He must have gone to pursue that evil person, Su Lianxi said. Su Cheng nodded, then asked with some confusion. Miss, why would this evil person help these poor commoners? These parasites. Su Lianxi's face was indifferent. Qi Lin's grandfather was a reclusive expert in his lifetime. And he even taught my father a lesson once. You mean that old geezer is still alive? Su Cheng asked in surprise. He's been buried for several years. It's probably a friend or successor of that old geezer. Su Lianxi paused. Go check the recent entry and exit records of Xianxia for any strange person with a very large nose. Yes, Su Cheng nodded. Miss, I don't quite understand. To Su Lianxi's right stood a maidservant in green. Hearing this, she asked with some hesitation. Are we and the Xiao clan on the same side? Su Lianxi looked at her. You don't even have this much awareness? The maidservant lowered her head, fiddling with the corner of her clothes. But you just promised the common folk that you would uphold justice for them, and then told them to stay at home. If I didn't say that, they would run around everywhere. Now that so many Xiao clan members have died, if we don't leave these tens of thousands of poor people for the Xiao clan to vent their anger on, our Su family will be finished. Su Lianxi sneered. These frogs in a well have no idea what a powerful and prosperous clan, the divine capital Xiao clan is, and they still expect my Su family to uphold justice? I sold the entire Pingyang district to the Xiao clan just to get a cultivation slot in the divine strategy manner. What justice can I uphold? Oh, listening to these words, the maidservant felt very uncomfortable for some reason. An entire Pingyang district, the blood and sweat of tens of thousands of people, exchanged with the Xiao clan for a slot in the divine strategy manner. This was the truth behind the Xiao clan's destruction today. Those common folk who survived the calamity were still hopefully waiting for Su Lianxi to bring them good news. Who knew that what was coming was a merciless slaughter? Was it a mass grave? Miss, betraying the trust of the poor is wrong. The maidservant suddenly spoke with a rush of emotion, her voice filled with sorrow. Su Lianxi froze for a moment, then stared at the maidservant for a while. Then, she shook her head and chuckled sweetly. Xianxian, oh Xianxian, now that the divine dynasty is crumbling, major clans are rising, and an era of chaos has arrived, human lives are cheaper than insects. Do you know who dies first in times of chaos? I usually pretend to be a saint to gain reputation, but you're a true saint. As soon as her voice fell, Su Cheng behind her directly drew his sword. The maidservant's face changed, and she cried, Miss, I have served you for 6 years. Su Lianxi didn't even glance at the maidservant, telling Su Cheng, she's still a virgin. Before killing her, take her to reward the brothers. Su Cheng's cold eyes lit up slightly. Then we can start lining up. Night fell, and the mournful cries of people mingled with the chirping of summer night insects. One could not distinguish between them. Night. Qi Lin changed into a night-traveling outfit, stepped onto the rooftop, and looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Su Lianxi, you'd better be true to your word. Qi Lin's gaze was chillingly cold as he prepared to move swiftly. Where are you going? Just as he leaped forward, he was suddenly grabbed by the back of his neck and pulled back. Who? Qi Lin quickly turned his head to look. He saw that the one who grabbed him was an old man with white hair and a white beard, possessing an immortal aura. In his hand, he held a white flag with the 4 characters, Heavenly Mechanism Divine Calculation. Holy crap! A ghost! Qi Lin's scream suddenly tore through the night sky. Why are you yelling for your grandma? The white-robed old man dragged Qi Lin back into the ancestral hall, pouting. Look closely. I'm a living, breathing person, full of vitality. Grandpa! Lin hugged the old man's leg, which was indeed stiff. He exclaimed in shock, "Didn't you kick the bucket? When I was 10, I buried you with my own hands." Tianji coughed, then said, "Don't worry about that. All you need to know is that your grandpa isn't dead." The surprise was too great. Lin felt as if he were dreaming. He had been an orphan for 3 years, suffering immense loneliness. Yet his grandpa was still alive and kicking? However, after the initial joy, he immediately glared at the white-robed old man and said, "You didn't want to guard the ancestral hall, so you faked your death to trick me into being the guardian. While you went off to live a carefree life. Not important. Not important." Tianji, looking guilty, changed the subject. It's been 3 years. You've grown so much, haven't you? Got any hair yet? You're 13. It's time to get married, isn't it? Lin, speechless. Let's get back to business. Tianji suddenly became serious. I know about what happened during the day. I ask you, where are you going? I think something's off with Su Lianxi. Her city guards don't seem like they're protecting people. They seem more like they're imprisoning us. I need to go grab someone and interrogate them, Lin said directly. Don't go, Tianji said, looking at the dark, vast night outside the ancestral hall. What good would it do even if you found out? Can you lead tens of thousands of common folk to fight their way out? These common folk, without land or homes, once outside the city, would face natural disasters and vicious bandits everywhere. There's no way for them to survive. How many can you save? Lin fell silent. All right, Tianji patted his shoulder and said lightly, now that Grandpa's home, saving people isn't your concern. You have your own destiny. Indeed. With his grandpa present, Lin's heart finally eased a little. He asked, Grandpa, what is my destiny? Tianji looked at the black wooden sword in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. He didn't answer Lin's question, but instead said, Hand me the sword forged from the ancestral spirit tablets. How did you know? Lin asked. The clan records state, on the day the 10 ancestral spirit tablets merge into a sword, the Chitian clan fire shall burn the heavens. Then do you know what's inside the sword? Lin asked again. The clan fire, Tianji said. Hearing this, Lin roughly understood that his grandpa probably didn't know that ancient gods were sealed within the sword. Grandpa. Here, Lin said no more, first handing over the sword. Tianji took the black wooden sword, walked outside the ancestral hall, and plunged the sword into the ground hilt down. The sword tip pointed to the sky. Afterward, Tianji dripped blood onto the sword tip, then knelt deeply and prostrated himself. Ancestors above, please ignite the clan fire. As Tianji spoke these words, golden tomb inscriptions emerged on the black wooden sword, converging into a beam of fire that shot up into the sky, soaring into the clouds. At that moment, tears streamed from Tianji's eyes. 10,000 years. The scattered Chitian clan members, wandering in all directions, can finally return home. After speaking, he looked in the direction of the divine capital, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Shao clan? A prosperous and powerful clan. 10,000 years. The last person of the Chitian clan, bearing regret, went into hiding after that battle, silently passing down their legacy, establishing several bloodlines, all waiting for this day. They each established their own foundations, living under new identities. Their true identities unknown to anyone. Save for the 3 characters Qitian clan, carved deep within their ancestral halls. Grandpa, what are you muttering about? Qilin stepped forward and asked. Nothing. Qi Tianji pulled out the black wooden sword and tossed it to Qilin. At the same time, that wisp of golden clan fire had already vanished into the sky. Shaolin. In the days to come, our family might have guests arriving one after another. There'll be all sorts of people. So, you are no longer an orphan. Divine Cinder Ruins. Clan Fire. Qitian Clan Fire. That night, when that wisp of golden fire landed in the ancestral hall, numerous mysterious figures wept tears of joy. The clan fire is still weak, and gods and demons are lurking. We still cannot openly move the entire clan back. So, who should go back first to guard the clan fire? The crowd exchanged glances. Let Xiao Long go first, suddenly someone shouted, and immediately received everyone's agreement. Quickly send this great demon king of divine cinder ruins away. Meanwhile, divine firmament cloud city. Sin calamity abyss. 6 nether thunder pool. Path annihilation furnace. Streaks of clan fire. Traversing space and time. Ignited ancestral halls. Qilin's small courtyard was right next to the ancestral hall. Inside the house, Qilin stood by the window, carefully examining the black wooden sword. This sword, its blade is formed by connecting 10 ancestral spirit tablets. And its hilt. Qilin touched the hilt, only then discovering that it was sculpted like some kind of beast. Majestic and extraordinary. A symbol of good fortune and auspiciousness. Stop! Don't touch it anymore. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the sword hilt in his hand. Holy crap! Qilin was so startled he immediately let go. A black light flashed, and the black wooden sword in his hand unexpectedly transformed into a chubby little beast, falling to the ground. What the hell? Qilin rubbed his eyes and looked, only to see the beast had 2 horns, tender claws and fangs, was pitch black all over, and had a pair of round, golden eyes. So cute. Qilin was a little surprised, and instinctively reached out to stroke its head. Audacious scoundrel! How dare mere mortals like you touch this venerable one's head? If you dare to touch it again, this venerable one. The little beast was probably enjoying the petting, and couldn't help but purr, but immediately forced itself to stop, and angrily said, I'll devour your entire lineage. Stop playing dumb. Qilin picked it up and asked, Quickly tell me, what are you? Ignorant child. The little beast's 4 short legs flailed in the air, trying to intimidate Qilin. This venerable one is the progenitor of all beasts. The heaven-reaching, prison-suppressing Qilin. Qilin? Coincidentally, I'm also Qilin, but my Qi is the Qi from Qitian. Qilin smiled and asked again, Are you something transformed from my ancestors' sword steely? That's right. This venerable one used its body as a prison to help your ancestor suppress 10 symbol gods. The little beast said proudly. As it spoke, Qilin then saw that its back actually had 10 protrusions. At first glance, they looked like bumps, but on closer inspection, they were steels. The small characters on the steels were precisely the epitaphs of ancestor Qitian. Of the 10 steels, 1 had already broken, leaving a flesh and blood wound, but it seemed to be recovering. You just said 10 symbol gods. Only then did Qilin place it on the stone table. Is that 100-eyed god a symbol god? Yes, the little beast spat. What 100-eyed god, chaotic god? Those are all names they took for themselves. The 100-eyed god's true title is symbol god 1, the chaotic god is symbol god 2, and so on. The higher the number, the later they were born, and the stronger their divine veins. Why are there such strange sequential names? Qilin was puzzled. Damn it! The little beast was a bit annoyed. This venerable one has slept for too long, and has almost forgotten everything. Then what else do you know? Qilin said, speechless. This venerable one also knows that you're about to die. The little black beast suddenly said ominously. I'm dying. Qilin was stunned. Why do you say that? Your mortal body actually cannot inherit divine veins and will die from the backlash, the little black beast said. Qilin had been self-reliant since childhood, and his mind was more mature than his peers. This heaven-reaching, prison-suppressing Qilin uses its body as a divine prison. It must wait until I refine other symbol gods before it can regain its freedom. Therefore, we have a collaborative relationship. Since it has appeared, it can definitely solve the backlash problem. Thinking of this, Qilin quickly cupped his hands and respectfully said to the little beast, progenitor of all beasts above, please save my life. Quite clever, aren't you? Seeing Qilin's good attitude, the little black beast then coughed and puffed out its chest. Youngster, starting today, this venerable one will impart to you the heaven-reaching prison-suppressing art, the foremost art of all ages. It is a supreme, forbidden, profound art born from chaos when heaven and earth were first created. The greatest feature of this art is dual vein cultivation, which can help you suppress divine veins. The first is heaven-reaching. Heaven-reaching is not about revering heaven, but about slaughtering heaven. Penetrating the 9 heavens is not for ascension, but only to pierce the firmament's barrier and slaughter myriad gods. When the art operates, all the acupoints in your body become like billions of realm-breaking divine spears, drawing forth chaotic chi and malevolent energy, transforming into god-slaying tribulation light, piercing the firmament like tearing silk, with divine blood raining down and divine bones turning to dust. The second is prison suppressing. Prison suppressing is not about maintaining order, but about absolute imprisonment. Suppressing the 9 netherworlds is not for peace, but only to shatter the foundation of the demon abyss and sever the source of all ancient demons. When the art manifests, your spine transforms into a heaven-supporting, prison-suppressing divine peak. Your feet tread on earth veins like chains. Your palms derive the eternal tribulation demon seal, suppressing myriad demons into dust, with demon souls serving as fuel and the demon realm falling into eternal silence. Heaven-reaching, prison-suppressing, 2 sides of one body, 2 arts in one body. The body is the cage, power is the authority. Wield life and death, sever reincarnation, regard gods and demons as mere weeds, and tread on the heavenly Dao as if on flat ground. On the day of its completion, you will be supreme in the universe and reign supreme for all eternity. As the little beast spoke excitedly, it stood upright on its hind legs, with its paws on its hips, and a domineering expression. Qilin applauded after listening. Progenitor of all beasts, you're showing your spots. After some time, profound sea realm. Inside the Qi family's small house, Qilin suddenly opened his eyes. His left and right pupils displayed swirling vortices of black and gold light. One like the sun, one like a demonic sun. And the whites of his eyes surged with blood vessels, like tens of thousands of blood-colored azure dragons, menacingly weaving about around the 2 golden and black pupils. That was from symbol god 1, which is to say, the 100-eyed god's divine vein, blood-illuminated prison. Only the heaven-reaching, prison-suppressing divine art can suppress the symbol god's divine veins. Qilin had already opened 5 meridians in the yellow dragon realm. And now, having just switched to cultivating the heaven-reaching, prison-suppressing art, directly ushered in the opportunity of 5 dragons rushing into the profound sea. At this moment, vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into him from his crown, palms, and soles, transforming into golden black true essence. Like a furious dragon, wildly rushing to completely permeate his entire body and then entering his dantian. Buzz. The golden-black true essence gathered in Qi Lin's dantian, forming a golden-black vast sea, within which gold and black surprisingly intertwined and rotated like Taiji yin-yang fish. This is the dual power of heaven-reaching and prison-suppressing. Heaven-reaching possesses more sacred might, while prison-suppressing is more destructive. Streaks of golden-black meridians shone brightly on his skin, illuminating the room with boundless radiance. Profound Sea Realm. First stage. Mist birth. His dantian's profound sea now had golden-black mist rising. This represented the first stage of the profound sea. The profound sea realm has 5 stages in total. After mist birth, there are frost fall, stream formation, river flow, and tsunami. These 5 stages of the profound sea realm have vastly different true essence reserves, and naturally different combat strengths. After the profound sea realm, the earth-yang realm and heaven control realm also each have 5 stages. Among them, the 5 stages of earth-yang are dawn break, morning sun, midday, ruin ignition, and golden crow. The 5 stages of heaven control are heaven's inquiry, mortal dust, carefree, spirit roam, and grand void. 13-year-old profound sea mist birth is at least unrivaled among peers in Xianxia. Ending his cultivation. Ha! Qi Lin stood up and looked outside. Why hasn't Little Tower brought me dinner tonight? The little tower he spoke of was his neighbor, only 6 years old this year. 3 years ago, after Qi Lin's grandfather passed away, Little Tower's mother took over providing Qi Lin's dinner. Every night, the candlelight on their family's dining table, though dim, was very warm, and the meals, though not lavish, were filling. For Qi Lin, whether it was Little Tower's playful liveliness or her mother's earnest care, it all felt like home. Often, when he was engrossed in cultivation and forgot the time, Little Tower would volunteer, carrying a large food basin with her small arms, placing her cherished snacks and fruits inside, and bringing them to Qi Lin. From afar, he could hear her shouting, "Brother Qi Lin, time to eat," since she began to toddle. She had been delivering for nearly 3 years. Qi Lin also tried his best to help them, doing some rough chores within his ability. Grandpa always said, "If the villagers give you a mouthful of food, you must repay them when you grow up. And what I owe them is not just a mouthful of food, but also a home." He grew up eating from 100 families, and this Pingyang district was his big family. But now it was late at night, and he hadn't heard Little Tower's brother Qi Lin. Time to eat, which Qi Lin was still a little unaccustomed to. Grumble. Moreover, after a day of work and having eaten nothing, his stomach was indeed rumbling with hunger. He was just about to go find something to eat himself. But just then, a heart-wrenching cry of pain came from outside. "Little Tower, if you die, your mother won't live either." Hearing this desperate cry, Qi Lin's expression changed. Bang! He immediately burst out the door. What happened to Little Tower? As soon as Qi Lin came out, he saw a crowd gathered at her doorstep. He quickly squeezed into the crowd and saw Little Tower lying on the ground, her small hand still holding a food basin. The food inside was still steaming hot and hadn't spilled. "Brother Qi Lin, dinner's ready." Little Tower saw him, and her dim eyes gained some light. She tried hard to lift her trembling arm. "Mother said you're a great hero. You can't go hungry." The food was fragrant, arranged so delicately, with small snacks and fruits hanging beside it. But Qi Lin's heart felt as if it had been torn open. He saw little Tower's originally fair forehead was covered with brown blisters. The bluish-purple veins on her small face bulged and swelled like underground magma. And there were even flickers of fire surging within her flesh. On her exposed forearms, deep red ulcerations and dark scabs overlapped. Ochre viscous fluid seeped from the gaps in her skin. And most terrifying was that her back down to her waist was covered in burn marks, which in the dark night resembled demonic fire patterns. Brother! It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Little Tower suddenly cried out in heart-wrenching pain and rolled on the ground. The food basin in her hand finally couldn't be held properly and spilled all over the ground. Food. Brother's food. She struggled to pick up the rice bowl, her pair of charred small hands constantly trembling. Little Tower. Qi Lin was heartbroken and quickly squatted down to hug her. Don't touch her. A doctor rushed out from the nearby He family medical hall, his voice incredibly hoarse and distressed. She has the fire scorch plague. It's an acute onset. And it's contagious. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding common folk were all scared pale. The so-called fire scorch plague is one of the legendary 5 declines of the heavenly Dao. The 5 declines are divided into wind erosion, metal thorn, thunder demise, frostbite, and fire scorch. They are the 5 most terrifying plagues on the divine legacy continent, also known as the all-beings equalizing sickness. This disease not only spreads among mortals, but it is said that even top-tier experts can be infected, dying from true essence depletion and severe damage to their flesh. And among the common people, any commoner who contracts this disease will absolutely lose all their family's wealth. If it's a chronic onset, it's still manageable, with proper isolation. It's not easily contagious. Pingyang District has over 100 chronic fire scorch patients, such as Lin Xiaoyu's parents, who, although they spent all their family's money on medicine, are at least still alive. Acute onset is equivalent to death by slow slicing. This child has a bitter fate. Seeing Little Tower convulsing with agonizing pain, the villagers shed tears like rain. Oh heavens! Little Tower's mother was right beside her. She actually disregarded the contagion and held Little Tower in her arms, already trembling all over from crying. Why does the hemp rope always break at its thinnest point, and misfortune always seek out the ill-fated? She's only 6. What sin has she committed? Such desperate cries poured into his ears. Qi Lin looked at the mother and daughter who usually brought him joy and laughter. But now they were crying as helplessly as if they had fallen into hell. And his eyes were also bloodshot. Why? Those Shao clan, those powerful nobles, committing all sorts of evil deeds yet enjoying endless glory and wealth. Poor people like them, who strive to live, yet still suffer heavenly retribution and are tormented by the heavenly Dao. Why should this be? Dr. He, just then, Qi Lin suddenly shouted, I heard that the Ice Profound pill can suppress acute fire scorch plague. Where is it sold? Yes. Yes. Dr. He quickly nodded. Qingyu Hall has it. It's in the Dongyang district of Xuanxing. A bit far. And very expensive. Hearing this, the woman suddenly raised her head, with hope surging in her eyes. My husband left a severance payment. I'll go get it. She rushed home like a madwoman. Quick! Everyone, let's pool some money first. Saving the child is paramount. The villagers also quickly said, Give me the money. I'll take Little Tower to Qingyu Hall. Qi Lin immediately protected himself with profound Sea Realm True Essence and picked up Little Tower. It's contagious. Doctor, he stopped halfway through his sentence. His eyes red-rimmed again. That's right. To go to Dongyang district. Apart from Qilin directly taking her there was no other way. You must get the ice profound pill within half an hour. Otherwise, this child will be gone. Doctor, he reminded. All right. Qilin carefully collected the villagers' savings. These simple faces. These sincere emotions. Why should they live such hard lives? Money. Money. Little Tower's mother brought a money pouch still covered in dirt. That might have been the dowry her father left for her child's future. Qilin. Let me hold her. Don't let it infect you, the woman said anxiously. Auntie. It's fine. I am a practitioner of martial arts. After Qilin finished speaking, holding the suffering little girl in his arms, he bravely charged towards Dongyang district. The myriad candlelight of Pingyang district swayed at this moment, as if they were flames of life, protecting the fiery child in Qilin's arms. Brother. Little Tower was in so much pain she was almost unconscious. Her hands, full of cracks and burnt blood, tightly clutched Qilin's lapel. Her voice weak but full of pride. She said, My daddy. He's a city guard. He saved many people. He's also a great hero. I know. Qilin's 13-year-old face showed unprecedented determination and maturity. He looked down at the little girl in his arms, seeing the hope for life in her dim eyes. Qilin felt as if a fierce fire was burning within him too. Your daddy is everyone's role model. Just as Qilin was about to rush out of Pingyang district, sudden loud shouts and cold yells came. Stop! Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, a large group of armored city guards blocked Qilin's path. They were tall and mighty, with surging vital energy and considerable combat strength. The leader among them had a slender figure, a heroic demeanor, profound cultivation, and an air of nobility. Su Chang. Qilin knew the city guard commander. When Su Lianxi used to come to Pingyang district for charity, Su Chang was also present. Now Su Chang stood on high ground, looking down at Qilin. Recently, evil individuals have been sighted in Xianxia to protect the lives and property of the common folk. No one is permitted to leave Pingyang district. Qilin was stunned upon hearing this. Then his eyes blazed with fire, saying, I have a patient with acute fire scorch plague in my arms. I need to quickly take her to Qingyu Hall to buy medicine and administer it. Please, city guard sirs, be lenient. Acute fire scorch onset? The hundreds of city guards heard this and hastily retreated, quickly covering their mouths and noses. Don't bring her over here. They quickly drew their weapons and pointed them at Qilin. Since it's an acute onset, don't waste that money. Bury her quickly. Su Chang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Little Tower. His lips twitched slightly. Bury her deeper. You all, hearing this, a bloody surge rose in Qilin's heart, and killing intent flared in his eyes. The dignified city guards actually acting as lackeys for the Shao clan. A black wooden sword suddenly appeared in his hand. So what if we are? Su Chang sneered. You lonely little ghost. Are you trying to kill me? Ha ha! Bursts of laughter erupted among the city guards. This kid also wants to imitate the evil ones and kill the Shao clan. And slaughter us city guards too. How dare he? The city guards are soldiers protecting the city. Does he have the guts to lay a hand on soldiers? Su Chang. Don't fight. Just as tensions were high, Little Tower's mother had already caught up. She was so anxious that she fell in front of Su Chang, pulling on his armor, and cried bitterly, It's Little Tower. Zhao Dao's daughter. Please, I beg you, make an exception. Sister-in-law? Su Cheng gently pulled away his armor and frowned. Brother Dao's daughter? Many city guards heard this and began to whisper among themselves, clearly having remembered something. No! Su Cheng took a step back, drew a battle saber, and spoke with a stern, cold voice. Without the city lord's personal decree, no one is permitted to leave Pingyang district by even a single step. Violators will be considered evil individuals and executed without mercy. His resolute declaration was like a sharp blade pressing down on everyone's heads. A dead silence. A 6-year-old little girl. Could she possibly be an evil individual? Brother. Little Tower suddenly began to tremble violently again, spitting out a large amount of black blood, which flowed down Qi Lin's lapel. She cried in a voice as faint as a mosquito. It hurts too much. Boo-hoo. If I die, will it stop hurting? I want to die. Little Tower. Hold on. You haven't grown up yet. In Qi Lin's eyes, countless blood vessels, like azure dragons, had already begun to spread. Su Cheng. Are you still human? God damn it. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the front, and a burly city guard was seen violently smashing his helmet to the ground and angrily cursing Su Cheng while pointing at his nose. If Brother Dao hadn't blocked an arrow for you back then, it would have been you who died. Many city guards couldn't help but shout out. What you've done today, does it weigh on your conscience? Let Brother Dao's wife and daughter go. Su Cheng coldly looked at the burly city guard. Han Yuan, if you stir up trouble again, you'll be expelled from the city guards. To hell with your expulsion. I quit. Han Yuan drew his blade and roared. Men do things. Heaven watches. Brothers of the 7th Squad. Clear a path for Brother Dao's wife and daughter. Approximately dozens of city guards, their anger surging, followed Han Yuan and directly charged towards Su Cheng and the others. You kid. Quickly take advantage of the chaos and break through with her. Han Yuan roared at Qi Lin. Qi Lin looked at him deeply. This world, though rotten to the core, still had loyalty. Han Yuan, you're looking for death yourself, and dragging dozens of brothers to be buried with you, aren't you? You're truly stupid. Su Cheng shook his head and sneered coldly. Then, with a face full of indifference, he waved his hand. City guard, heed my command. Kill these rebels. Behind him, more and more city guards gathered, and under Su Cheng's command, they drew their swords and charged towards Han Yuan and the others. Was it to cling to the powerful and rise swiftly, or to rush headlong into a mass grave? Most of the city guards, deep down, were still clear-headed. Bang, bang, bang. In the dark night, both sides clashed. Blades glinted coldly, and blood splattered. Buzz. In the center of the battlefield, a surge of powerful true essence suddenly erupted, and a slender figure broke through the encirclement, directly pressing towards Qi Lin. It was Su Cheng. He stood in the very center of the darkness, only half of his cold, pale face visible, reflecting the glint of the blade in his hand, revealing his cold-bloodedness and selfishness. Around him, the night rose like a forming mist, surging up to create a true essence domain, intimidating all. Profound Sea Realm. First stage, Mist Genesis. When did Su Cheng break through? This scene instantly chilled the hearts of the rebellious city guards, including Han Yuan, who already sensed a dead end. This world is truly fucking vile. The more selfish people are, the better they live. Han Yuan roared and continued to pursue Su Cheng. He did not regret his choice. Unfortunately, Su Cheng didn't even spare him a glance, instead pressing towards Qi Lin, his voice like a legal judgment. Qi family child. As long as I, Su Cheng, stand here, there's no way out for you. Each of these words was like a blade, piercing Qi Lin's eardrums. Qi Lin was expressionless. He held the little girl in his arms with one hand, his gaze gentle. Shao Tower, close your eyes. The little girl wept, her consciousness beginning to blur, but she obediently closed her eyes. And the moment she closed them, Qi Lin suddenly looked up. The entire night sky suddenly split open with hundreds of bleeding sun-like eyes, all pressing down on Su Cheng's head. Those blood-red eyes of the heavens watched Su Cheng with a playful gaze, like hungry ghosts of the heavenly Dao. Su Cheng's cold sneer instantly froze. Before his eyes, the young boy in black holding the girl. His blood-red eyes possessed hundreds of compound facets, like the gates of hell. The moment he locked onto Su Cheng's entire body's qi and blood froze. A profound fear surged into his heart. No! Su Cheng's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he let out a panicked shriek. In an instant, Qi Lin, holding the black wooden sword, pierced straight through Su Cheng's body. The black wooden sword's edge sliced down, and Su Cheng was directly split in two, exploding left and right. Even his spine was neatly divided into two halves. Split you open, and won't there be a path? Qi Lin sneered, didn't look back, and charged forward with his sword. Su Cheng's two halves of a corpse fell down, and Han Yuan, who rushed up, stomped on them in the mud. Holy shit! You bastard really split open. Ha! Han Yuan's body trembled. He looked closely, and cursed. You, Su Cheng, think you're smart? You died earlier than I did, and you didn't even get a whole corpse. He was stunned, completely dumbfounded. This young boy in black before him, was he that strong? Follow Qi Lin, and carve out a bloody path. Han Yuan's blood boiled, and he roared, raising his blade. Commander Su was split in two. The city guards were immediately shaken and thrown into disarray. This kid really dares to kill city guards, and he killed indiscriminately, brutally. The dignified commander of the profound Sea Realm City Guard was killed by a single sword strike from this Qi family child. Who would dare believe it? Seeing the young boy in black, like an enraged dragon, charging forward with his sword, the city guards panicked and quickly made way. Quick! Send a signal for reinforcements. Plebeians in Pingyang district are rioting. Quickly send more men to suppress them. Xian City's night completely boiled over, and signal fires shot into the sky. Kill! Large numbers of armored and armed city guards were mobilized, with over 1,000 men pressing towards this location. For a time, not only Han Yuan and the others, but even Shao Tower's mother, Dr. He, and other villagers who had followed, became criminals, lumped into the ranks of rebels by the city guards. And Qi Lin, who had killed and broken through, was naturally a major criminal. All violent offenders shall be beheaded on the spot, with cold declarations. The city guards' armor and battle blades, like a steel torrent, pressed down on a group of unarmed commoners. and Qi Lin was already deeply entrenched in a sea of blades from hundreds of city guards. A dignified city-guarding army, feeding on the sweat and blood of the common people, not defending against mountain bandits and evil beasts outside the city, but oppressing civilians inside the city. Qi Lin hugged Xiao Tower tightly, as if returning to the moment he faced the Xiao clan, his eyes already bloodshot with rage. He forcibly carved out a path of corpses and blood, and wherever he went, bodies and blood flew. This Qi family child is actually so brutal. The city guards watched the blood-stained youth in shock, panicked, and quickly called for someone. Quickly find Miss Su. Hurry, Miss Su. Do you know this young boy? Not far away, a richly dressed young man in green asked. Beside him, Su Lianxi, in a white dress, stared intently at Qi Lin with her beautiful eyes, somewhat lost in thought. Miss Su, Yiqing called out again before Su Lianxi snapped back to attention. A rootless duckweed, even with some talent, is nothing more than dust. Her pretty face became cold again. Just a stray dog begging for scraps behind me. Oh? Then I'll toy with him. Buzz. The young man in green actually stepped directly into the arena, appearing before Qi Lin. Stop! His powerful true essence carried an inherent force, startling the city guards slightly. It's Yiqing. The city guards exchanged glances, quickly stopped, and cleared a large space for Yiqing and Qi Lin. The son of the Xian city's thick earth department head, also the hall master of the Azure Jade Hall under the Pudu Merchant Association. I know. The pill business in Xian City. It's all their families. With such status. Even though he was alone, the city guards dared not touch him. It was said that a portion of their salaries was even paid by the Azure Jade Hall. Who would cross paths with a big benefactor? Yiqing, Qi Lin, of course, recognized him too. Hundreds of patients with the chronic fire blight disease in Pingyang district relied on the Azure Jade Hall's ice profound water to prolong their lives. And ice profound water was simply water infused with ice profound pills. But it was still very expensive. Was he helping him? Only after Yiqing had settled the city guards did he turn to look at Qi Lin and Xiao Tower, shaking his head and sighing. She's only 5 or 6. Isn't she? Truly pitiful. Esteemed Yiqing, Qi Lin's destination for this trip was the Azure Jade Hall. He hadn't expected the owner of Azure Jade Hall to be here. As soon as he called out, Yiqing interrupted him, saying, You want to buy an ice profound pill, right? I have one right here. Hearing this, Qi Lin's heart brightened with joy. Being able to buy the medicine here meant using it sooner, and Xiao Tower's survival would be more hopeful. May I ask the price of one ice profound pill? Qi Lin asked urgently. 100 taels of gold. Yiqing held up one finger. Qi Lin knew the ice profound pill was expensive, but he hadn't expected it to be this expensive. The severance pay from Brother Dao in his hand, plus the money collected by the villagers, wasn't even a tenth of that. Hearing this, Xiao Tower's mother was struck as if by lightning, almost falling into despair. But Yiqing's tone suddenly shifted, his eyes glancing at the black wooden sword in Qi Lin's hand. This wooden sword of yours. You can exchange it with me for an ice profound pill. Hearing this, Qi Lin's gaze sharpened. He knew that the other party must have seen him indiscriminately slaughtering with a wooden sword to have such an idea. Deal. As soon as Yiqing's words fell, Qi Lin stepped forward directly, handed him the black wooden sword, and said with a burning gaze, Give me the ice profound pill. Straightforward. Yi Qing chuckled, took the sword with one hand, and with a gesture from an ancient bronze ring on his other hand, he actually produced a jade box emanating cold air and threw it to Qi Lin. Ice profound pill. Qi Lin cherished it as if it were a priceless treasure. He sat on the ground, letting Xiao Tower lean against him, and quickly opened the jade box. Inside, a snow-white pill lay quietly. Xiao Tower, the woman stumbled over, her face streaked with tears, and knelt beside them. Qi Lin. Thank you. Thank you. It's what I should do. Qi Lin bit his lip, tremblingly picked up the ice-profound pill, used his finger to pry open Xiao Tower's dry lips, and fed her the ice-profound pill. Seeing this scene, the common people wept tears of joy. Thank you too, esteemed lord. The woman knelt and kowtowed to Yi Qing. Yi Qing was still toying with the black wooden sword when he heard the 5 words, esteemed lord. He paused, and a meaningful expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just then, Xiao Tower's body began to tremble, and she spat out a mouthful of thick blood mixed with black ice. Her eyes immediately rolled back. Her body temperature was rapidly disappearing, and her voice became blurry. Brother, it's so dark. I'm scared. It hurts so much. Qi Lin's heartstrings, which had just relaxed, instantly tightened. He hugged Xiao Tower tightly and roared, Dr. He. What's going on? Dr. He knelt down, checked Xiao Tower's pulse, and his face changed drastically. Impossible! The ice profound pill is supposed to neutralize fire blight poison, not trigger an ice fire clash. What do you mean? The woman asked, distraught. Doctor, he looked up in disbelief, staring at Yi Qing, and said, This is fake medicine. As these words came out, the entire scene fell silent. Even the city guards were momentarily stunned, their expressions odd. Yi Qing, still fondling the black wooden sword, waved his hand and chuckled. Of course. Who sells real medicine to the poor? Fake medicine. Hearing this, the woman was struck as if by 5 bolts of lightning. A mouthful of blood surged up and she spat it out, almost dying from sheer rage. Alas, even the city guards could only sigh as they watched the richly dressed young man toying with human lives. This was the true face of the powerful. In the crowd, Qi Lin slowly put down the dying Xiao Tower, his fury having burned through his mind. Yi Qing. He looked at Yi Qing and suddenly let out a furious roar. Yi Qing heard the deafening roar, frowned, looked up, and stared coldly at Qi Lin. What are you yelling about, kid? Just as he spoke in an extremely impatient tone, the black wooden sword in his hand suddenly twisted on its own, slipping from his fingers. Puchi! The wooden sword directly spun around and sliced across his wrist. Ah! Yi Qing's right palm flew off directly, blood splattering everywhere. He immediately let out a heart-rending scream of pain, his frivolous expression instantly turning ashen white. My hand, looking at his bare, bleeding wrist. Yi Qing's eyes were bloodshot, almost popping out of their sockets. This sudden scene was even more shocking than Su Cheng's death, stunning everyone present. The surrounding commoners and city guards were all dumbfounded, almost suffocating. And just as they watched, a black shadow suddenly appeared, catching the black wooden sword with one hand and grasping Yi Qing's severed palm with the other. It was Qi Lin. The young boy in black swept a look of utter disdain at Yi Qing. My family's sword. Are you Yi Qing. Even worthy. As he spoke, he actually pulled a bronze ring from Yi Qing's blood-stained finger, then threw the severed hand to the ground and stomped on it fiercely. Crack, crack. The severed hand was crushed to pulp by Qi Lin, its 5 fingers flattened, showing how much rage he put into that stomp. You! Seeing his severed palm crushed into bloody pulp, Yi Qing's eyes were splitting with rage. However, Qi Lin didn't even glance at him, directly put the bronze ring on his own hand, then quickly took out another, more luxurious-looking ice crystal jade box. He opened it and saw an ice-profound pill inside. Dr. He. What about this one? Dr. He was also stunned for a moment, but seeing Qi Lin take out a new pill, he reacted and hurriedly said, "Never mind if it's real or fake. There's no time. Feed it to her quickly." Xiao Tower already had 1 foot in the grave. Where was there time to discern authenticity? Hearing this, Qi Lin, without a word, pressed the new pill into Xiao Tower's mouth and patted her back to help her swallow it. As the pill went down her throat, it actually created a path of frost. And wherever it went, the bumps, burning blood flow, and flesh fire on Xiao Tower's body were rapidly frozen. It's a real pill. It's a real fucking pill, Dr. He roared, venting the emotions in his heart. Having practiced medicine his entire life, he now knelt on the ground, weeping tears of joy, old tears streaming down his face. That's great. Thousands of commoners from Pingyang district who had rushed over also wept profusely. Ha ha! Xiao Tower's mother tightly clutched Xiao Tower's hand, completely disregarding whether it was contagious or not. At this moment, she was gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word. Only her gaze, as she looked at Qi Lin, was like looking at a deity. "Bring me my azure soul sword," a furious roar, filled with towering hatred, broke the calm. Yi Qing wrapped the bleeding stump of his hand with a cloth strip, took a 3-foot azure blade from one of his subordinates, gripped the sword with his left hand, and pointed it at Qi Lin. "I will have you sliced into 1,000 pieces." Boom! True essence surged within his body, its power condensing countless true qi droplets around him. And a formidable pressure swept across the entire scene, forcing the surrounding city guards to stumble backward. It was precisely the profound sea realm. Second stage, Frostfall. True essence like frost, descending upon the battlefield. Yi Qing was already 1 realm higher, which was also the confidence he had to come down and toy with Qi Lin. If not for the black wooden sword's strangeness and his complete lack of preparedness, he would indeed not have fallen into such a state. To be publicly dismembered and have a pill stolen by a mere 13-year-old child, if word got out, he would lose all face. Die! Veins bulged on Yi Qing's face, and he, like a streak of azure light, wielded his sword, stirring up true essence, and pressed down on Qi Lin. Such divine might naturally caused many to shriek in fear. After all, Xiao Tower and Dr. He were both by Qi Lin's side. Buzz! But just then, Qi Lin had already transformed into a black shadow, striking at Yi Qing 1 step ahead. "You have true essence. But can you wield your left hand skillfully?" Qi Lin's figure was agile, with 2 types of true essence, heaven-piercing and hell-suppressing, surging within his body, forming a golden-black sword aura on the black wooden sword. Meanwhile, on Yi Qing's sword, an azure aura surged, clearly very sharp. Clang! The two clashed in a flash of lightning and flint, fighting fiercely. For several consecutive sword strikes, Qi Lin launched powerful attacks, forcing Yi Qing to retreat step by step. He is clearly one realm lower than me. Yi Qing was struck by the sword several times. His anger heaved, and fear spontaneously arose. But it was too late. In the darkness, the young boy once again pressed forward. Rip! The black wooden sword in his hand suddenly struck down. The dual divine might of heaven-piercing and hell-suppressing converged, and the sword descended like a colossal beast. Clang! Yi Qing cried out in pain. The azure soul sword in his hand fell to the ground, and the web between his thumb and forefinger tore. The next instant, Qi Lin turned and struck, directly severing most of Yi Qing's left hand. With only half a palm left, how could he wield a sword? Ah! Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, then screamed again with a heart-wrenching wail. Too noisy! Qi Lin directly flew up and kicked him in the mouth. With a crunch, all of Yi Qing's teeth fell out, embedding themselves in his tongue and mouth. Half his face caved in, and blood dripped profusely. Bang! Yi Qing's head hit the ground, smashing against the bluestone slab, causing another spurt of blood. His entire body convulsed, and he was in too much pain to cry out. Compared to his posturing when playing with his sword just now, he was now utterly in hell. It was as miserable as could be. However, Qi Lin didn't let him off. He casually hung the black wooden sword on his waist, then picked up the azure soul sword from the ground. The sword was forged from azure soul stone, extremely valuable, and came with a spiritual aura that pierced the soul. In their previous clashes, Qi Lin had felt a stinging pain in his brain, indicating it was a top-tier item, likely priced above an ice-profound pill. Now it was Qi Lin's turn to toy with Yi Qing's azure soul sword. He stepped forward, grabbed Yi Qing's blood-stained collar, dragged him up like a dead dog, and pressed the azure soul sword directly against his neck. The blade instantly stained with blood. May I ask everyone? He harmed people with fake medicine and tricked me out of my sword blade. I've taken his accompanying sword and returned it in full. Is there a problem? Qi Lin coldly scanned all the city guards. What damn problem is there? After a thrilling moment, Han Yuan directly clapped. I support Qi Lin. Although he took the lead, there weren't many city guards who dared to agree. Clearly, these smart people understood that Qi Lin had caused a huge disaster this time. This was the son of the head of the Thick Earth Department of Xin City. He wasn't Su Cheng. And behind him was the Pudu Merchant Association, which devoured people whole. Faced with this scene, they could only be shocked by Qi Lin's strength and bravery. But they would never stand with him. Yi Qing spat, spitting out a few teeth, then suddenly sneered. You're finished. My family will be here soon. You're going to die a very miserable death. What does it matter if I die? If it means making people like you pay the price. As Qi Lin spoke, he directly thrust the azure soul sword into Yi Qing's mouth, causing Yi Qing to shriek miserably once more. Seeing this scene, the city guards fell into complete silence. In fact, they agreed with what Yi Qing had just said. Not only Qi Lin, but all the rootless drifters in Pingyang district had already been condemned to death. Dr. He, Qi Lin dragged Yi Qing directly to Xiao Tower's side. How is she? Doctor He said tremblingly. Thank heavens. Her life should be saved. She'll need a slow recovery. Then, Everyone, please take Xiao Tower back to recuperate, Qilin said. Doctor, he looked at Qilin with worry. What about you, child? In his eyes, Qilin was truly just a child. Yet he bore the weight of everything. Hearing this, Qilin looked past the city guards. In that direction, a large group of true Xian city powerhouses roared forth like colossal beasts in the night. I haven't killed enough yet. Stay put. Qilin stood in the very center of the city guards' encirclement, dragging the dog-like Yi Qing in his hand. The sword was held across his neck. At this moment, 1,000 city guards had all arrived, swords and blades drawn, their gazes cold and stern. They feared Qilin would kill Yi Qing, so they dared not act rashly. Splendid! Suddenly, a clear voice echoed across the sky. A young hero, holding the pass alone. As this voice descended, the city guards automatically cleared a path. A group of luxuriously dressed middle-aged powerhouses stepped in, each a figure who controlled the lifeblood of Xian City. The leader among them wore a white robe, his face like polished jade, with bright eyes and sword-like brows, possessing an extraordinary demeanor. City Lord, the city guards, relieved, bowed in unison. This handsome middle-aged man was precisely the Lord of Xian City, Su Fengxian. After he arrived, his heroic eyes gazed deeply at Qilin, and he praised again. Truly worthy of being Uncle Qi's grandson. This phrase, Uncle Qi's grandson, made the surrounding people look at each other, secretly thinking, so this young man is also from a prominent family? Someone even the city lord calls uncle must be extraordinary. Instantly, their gazes towards Qilin completely changed. What are you doing? And at the next moment, City Lord Su Fengxuan's cold gaze swept over the city guards. Who allowed you to draw swords against the common folk in Pingyang district? The city guards were startled and quickly sheathed their swords. Reporting to the city lord. It was Commander Su Cheng, a city guard said. Preposterous. Su Fengxuan's expression was grim. Tell Su Cheng to get out here. City Lord. Su Cheng has already been killed by Qilin, the city guard said. Su Fengxian was slightly startled, then coldly said, this man abused his power for personal gain and corrupted the city guard's discipline. He deserved to die. After speaking, he once again coldly scanned the city guards. Finally, his gaze settled on Han Yuan, and he said, I order Han Yuan to be the new commander. Immediately lead the city guards to set up defenses. Track down the evil people who caused trouble during the day. And do not trouble the common folk. Han Yuan had prepared himself for a heroic sacrifice, but ended up becoming a commander? He was a bit bewildered. Congratulations, Commander Han. The city guards who had just been surrounding and attacking Han Yuan were now all smiles, calling him brother. This Qilin actually has connections. Even the city lord is protecting him. Thinking this, Han Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. I never expected to gain a blessing from this misfortune. The tense atmosphere from earlier completely eased. Oh, right. Su Fengxuan's gaze became serious as he looked at Qilin and said, Child, you are Uncle Qi's orphan grandson. Your talent is exceptional, but you have no relatives. I am willing to take you as my adopted son and pave the way for your cultivation. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, the city guards immediately looked at Qilin with envy and respect. The common folk were also extremely delighted, happy for Qilin. Now that Qilin is the city lord's adopted son, He won't have to fear retaliation from the Yi family. Right? Xiao Tower's mother, on her way back, asked Dr. He with a joyful expression. Naturally. In our Xian city, the city lord's authority is naturally the greatest. Dr. He was also genuinely happy for Qi Lin. To gain the city lord's appreciation, young Qi Lin's future is boundless. Under the gaze of all, Su Fengshuan's eyes showed a gentle expression, and he added, "Of course, if you are unwilling, I will not force you." City Lord Su, Qi Lin quietly looked at Su Fengxian. "I am willing." Su Fengxian smiled faintly upon hearing this. He was just about to say the next sentence. Suddenly, the azure soul sword in Qi Lin's hand suddenly thrust towards Yi Qing's dantian. Pierced straight through. Boom! Yi Qing's true essence of the profound sea realm, second stage, spurted out along the azure soul sword's blade, and his dantian deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking instantly. Ah! Yi Qing's eyes widened, and his limbs twitched. He was clearly screaming in agony, but no sound came from his throat. He could only look at Qi Lin with despair in his eyes. A broken hand still left room for recovery, but a shattered dantian. He was definitely crippled for life. He didn't understand. Qi Lin had already agreed to be Su Fengshuan's adopted son. So why did he suddenly attack? Qi Lin. Su Fengshuan's expression suddenly turned cold. "What are you doing?" Qi Lin scratched his head and smiled innocently. "I already have the city lord as my adopted father. Why would I fear a mere Yi family? As the saying goes, cut the grass, remove the roots. I'm helping our city lord's manor avoid future trouble." Upon hearing this, Su Fengshuan's face became stiff as iron, his gaze darker than ink. Su Fengxian. Suddenly, an angry roar shook the air. A figure landed beside Su Fengxian, its vast true essence descending like a meteorite, causing the earth to violently shake and crack. The strength of the newcomer was evident. He must be a powerhouse beyond the profound sea realm, with true essence as vast as the earth's young meridians. After this burly figure appeared, he merely glared at Su Fengxian. The next instant, his towering rage, like a furnace, locked onto Qi Lin, murderous intent ferocious in his eyes. "It's the head of the thick earth department, Yi Jianxiong. I heard he's also a big shot in the Pudu Merchant Association. Almost on par with the city lord. It was precisely Yi Qing's father." What's going on? Han Yuan couldn't understand any of this. "Brother Han, just now the city lord condemned Su Cheng, then promoted you and took an adopted son, all to trick Qi Lin into releasing Yi Qing. But Qi Lin just crippled Yi Qing directly," a city guard reminded him. Holy crap! Han Yuan was stunned again. "So my commander position is gone, and I can't escape a death sentence." He really wanted to curse. These people were too cunning. Just to save one person, they had so many tricks. However, Han Yuan glanced at Qi Lin's ferocity and could only say that Su Fengxian and Yi Jianxiong were also helpless. A young boy of this age had no sense of proportion. These two powerhouses couldn't guarantee that if they acted directly, Qi Lin wouldn't fight to the death to kill Yi Qing. Damn it! This little brat is smarter than me? He exposed Su Fengshuan's true intentions with one sword. Han Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. But now he was also burning with anxiety. He hit the young one, and now the old one has arrived. How could a 13-year-old boy withstand this? Indeed, when Yi Jianxiong saw his beloved son crippled, He gnashed his teeth in fury. Yi Qing, he called out his son's name. Father. Yi Qing opened his cloudy eyes. Save me. Yi Jianxiong suddenly closed his eyes. If you are my son in your next life, I will absolutely protect you for a lifetime of glory. Hearing this, Yi Qing's body convulsed, and he desperately shook his head. Even if he was crippled, he still wanted to live. But in his father's eyes, a crippled person, wasting away a lifetime, was better off dying early and reincarnating. Only in this way could Yi Jianxiong ignore Qi Lin's threat. Boom! When the true essence suppression of that Earth-Yang realm powerhouse swept over and landed on Qi Lin, the ground beneath his feet began to collapse. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Both Qi Lin and Yi Qing's bones were trembling, and cold sweat continuously poured out. Earth-Yang realm, the first 4 cultivation realms: yellow, profound, earth, heaven. This Yi Jianxiong, it was said, was a powerhouse of the 4th stage of the Earth-Yang realm. Burning ruins, far stronger than Qi Lin. Father, don't kill me. Yi Qing was also suppressed by the Earth-Yang pressure and immediately cried out in tragic wails. Qi Lin, with his knees on the ground, stubbornly resisted the pressure, his eyes like sharp swords as he looked at Yi Jianxiong. Sneering, a dignified head of the thick earth department, cultivating for over 40 years. Do you really have the face to bully a mere child like me here? Yi Jianxiong sneered, ignoring Yi Qing, and slammed a palm towards Qi Lin. So what if I'm bullying the weak? Who told your family you're the only lonely ghost left? Go complain to the king of hell. Boom! Boom! The divine might of the Earth-Yang had already caused Qi Lin's flesh and blood to begin tearing. Qi Lin was furious. Grandpa! He suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the direction of the Qi Tian clan ancestral hall. Everyone's calling your grandson a lonely ghost. How much longer are you going to watch the show? Upon hearing Qi Lin call out, Grandpa, only Su Fengshuan's expression stiffened slightly. The other Xian city powerhouses only remembered him as a buried fortune-telling charlatan who specialized in swindling during his lifetime. Of course, he didn't cheat the poor. Your grandpa. Yi Jianxiong squeezed out a trace of mockery from his ferocious face. He's probably been gnawed to dust by worms and snakes in his coffin. Boom! Wherever he went, the ground beneath his feet erupted with pits. And amidst the rising dust, Yi Jianxiong ignored Yi Qing and slammed a palm towards Qi Lin's forehead. Die! The might of this palm caused the common folk to scream in alarm. However, they did not see any fear of death in Qi Lin's eyes, from beginning to end. Only indifference towards Yi Jianxiong. Who dares to touch my grandson? Just as Yi Jianxiong's palm was about to smash Qi Lin's head, a withered, old hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and gripped Yi Jianxiong's wrist. That slow, leisurely voice actually drowned out all the noise in the arena, crawling into everyone's ears like ants. Ha! Yi Jianxiong was struck as if by lightning. He stared intently at the palm he had unleashed. This palm, struck with Earth-Yang true essence, could split boulders. So how could it be clamped by 2 fingers? Utterly unmoving? Moreover, his wrist was already bruised purple from the grip. They were clearly just 2 fingers. Yet they held Yi Jianxiong down like a primeval colossal beast. Buzz! Yi Jianxiong's entire body of true essence vibrated back, making his throat feel sweet, and a mouthful of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head in horror to look at the owner of those 2 fingers. He saw a tall, Thin old man in a white robe. His white beard flowed, possessing an immortal aura and Taoist bones. With one hand, he gripped Yi Jianxiong, and in the other, he held a banner with the 4 large characters, Heavenly Secret Divination. So, you wanted to kill my grandson? Qi Tianji asked with a smile. No, Senior. There's a misunderstanding here. The terrifying force on his wrist made Yi Jianxiong instantly realize that Qi Lin's grandfather was not only alive but also terrifyingly powerful. Just heard you like to bully the weak? Qi Tianji pouted. What a coincidence. This old man also likes to bully the weak. The moment he finished speaking, he clamped his 2 fingers together, actually snapping Yi Jianxiong's wrist clean off. Ah! Yi Jianxiong's eyes widened, and veins bulged. Su Fengxian. Help me! Yi Jianxiong retreated while fiercely shouting at the Shen City Lord. Su Fengxian silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sternly said, Yi Jianxiong, it's the father's fault if he doesn't educate his child. You didn't raise your son well, so Uncle Qi will educate you. Just bear with it. You! Yi Jianxiong's eyes were bloodshot with rage. The other Shen City powerhouses vanished one after another, and the city guards also retreated in panic. Scared. Don't run! Qi Tianji's white figure flashed, suddenly reappearing before Yi Jianxiong, and a palm strike tore through the air, slamming towards Yi Jianxiong. Yi Jianxiong desperately tried to block, but his arm snapped directly, and his face took the full force of the palm. Half his face instantly caved in and turned completely bruised. Senior Qi. I was wrong, Yi Jianxiong screamed, immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I'm a pig. I'm a dog. I'll leave right now, and I'll even give you the Azure Jade Hall. To correct a mistake is the greatest good. Qi Tianji nodded in satisfaction, then said, just be more careful in your next life. No sooner had he spoken than he kicked and shattered Yi Jianxiong's skull. Bang! Yi Jianxiong's blood splattered, and his headless corpse slumped to the ground. The scene was utterly silent, so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. However, I cannot refuse your kind offer. The Azure Jade Hall. This old man accepts it, Qi Tianji added. As he spoke, he took Yi Jianxiong's bronze ring. Furthermore, Qi Tianji suddenly looked up at the group of Shen City powerhouses and said somewhat angrily, just now, this Yi Jianxiong said my grandson was a lonely ghost, and that his own family had a great enterprise. Right? After speaking, he raised an eyebrow and asked Su Fengxian, Young Su, how many of these people are selling medicine for Azure Jade Hall? Su Fengxian's face twitched as he said, Uncle Qi, there are over a dozen. As soon as his voice fell, over a dozen people among the crowd changed their expressions drastically and fled in a hurry. Still think you can leave? Qi Tianji flashed and chased after them, striking each with a single palm. Thud. Thud. Those people didn't run far before their heads burst open one by one, dying tragically on the spot. Big family. Big business? This old man will wipe them all out for you. Qi Tianji grumbled and cursed as he rolled up his sleeves and walked back. The Shen City experts and city guards present stared blankly at this scene, not daring to move a muscle. Cold sweat poured from them, and their hearts felt utterly cold. Frogs in a well. So conceited. A sudden burst of laughter rang out. It came from Yi Qing, whom Qi Lin had captive. With eyes stained with blood, he stared fixedly at Qi Tianji. So you're the villain? The young master of the Shao clan died by your hand, didn't he? Good, very good. Whether it's the Pudu Merchant Association behind my Azure Jade Hall, or the Shao clan of Shun capital, they will ensure you have no burial place, and that Xian City's Pingyang district will be littered with corpses and flow with blood. You're already dead. What does anything after that have to do with you? Qi Lin interjected. I'm not dead yet, I Ching roared. Bang. Qi Lin slammed a palm onto the crown of his head. Dead yet? I Ching's head burst open, and he died with his eyes wide open. However, the words he left behind about the villain, the Pudu Merchant Association, and the Shao clan of Shin capital still caused a shift in everyone's hearts. Even if Qi Tianji was strong, in front of the Pudu Merchant Association with its powerful background, and the clans of the Shin capital in the Taizong nation, he was merely a fly. What's more, he still had tens of thousands of commoners to protect. Uncle Qi, Su Fengxian took a deep breath, cupped his hands respectfully before Qi Tianji, and said, Congratulations on your return. It is a blessing for all the people of Xian City to have such a powerful expert presiding here. Is that so? Qi Tianji looked at him and suddenly gave a cold, eerie smile. But for Xian City to have a city lord like you, that is a misfortune for all the people. Su Fengxian gave an awkward smile. Uncle Qi's lesson is right. This nephew will certainly learn well from you. All right. I'll teach you right now. Qi Tianji suddenly appeared beside Su Fengxian and grasped one of his arms. Uncle Qi. What are you doing? Su Fengxian's heart pounded wildly as he gave an embarrassed laugh. This nephew truly respects you. Rip. As soon as his voice fell, Qi Tianji directly used his hand as a blade and forcibly tore off Su Fengxian's entire arm. Ah! Even with his defenses, Su Fengxian couldn't block Qi Tianji's strike, and was immediately in heart-wrenching pain. City Lord. The Xian City experts and city guards were even more terrified to see Qi Tianji attack City Lord Su after slaying Yi Jianxiong. They had heard Su Fengxian repeatedly call him Uncle Qi, and thought their personal relationship was still good. Qi Tianji, Su Fengxian, his face distorted, looked at his severed arm, then glared at the white-robed elder. Today I have humbled myself before you and given you enough respect. Why must you still be so overbearing? I'm overbearing? Qi Tianji threw Su Fengxian's severed arm onto the ground and stomped it into pieces. Before my immortal journey, I warned you to treat the commoners of Pingyang district better. Did you do that? How did I not do that? Aren't they living well? Su Fengxian paused, pointing at the group of commoners. Ridiculous. Qi Tianji looked coldly at Su Fengxian. Azure Jade Hall exploited the commoners with fake medicine, and you didn't stand up for them, even sharing the profits with the Yi family. You call that doing well? You sold the entire Pingyang district to the Shao clan to get a spot in the divine strategy manor for your daughter. You call that doing well? Now Shao Tianyang is dead. And to give the Shao clan a chance to vent their anger, you've trapped tens of thousands of commoners here. You call that doing well? Qi Tianji's 3 consecutive rhetorical questions caused a huge uproar. A spot in the divine strategy manor? Even Qi Lin didn't know that the reason tens of thousands of commoners' homes were demolished was actually for a single spot. The city lord wants us all dead? No wonder he wouldn't let Little Tower leave. The commoners looked incredulously at Su Fengxian, then remembered Su Lianxi, whom they respectfully called Fairy Su. The truth was revealed. Compared to the Shao clan, your Su family is even more hateful. Tens of thousands of commoners' eyes were red with fury. They had trusted the city lord's mansion so much. What did they get in return? To be treated like pigs and dogs by the city lord's mansion. Faced with these disappointed gazes, Su Fengxian fell silent. beast, hypocrite, sanctimonious. Listening to these curses, Su Fengshuan's expression grew colder and sterner. This was his true face. Su Fengxian. Qi Tianji's cold gaze locked onto Su Fengxian. This old man said that if you dared to touch Pingyang district, I would break your 4 limbs. Do you still have anything to say now? Yes. Su Fengxian coldly raised his head and pointed at Qi Lin. He has his grandfather backing him. And my Su family also has our old ancestors. How can I let you continue to be so arrogant? Just as his voice fell, 2 shadows landed with a crash, appearing before him. These 2 had true essence as vast as the scorching sun. And the true essence escaping outwards was like a golden crow divine bird, spreading its wings, ready to fly. Wherever the true essence surged, the surrounding temperature rapidly rose. They were indeed Earthyang Golden Crow experts of the 5th stage of the Earthyang realm. And there were 2 of them. Qi Tianji. You took advantage of our secluded cultivation to humiliate our clansmen. If you hadn't died earlier, how could you have lived to this day? The Su family old ancestor on the left had crane hair and a youthful face, looking full of vigor. To his right was an old woman, whose true essence was also as vast as the scorching sun. Both old ancestors. Please stand up for me. Su Fengxian, acting like a dog relying on its master's power, hid behind the 2 of them. The 2 old ancestors of the Su family are the century-old mainstays of Xian City. Many Xian City experts and city guards, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally showed expressions of joy upon seeing this. They all looked coldly at Qi Tianji and his grandson with gloating eyes. True essence like a golden crow, given time, capable of traveling through the heavens. Qi Tianji looked at the 2 Su family old ancestors and asked faintly, "Now you know fear?" Too late. The 2 Su family old ancestors had sinister expressions, and their 2 great Earth-Yang golden crows simultaneously spread their true essence wings, blasting towards Qi Tianji from left and right. Old ancestors. First break his 4 limbs. Su Fengxian clutched the wound of his severed arm, his face becoming even more hideous. Heh! In the center of the battlefield, Qi Tianji suddenly chuckled and shook his head helplessly. Bullying others by relying on power is indeed satisfying. But everyone has a time when they hit a steel plate. In the end, the still about whose steel plate is harder. His gaze, which was not quite a smile, fell upon the 2 Su family old ancestors, and the smile on his lips gradually vanished. The next instant, he clasped his hand into a fist. Around him, streaks of black and white airflow gathered, like 2 black and white divine dragons, coiling around his fist. Boom! Qi Tianji punched out, and heaven and earth instantly roared, with thousands of deafening air blasts within a 3-li radius. With that punch, 2 black and white energy vortex dragons burst forth. The fist was like an azure dragon emerging from its lair, striking the 2 attacking Su family old ancestors with overwhelming might. Heaven control! The faces of the 2 Su family old ancestors suddenly distorted, and they let out mournful shrieks. Buzz! They simultaneously turned into dust with that single punch. Whoosh! The divine might of the punch reverberated, and a large amount of dust and corpse powder sprayed onto Su Fengshuan's face, filling his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose with the old ancestors' remains. Gasp! Gasp! Su Fengxian gasped for breath, also letting out uncontrollable sounds of fear and choking. A heaven control realm expert. He's in the heaven control realm. The crevices of Su Fengshuan's hideous face were filled with freshly gushing tears of fear. He couldn't even imagine in his dreams that a dilapidated ancestral hall would hide a heaven control expert powerful enough to guard a clan within the Taizong nation. Both old ancestors, when the two old ancestors, who had guarded the Su family and deterred the entire city, turned into dust. Su Fengxian finally understood at this moment that his Su family was doomed. His pledge of allegiance had been thrown into a crematorium. Having walked on thin ice his entire life, and now making one fatal misstep, no matter how unwilling Su Fengxian was, he could only curse the heavens. Qi Tianji, may you and your grandson die a horrible death. Don't curse too harshly. I haven't even planned on killing you yet. Qi Tianji suddenly appeared beside him. His handblade was like a true blade, cutting through tangled hemp with swiftness, severing all three of Su Fengshuan's remaining limbs. Puff, puff, puff. Su Fengshuan's hands and feet flew into the air. Only a human pig remained, falling with a thud at Qi Tianji's feet, blood flowing like a river. Old Yang's limbs have been reattached, while you, the instigator, have had yours completely severed. This is called karmic retribution. Qi Tianji held the heavenly mystery divine calculation banner, speaking from a position of superiority. At this moment, he truly possessed an aura of having comprehended heavenly mysteries. You might as well just kill me, Su Fengxian cried with a hideous voice. Didn't you want to see the Pudu Merchant Association and the Shao clan of Shun Capital come to destroy my grandson and me? Qi Tianji looked in the direction of Shun Capital and smiled eerily. Uncle Qi is very generous. I'll specially give you a spectator seat. Remember to sweep your city lord's mansion gate clean. As many heads from Shun Capital will be displayed there later. Arrogant. Ignorant. Su Fengxian burst into laughter. Qi Tianji ignored him, turning instead to face the dense ranks of city guards and the many people hidden in the shadows. His expression turned cold, and his voice boomed like a great bell. Tell the Shao clan. Shao Tianyang. I killed him. This old man is right here in my Qi family ancestral hall. Not going anywhere. Let them come. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. These words were deafening, making the eardrums of the people in the night feel as if they would split, deeply awed by this domineering aura. Furthermore, I'm putting my words here. Pingyang district is the blood and sweat of generations of commoners here. With me, Qi Tianji, presiding, the Shao clan shouldn't even dream of taking a single stone. Boom. 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 These words swept past like a torrent, making the night even more utterly silent. Ha ha. Su Fengxian kept laughing. What are you laughing at? You old hag. Qi Tianji spat a mouthful of saliva at him, then kicked him, chuckling. Your damn children are also bad seeds. You don't need this fifth limb either. Just get a completely round body. Su Fengxian twitched in pain, wanting to faint but unable to. Grandpa. Qilin was also very shocked today. He could guess that his grandpa had some abilities, but he never expected him to be a heaven control expert. In the Taizong nation, this was definitely of the Grandmaster class. Damn it! I finally have a backer. Qilin was so excited that he even picked up the little black beast's catchphrase. He was just about to go towards Qi Tianji. But at this moment, I'm talking about you, Su Lianqi, aren't I? Come over here. Qi Tianji, however, spoke to someone not far away. Your father is twitching like a spinning top in front of this old man. Quickly carry him home. That fairy Su, dressed in a white dress, was beautiful and kind-hearted. She was once an enchanting white lotus of a prosperous era, blooming in the barren lands of Pingyang district. The truth, goodness, and beauty she represented were the light in many people's hearts. As her little follower, every time Su Lianxi came here, Qilin would revolve around her, busy running errands regardless of the hardship. Back then, he respected this sister Su from the bottom of his heart, for being in a high position yet not forgetting the poor. How could he have known that beneath her sacred white dress was a hypocritical black heart? Whoosh! In the night, a group of city guards cleared a path. In the moonlight, she slightly lowered her head, her face cold and serene, her fair and slender fingers tightly clutching her snow-white skirt hem. She still looked like a saintess, while the ground around her was full of filth. Qilin and his grandpa, covered in blood and grime, looked more like killing gods crawled out of purgatory. Sister Su, in the dead silence, Qilin suddenly spoke softly. Have you come to Pingyang district to do charity again? A glance at the miserable Su Fengxian on the ground, and the corpse powder of the two Su family old ancestors, was enough to know that Qilin's sarcasm was fully evident. Hearing this, Su Lianxi's delicate shoulders twitched slightly. She still didn't raise her head, but silently stepped forward, disregarding the blood and dirt, and picked up her father. Thank you, Grandpa Qi, for your grace in not killing him. She said this in an extremely soft tone. You are a junior. I will not kill you. Someone like you should be dealt with by my grandson, Qi Tianji said. Su Lianxi fell silent upon hearing this. Afterwards, she slowly raised her head, and her beautiful eyes, once as clear and translucent as a white moon, fell upon Qilin. The young boy in black stood in the darkness, before tens of thousands of commoners, with two swords hanging from his waist, and burning flames rolling in his eyes. Little Lin, Su Lianxi's red lips trembled slightly. You've grown up. Thanks to you. Qilin paused. I finally learned to distinguish who is human and who is a ghost. Su Lianxi silently bowed her head. If you wish to judge, I will await you at the city lord's mansion. As she spoke, Qilin saw that in her pupils, there seemed to be a blood moon. This blood moon made her gaze hollow, and beneath that hollowness, there was bloodlust. After speaking, she carried the human pig Su Fengxian and turned to leave. The 1,000+ city guards had long looked disheveled and stood uneasily. After the Su father and daughter left, they were finally relieved and all dispersed. How could they dare to surround Pingyang district again? When these flashing blades disappeared into the darkness, the poor commoners of Pingyang district finally breathed a sigh of relief and wept tears of joy. Thump. Thump. Qilin's waist. The black wooden sword began to tremble. What's wrong? Qilin moved aside, staring at the little beast on the sword hilt and asking. The little beast on the sword hilt clamored. This venerable one smells divine blood. It's on that woman. Su Lianxi. Qilin was startled. Yes. Her. What is divine blood? Qilin frowned. It's a divine legacy bloodline, the little beast on the sword hilt said. Divine legacy bloodline? Qilin seemed to have heard of this. It was said that on this divine legacy continent, some people, whose mothers received divine blood into the womb during pregnancy, were born with special talents. And these types of people often became top-tier geniuses. Evidently, Su Lianxi's ability to obtain a spot in the divine strategy manner was also related to her divine legacy bloodline. Regarding gods, Qi Lin still had many doubts, such as whether so-called gods still existed in the current world. Anyway, he had long felt that the current human world was very strange. Otherwise, how could the Qi Tian clan have been forgotten by all living beings? Go find your Qi Tian clan's Ritual of 10,000 Gods. It has detailed explanations of various king gods, wandering gods, and false gods under the 10 symbol gods. Perhaps you can find this woman's divine origin. The little beast on the sword hilt said anxiously. My grandpa has this thing? Qi Lin asked. Why don't you just ask him? The little beast on the sword hilt said grumpily. All right, Qi Lin nodded. Anyway, there's a certain possibility you can devour her divine legacy bloodline, the little beast on the sword hilt suddenly said. Oh, Qi Lin looked up, gazing in the direction Su Lianxi had left. But you can't do it in public, the little beast on the sword hilt added. Why? To devour a divine legacy bloodline, you must consume it brutally. The process is very violent, the little beast on the sword hilt said eerily. Holy crap, Qi Lin stared wide-eyed. Me? Brutally consume Sister Su? When there's no one around, we'll sneak over, the little beast on the sword hilt coaxed. She's at the third stage of the profound sea realm, with flowing stream true essence. She's 2 stages higher than me, so it won't be easy to take her down, Qi Lin said. Cultivation realms are an insurmountable chasm. The 5 stages of the profound sea realm mist, frost, stream, river, and sea represent vast differences in true essence volume. The reason Qi Lin dealt with Yi Qing so smoothly just now was also due to the successful surprise attack of his first sword strike, severing her hand. Simple, the little beast on the sword hilt chuckled. You find a way to catch an evil beast for this venerable one to eat. This venerable one will help you deal with her. You're just trying to trick me into feeding you, aren't you? Qi Lin laughed. Damn it, the little beast on the sword hilt fumed. If you don't cooperate, forget it. Qi Lin found it amusing to see it go crazy. Although this little beast kept claiming to be the ancestor of 10,000 beasts, his temperament was just like a little brat. If I don't tease a beast, why keep it? Divine succession bloodline, waiting for me at home. Qi Lin watched Su Lianxi's last wisp of white skirt disappear into the darkness. Senior Sister Su, you still treat me like a little kid. Only after silently reciting that line did he look towards Qi Tianji. At this moment, Qi Tianji was surrounded by a group of people, about 5 or 6 of them. They were actually some of the powerful figures who had come from Shen City earlier. These people dare to associate with my grandpa under the threat of retaliation from the Shao clan of Divine Capital and the Pudu Merchant Guild, which means they have quite a strong background. Just as Qi Lin thought of this, Qi Tianji waved to him and said, Grandson, come here. Grandpa. Qi Lin quickly walked over. Qi Tianji patted his shoulder and said to the vibrant red figure in front of them, Qi Lin, this is your Aunt Tang. Aunt Tang. Qi Lin looked up. Before him stood a graceful woman, ripe like a juicy peach. Her figure was curvaceous and full, her waist strong like a snake, and her rounded hips supported her skirt, outlining a breathtaking curve. The subtle fragrance from her body, like rich rose, enveloped Qi Lin, trapping him in its intoxicating aroma. This is outrageous. Dressing so provocatively in broad daylight, making people all flustered. The little beast on the sword hilt mumbled. The sudden remark startled Qi Lin. Little Lin, what did you just say? The woman in the red dress asked, puzzled. Her voice was as if coated in honey, incredibly gentle, making Qi Lin feel as if his ears had become sweet. I didn't say anything, Qi Lin said. He actually knew this person. Her name seemed to be Tang Wenwan, and the people of Xian City generally called her Madame Tang. She was the head of Xian City's evil suppression department. In Xian City's official circles, she, Su Fengxian, and Yi Jianxiong were essentially the three giants. Now it seemed she was the only giant left. Qi Lin looked up at her, secretly thinking, never mind. She alone makes up three giants. Little Lin, Tang Wenwan smiled like a peach blossom. It's like this. The evil suppression department, where Aunt Tang works, wants to recommend you to cultivate at the Divine Strategy Mansion in the Divine Capital, to become a top genius of the Taizong Kingdom. Do you want to go? No, Qi Lin decisively shook his head. Why not? Tang Wenwan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering. According to Taizong Kingdom law, only those who reach the profound sea realm before the age of 13, and are then recommended by one of the 5 departments, can enter the Divine Strategy Mansion. Countless geniuses and prodigies across the country are breaking their heads and exhausting all their connections just to get such an opportunity. Yet they can't. Qi Lin, of course, knew how difficult it was to enter the Divine Strategy Mansion. The Divine Strategy Mansion was the Taizong Kingdom's foremost national academy. Not to mention that even princes and princesses studied and cultivated there. Just seeing that Su Lianxi sold the entire Pingyang district, plus her divine succession bloodline, only to get one spot, showed how exclusive it was. Moreover, the Divine Strategy Mansion was not only the cradle of Taizong's geniuses, but also the training ground for its high-ranking officials and military generals. Anyone who emerged from the Divine Strategy Mansion could basically enter high positions in the 5 departments across various regions and cities, or even remain in the Divine Capital as a person of influence, participating in court affairs and gaining promotions and titles. As the saying goes, once you enter the Divine Strategy Mansion, you ascend to heaven in a single step. The connections forged while cultivating in the Divine Strategy Mansion alone were priceless. Therefore, Tang Wenwan didn't understand why he refused. Qi Lin's tone was indeed firm. He said, right now my clan is in trouble, and our villagers have no way out. The retaliation from the Shao clan and the Pudu Merchant Guild will arrive in the blink of an eye. Who knows how many powerful experts and old ancestors they will send after losing face. I want to stay in front of the ancestral hall and fight alongside my grandpa. I'm not going anywhere. Shao Tianyang called the Shao clan a world-suppressing clan. And it was a fact that its powerful clansmen were spread across the country, numbering as many as 60,000. Not to mention that now, the Pudu Merchant Guild, which spanned several countries, had also been added to the mix. Hearing Qi Lin's words, Tang Wenwan couldn't help but laugh. In a life-and-death struggle for a clan's survival, what can a junior like you, in the profound sea realm, do to help? Before she could finish, Qi Tianji interrupted. If Qi Lin says he's not going, then he's not going. Tang Wenwan paused for a moment, then gave an awkward smile. Of course. In Xian City now, Uncle Qi has the final say. No, Qi Tianji glanced at her. Little Tang, you will have the final say in Xian City. Let the Tang clan of Divine Capital behind you recommend you to be the new city lord. Uncle Qi, I'll do my best. Tang Wenwan immediately felt the pressure upon hearing this. Additionally, I am willing to help Uncle Qi manage the Azure Jade Hall and transport its wealth and medicine to Pingyang District. Go do it, Qi Tianji said. Thank you for your trust. Uncle Qi. Tang Wanwan showed a heavenly imperial expert the respect she deserved. Wait, Aunt Tang. Qi Lin suddenly interjected, asking somewhat awkwardly, "You're the head of the evil suppression department." So the evil suppression department specializes in controlling and slaying evil beasts, right? That's right, little Lin. Then, does Aunt Tang's evil suppression department currently have any evil beast corpses? The fresh kind, Qi Lin asked in a low voice. Let me think. Tang Wanwan's eyes lit up slightly. Then she said, a fresh corpse. Seems there is one. It's a mid-grade armored filth beast. Do you want it? Qi Lin was thin-skinned. But to feed the heaven-piercing, prison-suppressing Qilin its first meal, and also to deal with the divine succession bloodline matter with Su Lianxi, he bit the bullet and said, I want it. If you want it, Auntie will satisfy you. Tang Wanwan winked alluringly. Can you speak normally? Qi Tianji couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Tang Wanwan on the head. It's perfectly normal, Tang Wanwan cried out in surprise, then said aggrievedly. Seeing that Qi Tianji didn't blame her further, and with a good opportunity to get closer, Tang Wanwan quickly said to Qi Lin, I'll arrange the matters of the Azure Jade Hall first. Then I'll take you to get it. Qi Lin glanced at his grandpa, and seeing that he had no objections, he knew there were no safety concerns, so he nodded in agreement. Damn it! The little beast on the sword hilt was already excited, howling. See that? Now that's a real woman. Follow a real woman, and you'll never lack food. Qi Lin quickly covered the sword hilt, his head aching terribly. He wondered how he could shut this mouth up. Soon, Tang Wanwan quickly arranged the matters of the Azure Jade Hall. Next, Qi Tianji distributed the wealth and medicine from the Azure Jade Hall to the common people. Han Yuan and the others were all helping, so Qi Lin wasn't needed. Let's go, little Lin. Tang Wanwan's red dress billowed in the night wind as she gracefully waved to Qi Lin. Cough. Cough. Qi Lin felt like a lamb entering a tiger's den. On the way, the fragrant breeze was continuous. Tang Wanwan didn't tease Qi Lin anymore. Instead, she looked back in the direction of Pingyang District and said worriedly, Little Lin, do you have a concept of the Shao clan of Divine Capital and the Pudu Merchant Guild in your mind? Qi Lin shook his head. I only know that their clan has a vast network, many powerful experts, and they are extremely vengeful, but I don't know exactly how strong they are. Tang Wanwan sighed. Your grandpa is indeed in the heavenly imperial realm, but both the Shao clan and the Pudu Merchant Guild have many heavenly imperial realm experts guarding them. How many exactly? Qi Lin asked. In these turbulent times, no one will willingly reveal all their trump cards. Everyone acts with one face openly and another in secret. The Shao clan has over 20 heavenly imperial experts on the surface. Who knows if they have hidden reserves? After Tang Wanwan finished speaking, she looked at Qi Lin and said, In such a world, I admire that you and your grandpa are still willing to speak up for the common people, but this is not a long-term solution. Ultimately, you are just two, a grandpa and grandson, while your enemies number tens of thousands of powerful experts with endless connections. So, child, true strength is not the strength of one person, but the strength of many. The strength of many? Exactly. Tang Wanwan looked towards the divine capital. How does one person become many? Naturally, by making many friends and becoming a hegemon across the lands. So, Aunt Tang believes that instead of being buried with Pingyang District, you should save your family by a roundabout way and go to the Divine Strategy Mansion. Perhaps there, you can find someone who can truly help you. That would truly be helping your grandpa. I'm not going. Qi Lin refused again without a second thought. Why? Tang Wanwan was stunned. There are too many demons and monsters in this world. Instead of trying to please others, it's better to keep time for oneself, Qilin said. You child. Tang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. You've got something. After speaking, she softly added, just don't know how much. Not long after, they arrived at the evil suppression department. It was deep into the night, and the evil suppression department was dim and deserted. Tang Wanwan held a candle flame, her delicate figure swaying with the light, leading the way for Qilin. The evil beast's corpse is heavy and large, difficult to transport. I'll prepare a carriage for you. Thank you, Aunt Tang. How much? Qilin asked. You have gold. Spirit stones, Tang Wanwan asked, surprised. Qilin showed his bronze ring and said, a void ring. I Ching's. It has some ill-gotten gains inside. Heh. Tang Wanwan rolled her eyes at him. Keep it. Auntie doesn't want your money. She just wants to give you a red packet. What do you mean? Qilin asked blankly. He knew that an evil beast's entire body was a treasure, worth a considerable amount. Why wouldn't she take money, and even give him a red packet? Strange. Tang Wanwan didn't answer him, but went to the storeroom. Soon, she pulled over a carriage. On the carriage was an iron cage, covered with thick cloth, and reeking of blood. And it wasn't just the smell of blood. There was also an aura of extreme evil and violence, unique to evil beasts. It really is an evil beast. Seeing the black wooden sword at his waist getting excited again, Qilin knew this evil beast was real. After handing the carriage over to Qilin, Tang Wanwan suddenly took Qilin's palm in her jade hand and softly said, your hand. It's a bit bigger than Auntie's now. Cough. Cough. Qilin quickly withdrew his hand. Aunt Tang. What kind of evil beast is this? Tang Wanwan smiled. A mid-grade armored filth. A great sun tortoise. Is this an evil beast of extreme yang and rigidity? Qilin asked in surprise. That's right. Tang Wanwan's beautiful eyes swept over Qilin's physique, her red lips trembling slightly. Are you planning to take its tortoise treasure? Listen to Auntie's advice. At your age, you won't be able to handle it. This. Qilin gritted his teeth. You don't need to worry about it. You child. You're truly a headache. Tang Wanwan again squeezed his wrist, her gaze at him containing what seemed like pink flames. If you insist on taking it, then don't go home tonight. Tang Wanwan's eyes were like silken threads. Auntie will temper you into a true man. Qilin's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. Are you crazy? He quickly drove the carriage, speeding away. Divine capital. Shao clan ancestral land. In the central position was a blood pool. The blood in the pool was charred black and viscous, with sand-like bone fragments floating on the dark red foam. Human skins were wrapped into cocoon-like masses, their decaying cheeks still clinging to eyelashes, revealing ghastly white mandibles as they tumbled with the blood waves. Human spinal bones were stuck in the crevices at the bottom of the pool, their spinal cords transformed into scarlet threads wrapping around ribs, with an eyeball still attached by human tendons suspended at the end. Blood ancestor, a person in a black robe, with a massive blood claw imprint on their back, called out from outside the blood pool. What is it? Gurgle. In the center of the blood pool, a blood-haired youth, appearing to be about 13 or 14, emerged from the viscous, charred black blood. He was very thin, with pale skin and thin lips. He looked very young, yet possessed a handsome and demonic allure. Many in this world probably didn't know that the Shao clan's blood ancestor appeared as a youth. The black-robed man took a deep breath. Blood ancestor. There is a major matter. Speak. My son Tianyang went to Xian City to collect the ice-profound crystal vein, encountered a tough opponent, and died. 100 other clansmen also lost their lives, the black-robed man said in a low voice. This matter has spread throughout the divine capital, and many are watching the show and making fun of us. Oh, in the blood-haired youth's eyes, a bloody hue slowly welled up. He uttered 2 bloody words. Slaughter the city. The black-robed man's brows trembled slightly. Yes, after this is done. Quickly prepare goods and send them to the 9 nether purgatory. The blood-haired youth said one more thing, then sank back into the blood pool. Yes, the black-robed man gazed at the blood pool, a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. After leaving the ancestral land, the black-robed man summoned a subordinate. Notify the branch masters of the 3rd, 8th, 11th, and 17th branches to summon 200 Earth Yang realm cultivators and 3,000 clan guards, the black-robed man said. Such a large movement? The subordinate was startled. These are just the forces on the surface. Gather them immediately and depart. The black-robed man's voice surged with killing intent. I will personally accompany them. Yes. Clan King. The subordinate's heart trembled. Where are we going? The black-robed man's eyes were bloodshot and cold as he looked south of the divine capital. Xian City. Xian City. Young and foolish. Not knowing how good Auntie is. Mistakenly treating senior sister Sue as a treasure. On the way home, the black wooden sword transformed into a small black beast, frolicking and yelping on the carriage. In excellent spirits. We're almost there. You brat. Shut up. Qilin, with black lines all over his forehead, drove the carriage into Pingyang district. It was deep into the night. In every household, candles were extinguished, and people slept soundly. Qilin, not wanting to disturb anyone, slowed down and quietly returned to the ancestral hall. You didn't lose your innocence, did you? Suddenly, a strange tone of voice sounded in his ear. Qilin was startled. He looked back and saw his grandpa, Qi Tianji, who had appeared at some unknown time, smiling at him. You're crazy too, Qilin said, speechless. Of course, if this grandpa were a steady person, he wouldn't be carrying that divine oracle banner around every day. Grandpa, how is Little Tower? Qilin was still thinking about this matter. I found over a dozen more ice-profound pills in the Azure Jade Hall and distributed them to the villagers, so everyone can suffer much less, Qi Tianji said, stroking his long beard. As for Little Tower, the medicine was given in time. After a period of recuperation, she'll be fine to grow up and marry you. Grandpa, you're this old. Can you be more serious? Qilin felt much relieved upon hearing this, but still had to complain a bit. What do you know? Which serious old man do pretty grandmas like? As Qi Tianji spoke, he pulled out 2 jade boxes for Qilin, 1 white and 1 blue, saying, the white box contains ice-profound pills. 2 of them. Why are you giving these to me? Qilin was stunned. Qi Tianji rolled his eyes at him. The fire blight disease burns meridians and dantian, treating all beings equally. In fact, the stronger one's cultivation, the more severe the onset. Little Tower had an acute attack, and her poison blood sprayed on you. Be careful. The situation was urgent at the time, and Qilin was busy saving people. Now that he thought about it, he indeed felt a bit fearful. So he took the white box first. Qi Tianji looked at the white box and suddenly shook his head, saying, "They say it's a disease that treats all beings equally, but if there's a cure, where's the equality? Whether it's mineral veins or alchemy, is controlled by the strong. The weak exhaust their family fortunes to buy a fake pill, losing everything and even their lives. Who can they complain to? So, in this world, there are only the diseases of poverty and weakness." Qi Lin gritted his teeth. Qi Tianji didn't continue the topic, but handed the blue jade box to Qi Lin as well. This is a frost condensation pill found on Xianxia. Although its quality is average, it's still quite valuable. See if it can help you enter the second stage of the profound sea realm, the true essence frostfall. Frost condensation pill? Qi Lin's expression was shaken after receiving it. He knew that any pill in the world that could aid breakthroughs was astronomically expensive. Things of astronomical value were hard to buy, but easier to steal. Qi Lin had been poor for over 3 years, and at this moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It feels so good to have Grandpa protecting me." "You poor child." Qi Tianji felt a bit embarrassed hearing this. "Don't worry. In the future, more and more people will protect you. All right? Then I'll strive to protect you all in return someday," Qi Lin said with full confidence. Qi Tianji stifled a laugh. Naive. Inside the Qi clan ancestral hall. Everything in the ancestral hall seemed to have returned to normal. Even on the offering table, there were surprisingly 10 new ancestral spirit tablets standing. Brand new. Of course. The ancestral spirit tablets are clearly in my hand. So why is Grandpa still using fakes to keep up the pretense? Qi Lin was a little confused. "Junior. What are you standing there stunned for? Control the heat. This fiendish beast is of great use to this venerable one," the little black beast said. "What great use?" Qi Lin was stunned. No sooner had he spoken than the little black beast suddenly let out a howl. Only to see one of the small stone tablets on its back suddenly tremble, and roars like those from an abyss emanated from it. Crackle! Crackle! The epitaphs on the stone tablet twisted violently, almost collapsing, and even the little beast cried out in pain because of it. Black gold bloodlines surging through its body as it rolled on the ground. Damn it! These 7 symbol godtus have gone mad. Seeing that symbol god eye's divine pulse has been refined, the little beast, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "I reckon it won't be long before they truly break out. And when they do, the first one they'll eat is you." Qi Lin stared intently at the stone tablet, unable to help but recall the contents of the second page of the family genealogy. 300 years before the divine succession era, the heavens sent down 7 primeval fiends, named Chaos True Gods. Their form was like a mountain of flesh, headless and footless, their entire body round like a dark egg, their color like congealed foul blood. A huge mouth suddenly split open in their mountain-like belly, spanning 1,000 li, their fangs jagged like a forest of peaks. Their bodies were harder than divine iron, smashing mountains like rotten wood. As their huge mouths opened and closed, they swallowed and sucked, forming a vortex. All living beings were drawn in like a tide, cities disintegrated, and all life perished. They ate 3 meals a day, each meal consuming 10,000 people. At this moment, those sky-covering, gigantic flesh-like chaos gods seemed to be right before Qi Lin's eyes. So, what should I do? He gritted his teeth and looked at the little beast. Gurgle. The little beast suddenly stopped, seemingly no longer in pain at all, its little paws covering its rumbling stomach. It's very simple. Just feed this venerable one more. After speaking, saliva uncontrollably drooled from the corner of its mouth. Qi Lin was stunned. Just feeding you until you're full is enough? That's right. You were just putting on an act to trick me into feeding you, weren't you? Shut up! The little beast bared its still-growing baby teeth. What this venerable one wants to eat are fiendish beasts. Fiendish beasts. Understand? Fiendish beasts have a bloodline connection with these symbol gods. If this venerable one refines fiendish beasts, it can strengthen the divine prison and even help forge your ancestors' divine pulses for your use. For example, these 7 symbol god tus. Their divine pulses are of greater use for your early cultivation. Then I misunderstood you? Hearing that, Qilin felt a little embarrassed. But the little beast seemed to recall something, slurped its saliva, and said with a look of intoxication, "You must, like your ancestors, roast the fiendish beasts, and try several different ways to cook them for this venerable one. You must add numbing spice and hot spice. Qilin, be careful your butt doesn't bleed. Scram. This venerable one isn't picky either. Usually, after big meals of fish and meat, if there are some spirit fruits to freshen the breath, or occasionally some wine, and crunchy, sweet little pills, that's just delightful. Qilin, wouldn't that give you diabetes? Junior, you're deliberately arguing with me, aren't you? The little black beast finished speaking and looked at the great sun turtle. Quickly add numbing spice and hot spice for this venerable one. That little black beast leaped up and down around the bonfire, his eyes wide, saliva flying everywhere. On the bonfire, a huge golden turtle-like fiendish beast was already roasted to a sizzling, oily state. I'll make your butt smoke from the spice. Qilin glared fiercely at the little black beast, then vigorously sprinkled chili powder and Sichuan peppercorn powder onto the great sun turtle, making it completely red. Awesome! The little black beast stuck out its tongue like a puppy. Seeing that your roasted meat is quite fragrant. You, my brother, we're friends now. From junior to brother. Its seniority had certainly jumped according to the deliciousness of the roasted meat. Hey, fatty, Qilin said while roasting, his expression suddenly tightening. Aunt Tang said this great sun turtle is extremely young. If you eat it later, you won't act recklessly, will you? What name did you call this venerable one? The little beast was as if struck by lightning, staring at him with wide eyes. I have to give you a name, right? Qilin chuckled. Fatty. How cute. At worst, I'll call you Granddaddy Fatty. Damn it. Today you won't be a man. This venerable one will make you a woman. Hearing this, Qilin's vision went black. You're crazy too. After Qilin finished speaking, he frantically stroked the fur on its head. Stinky brat. Stop. The little black beast roared angrily. But under the comfort, it couldn't help but let out an awoo, then grumbled. I'm so angry. You're treating this venerable one like a cat. Meow. One person and one beast, under the firelight, laughed and playfully scolded each other, enjoying themselves thoroughly. Not long after, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Using the sharpness of the azure soul sword, Qilin cut open the great sun turtle and roasted it piece by piece until thoroughly cooked, heavily numbing and spicy, making the little black beast howl with delight, his pores practically smoking. Don't let its small body fool you. Its appetite was truly terrifying. Qilin only had a few bites of the entire great sun turtle. The beast finished all the rest. This azure soul sword is decent. You can use it normally. If you use your ancestral spirit tablets too much, they are easily damaged and need fiendish beasts to replenish them. It's better to wait until a critical moment to use them. As the little black beast spoke, It surprisingly fell to the ground with a thud as if drunk. Belly up, and fell into a deep sleep. Qilin was speechless. He picked up the Azure Soul Sword and examined it. This sword, it's said to be a first Qi mid-grade weapon, forged from Azure Soul Stone, and naturally possesses Azure Soul Astral Qi. It's indeed quite good. Cultivation techniques, pills, weapons, and the like in this world are categorized into established grades based on their power, forging craftsmanship, and efficacy. From low to high, they are divided into 1 Qi, 2 phases, 3 lives, for spirits. Each grade is further divided into high, mid, and low tiers. A first Qi mid-grade weapon is already a ranked weapon. Cultivation realms are heaven, earth, profound, yellow, while techniques, pills, and weapons are 1, 2, 3, 4. Qilin remembered them all clearly. Very easy to remember. I just wonder, could this frost condensation pill be a first Qi high grade? Or even reach a second phase low grade? Qilin took out the blue box, his gaze burning hot. At this moment, after the little black beast fell into a deep sleep, it had automatically transformed into a black wooden sword. Qilin then hung it on his waist along with the Azure Soul Sword. 2 swords side by side. This guy. He even said that after eating the fiendish beast, he'd help me suppress Su Lianxi, and now he's sleeping so soundly. However, I have the frost condensation pill. If I'm lucky enough to reach the second layer of profound sea, Frostfall, I should also be able to contend with this delicate daughter of Xianxia. Thinking of this, Qilin impatiently opened the blue jade box. As soon as the jade box opened, a refreshing fragrance immediately filled the ancestral hall. The pill's aura surged upwards, surprisingly forming an ethereal mist of the vast sea, making the ancestral hall seem to fall into a vast azure ocean. Strange and colorful, with immense waves. This is what Grandpa called ordinary quality. Although Qilin hadn't seen many pills, he still felt it was extraordinary. As expected of a rare pill that can promote realm growth, his eyes lit up slightly. He picked up the frost condensation pill, opened his mouth, and slowly swallowed it. The moment it entered his mouth, Qilin felt as if he had swallowed an ocean. Mist-born, covering green mountains, frost descends, tempering cold rivers, forming streams, shaking the earth. River flows with immense force. Tsunami sweeps the firmament. His face seemed to be a blue sea as he closed his eyes and embarked on the profound sea realm cultivation path. Boom! A vast azure ocean, wrapped in rich medicinal power, crashed into the profound sea in his dantian. The pill essence, refined from the combination of dozens of precious herbs and spiritual medicines, converged with the heaven-reaching prison-suppressing true essence in Qilin's profound sea. Heaven-reaching prison-suppressing, peerless in the world. Qilin circulated his cultivation technique. The golden-black true essence in his profound sea rotated like the Taiji yin-yang fish, and also like a cosmic millstone, grinding the vast sea pill essence. Boom! Boom! The golden-black millstone rotated. The ground frost condensation pill essence gradually took on the golden-black hue of the heaven-reaching prison-suppressing, blending into the golden-black profound sea, gradually becoming a part of Qilin's true essence. As the heaven-reaching prison-suppressing true essence in the profound sea increased, the golden-black mist above the profound sea gradually solidified, surprisingly transforming into widespread frostfall that filled the profound sea in a short time. The second layer of the profound sea realm. Just like that. Qilin was startled for a moment. The reason he was so shocked was because only 1/10 of the frost condensation pill's efficacy had been used. My efficiency is this high? If Granddaddy Fatty weren't asleep now, Qilin would definitely have to ask it if he wasn't exceptionally gifted. Never mind. It's a good thing anyway. Now the problem was what to do with the remaining 9/10 of the frost condensation pill essence. Then let's see if I can continue to break through. Inside the ancestral hall, golden black radiance continuously shone from Qilin's dantian and the 5 river-like yellow dragon veins, illuminating the stone pillars, brick walls, offering table, and the brand new ancestral spirit tablets. However, just at the next instant after Qilin successfully achieved frostfall, his face suddenly twitched, and he was drenched in sweat. After the sweat dripped down, brownish blisters appeared on his forehead, which immediately burst open, spewing out burning pus. At the same time, one by one, crimson blood vessels on his face swelled and protruded like snakes or worms. His entire body's skin suddenly turned dark red, constantly festering and scabbing, with large amounts of magma-like blood rolling down. Countless burning patterns began to spread from his heart, throughout his flesh, bones, blood vessels, brain, as well as his yellow dragon veins and dantian. Buzz. The moment these flame patterns touched the remaining 9/10 of the frost condensation pill essence, they seemed to transform into a huge, burning mouth and swallowed the frost condensation pill essence in one gulp. After the flame patterns absorbed this frost condensation pill essence, in an instant, Qilin's body buzzed and began to burn, his entire being completely transforming into a man of fire. This moment came too suddenly. In less than 2 breaths of time, Qilin, who had been full of surging vital energy after completing frostfall, became a sick man fallen into a fiery hell. Ha! Ha! He was panting heavily, and suddenly opened his eyes wide, only to see crimson fire veins spread all over his eyeballs, his eyes smoking like volcanoes. The 5 decays of heavenly Dao. Fire-scorched disease. When Qilin tremblingly roared out these words, his entire face twisted, as if it were charred. Fiery earth. I've been infected by Little Tower. Fire-scorched disease. Acute outbreak. Just as Grandpa said, the stronger one's power, the fiercer the outbreak of the 5 decays of heavenly Dao. The great tribulation of martial Dao randomly selects lucky ones. The terrifying scale of Qilin's current outbreak was estimated to be at least 10 times that of Little Tower. In a short time, he was in so much pain he wanted to die. Little Tower could still last for half an hour, but Qilin felt he would perish in 30 breaths. Ice profound pill. At this critical moment, he used all his strength to take out the white jade box from his spatial ring. The jade box opened. An ice mist swirled. Qilin's eyeballs protruded. He tremblingly stretched out his charred hand, grabbed the 2 ice profound pills, and fed them into his mouth. Crackle. 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 As the ice profound pills entered his mouth, 2 rivers of ice spread down from his throat. Wherever it reached, the burning blood flow reacted as if facing a formidable enemy. Surprisingly, as if possessing sentience, letting out angry roars and cries of pain as it rapidly retreated within Qilin's flesh, bones, yellow dragon veins, and dantian. For every 3 parts it retreated, Qi Lin's intense pain would lessen a bit. It's working. Qi Lin narrowly escaped death. His voice hoarse. He lowered his head, watching the frost rapidly sweep across his entire body, and the burning blood flow continuously retreat. Until finally, only a small patch remained at the position of his left pinky finger. And the efficacy of the ice profound pills was also rapidly consumed during this process, with only a few ice crystals still lingering in Qi Lin's body. That's not right. Qi Lin was stunned immediately, only to see that, after the burning blood flow receded, his entire body's flesh, bones, meridians, and dantian were surprisingly intact as before, completely without any traces of being burned, including his true essence, which hadn't evaporated. It was as if what just happened was an illusion. This isn't normal. The flesh and blood damage caused by the 5 decays of heavenly Dao is irreversible. How could it recede and leave me completely unharmed? Qi Lin frowned deeply. Soon, he also discovered a second abnormality. At the position of his left pinky finger, the burning blood flow had not disappeared. So much so that Qi Lin's pinky finger was glowing red and burning, just like a red-hot iron rod, with the bones inside clearly visible. 2 ice profound pills, and this acute attack hasn't completely subsided yet. Qi Lin was simply dumbfounded. And the next moment, something that made his heart twitch even more happened. At the fingerprint area of his left pinky finger, a fleshy crack suddenly ripped open horizontally. From within the fleshy crack, rows of crimson teeth, like shark teeth, emerged. This was clearly a mouth. Crunch. Crunch. This mouth was directly facing Qi Lin, grinding its crimson fangs that rolled with fierce fire. Although it didn't speak, it seemed to be threatening and warning Qi Lin. Shit, Qi Lin was practically going crazy. What the hell is this? A small mouth grew on the tip of his pinky finger? The 5 decays of heavenly Dao. The 5 decays of heavenly Dao. That mouth actually spoke. And although it kept repeating those 4 words, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Decay your grandpa. Encountering such a bizarre thing, Qi Lin's instinctive reaction was to suddenly draw his azure soul sword and slash towards his iron rod-like pinky finger. Just at the instant he raised his sword, the burning blood flow instantly surged throughout Qi Lin's entire left arm, and the crimson fiery mouth directly moved to his palm, baring its teeth at Qi Lin, as if saying, "Go on. Chop. You win." Qi Lin gave up and sheathed his sword. Fortunately, the burning blood flow and the crimson fiery mouth returned to his pinky finger. Although it was still nagging about the 5 decays of heavenly Dao, it seemed to mean it wanted to live peacefully with Qi Lin. Why is it that even when I get fire-scorched disease, it's different from everyone else's? Although Qi Lin's body was now completely fine, anyone with a crimson fiery mouth on their pinky finger would have a very complicated mood. That's right. Qi Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked towards the city lord's mansion. I heard that people who possess the divine succession bloodline will never get the 5 decays of heavenly Dao disease. Xianxia, will you do another act of charity tonight? Outside the ancestral hall. As soon as Qi Lin came out, he ran into Qi Tianji. What were you howling in front of the ancestors just now? Has your puberty arrived? Qi Tianji looked at him strangely. Qi Lin originally wanted to talk about the fire-scorched disease. But in a flash of thought, the things happening to him were too bizarre. So he chose to kindly conceal it for now. If Xianxia's divine succession bloodline could clear the fire-scorched disease, Then there would be no need to make Grandpa too worried. I just broke through. Qi Lin put his burning hot left pinky finger into his sleeve and said casually, as if nothing had happened. Qi Tianji looked at him, was silent for a moment, then asked, profound sea second layer. Frostfall. Qi Lin raised his head. It's all right, isn't it? He recalled what just happened, remembering that the fire-scorched disease had swallowed the remaining 9/10 of the frost condensation pill essence. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have been just frostfall. It's acceptable. Qi Tianji nodded, but then sighed slightly. I broke through. Why are you sighing? Qi Lin was startled for a moment. Nothing. Qi Tianji suddenly laughed carelessly. I was just rejected by a beautiful grandma, and my heart feels like it's being twisted by a knife. Disrespectful for an elder. Qi Lin glared at him, then immediately asked again. Grandpa, do we have a book called The Pantheon Ritual at home? Qi Tianji heard the words. His eyes narrowed. How do you know? I think I saw it when the clan fire was burning. Qi Lin tentatively asked. Can you let me see it? He knew many secrets of the Qi Tian clan, and some secrets were perhaps not suitable for his age to know. That's why he made it up. All right. Qi Tianji took out a thick ancient text from his spatial ring. Just read it as a story. Don't tell anyone outside. Of course. Even if you do, no one will believe you. Qi Lin took the Pantheon ritual and quickly ran off. And Qi Tianji watched his departing back, remaining silent for a long time. That night, during the Chou hour, at the city lord's mansion, a black shadow appeared outside Su Lianxi's boudoir. Most of the city lord's manor personnel are in the front hall treating Su Fengxian. Su Lianxi is nowhere to be seen. It was precisely because the city lord's manor was in chaos that Qi Lin dared to sneak in and fish in troubled waters. Now, most of the powerful experts in the city lord's manor were gone. Not in her boudoir either. Did she hide directly in the divine strategy manor? Qi Lin frowned. After the fire-burning disease appeared, he needed Su Lianxi even more. Just then, from the darkness at the very back of the city lord's manor, a streak of blood-red light surged towards the dark clouds in the sky, flashing and then vanishing. That streak of blood-red light made Qi Lin's eyes instinctively twitch slightly. She's in the god-serving temple. Qi Lin had heard Su Lianxi say that behind the city lord's manor was a god-serving temple, built by the national protector divine cult of the Great Song Kingdom. Su Lianxi often prayed there, imploring the gods for blessings upon all living beings. Your father's already done for, and you still have the mind to put on an act. Qi Lin sneered, his shadow flickering as he darted towards the god-serving temple. The god-serving temple was rarely visited, making it easier to act. Damn it all! Just then, a childish, milky voice suddenly cursed from Qi Lin's waist. This venerable one's but is so cold. You rascal! Not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are you doing sneaking around here? Shoo! Qi Lin pulled out the little black beast. You finally decided to wake up? Keep your voice down. I'm in the city lord's manor. Oh? Bold. Aren't we? The little black beast quickly looked around furtively. Where's that woman? Strip her. Never mind her for now. As Qi Lin spoke, he extended the little finger of his left hand towards the little black beast. He saw that this little finger was still scorching hot like a red-hot iron rod, and the fingertip had a small, gaping, blood-red mouth that bared its fangs whenever Qi Lin looked at it. Fatty, do you know what this ghostly thing is? Damn it all! The little black beast was startled, the small paws gripping Qi Lin's palm. Did you use that pinky to pick your butt? You've picked out a hemorrhoid. Hemorrhoid my ass. Isn't this a mouth? Come to snatch food from this venerable one? This is caused by the fire-burning disease, one of the heavenly Dao's 5 decays. You got hit? Told you not to go around hugging little sisters for no reason. Now you're getting your comeuppance. Aren't you? Qi Lin realized that the little black beast didn't understand the principle behind this finger's transformation at all. Could it be that this heavenly Dao's 5 decays mutation has nothing to do with the series of events involving my ancestor's spirit tablet and the symbol god? Are they two separate matters? He could only guess this. For now, I'll treat it as the fire-burning disease. I still need the divine succession bloodline to resolve it. Thinking this, he no longer dwelled on it and continued towards the God-serving temple. The closer he got to the God-serving temple, the more the blood vessels in his eyes surged, as if the divine bloodline of the 100-eyed god was attracted by something. Soon, Qi Lin landed on the roof of the God-serving temple, then lay prone and looked into the main hall. The first thing that caught his eye was a kneeling, snow-white figure from behind. She was prostrate, her white dress spread across the floor like a blooming white lotus in a prosperous age, her perfect hip line faintly visible beneath the skirt. It was indeed Su Lianxi. She really is here. Qi Lin's eyes turned cold. He looked in the direction Su Lianxi was kneeling and saw a huge incense burner, filled with burning incense sticks. Amidst the swirling incense smoke, a painting could be seen, hung directly above the main altar of the God-serving temple. What the hell is this? More incense offerings than my 10 ancestors combined. Qi Lin vaguely felt displeased. He fixed his gaze and saw that in the painting, most of the area depicted a black night sky, filled with blood-red veins. All these blood-red veins converged in the center, where there was a blood-red full moon. No, not a full moon, but an eye. Though it was a painting, that blood moon eye was lifelike, as if a living entity was gazing at Su Lianxi. For a moment, it seemed even the blood-red veins in the dark night were dancing. National Protector, True God, Eye of the Heavens, Mortal Maiden Lianxi, requests your grace. Su Lianxi's infatuated murmurs, numbingly sweet to the bone, echoed within the God-serving temple. As she spoke, she knelt even deeper, her face almost pressed to the ground, watching the formerly pure and benevolent woman, now like a debased, infatuated girl, so utterly humble. Qi Lin's gaze was somewhat complex. Possessed, aren't you? It's just a painting. Just as Qi Lin thought this, he suddenly saw the blood-red veins of the dark night in the painting break out of it, like countless tentacles, rooting themselves into Su Lianxi's head and back. Su Lianxi's body trembled, a blood moon red glow emanating from her, and her voice became even more infatuated. I kowtow in gratitude to the heavens. What the hell? Qi Lin's eyes widened. He clearly felt that after the blood-red veins coiled around her, the surge of Su Lianxi's true essence intensified. Fatty, do gods really exist in this world? He asked in a low voice. Nonsense. Otherwise, where would all those divine succession bloodlines come from? The little black beast said, rolling its eyes. But the Qitian clan's genealogy records that my ancestors sealed the heavenly gate 10,000 years ago and slaughtered all the gods in the world, Qi Lin said, puzzled. You just said it yourself, that was 10,000 years ago. The little black beast was uncharacteristically serious. 10,000 years is too long. Who knows what happened? Anyway, it's a fact that gods exist in the world now. But don't start wailing and tearing your hair out yet. At least there are no symbol gods now. Qi Lin recalled the evil deeds of the gods 10,000 years ago as recorded in the clan genealogy. In his heart, there was no fear, only cold hatred. No wonder all living beings have forgotten the Qi clan. Is it because gods have made a comeback now? Qi Lin mused inwardly. The blood moon eye in the painting presented such an eerie image. And Xianxia, even more like a lost soul among all living beings. Her delicate body trembled slightly, emitting strange whimpers, drenched in sweat. Blood moon? Qi Lin immediately took out the Myriad gods pantheon, consulting it while watching Xianxia receive divine grace. Unexpectedly, he quickly found a diagram. The god in the diagram was essentially identical to Xianxia's national protector true god. Blood moon god. Crimson firmament upper grade. Designation 1991. Pseudo-god of the one god system. A lone eye in the heavens. Creating divine slaves. Bewitching all living beings. In the Myriad gods pantheon, the records about this blood moon god were limited to this, far less than those for the hundred-eyed god. Fatty. What does crimson firmament upper grade mean? Qi Lin asked seriously. It's the hierarchical ranking of gods. Among them, crimson firmament, azure firmament, and violet firmament all belong to the ranks of pseudogods. Crimson firmament pseudogods are the lowest ranked gods, the little black beast said with some disdain. After all, the 10 symbol gods it suppressed were the highest ranked among gods, surpassing wandering gods and king gods, arguably the ancestors of all gods. So this blood moon god is quite ordinary? Qi Lin asked again. Although ordinary, it is still a god after all. If this god's true body were here, a single drop of blood could destroy your entire Xian city, the little black beast said. Even a crimson firmament upper grade god is this strong. And my Qi ancestors could slaughter symbol gods. Wouldn't that mean? What Qi Lin felt was not pressure, but rather a thrilling shock. My ancestors were too fierce. Then what does this one god system mean? Qi Lin looked at the description again and asked. Coincidentally, the little black beast sneered. It's the divine system under symbol god 1. The hundred-eyed god. All of them have some connection to eyes, illusions, and mental control. So, the gods of the so-called one god system are all subordinates of the hundred-eyed god. Qi Lin asked in a low voice. You can understand it that way? The little black beast said. Oh, Qi Lin nodded meaningfully. No wonder he was drawn here. He looked at the painting of the blood moon god again, and the blood-red color in his pupils continuously spread. Even so, you are a mortal body refining the divine bloodline of symbol god 1. This venerable one is not certain if you have any suppressive effect on this blood moon god. No sooner had the little black beast finished speaking than it was suddenly pinched by Qi Lin. Transform into a sword. As Qi Lin spoke, he had already leaped down from the eaves, his feet landing on the incense burner, appearing between Xianxia and the painting. Xianxia. Qi Lin's voice echoed out of nowhere in the eerie hall. Xianxia, immersed in her trance, her delicate body drenched in fragrant sweat, suddenly trembled. Who? She suddenly looked up, her blood moon-like eyes meeting Qi Lin's cold, desolate gaze. Qi Lin. Seeing him actually standing on the incense burner, Xianxia's beautiful face suddenly contorted with towering rage. This rage was even more violent and twisted than when Qi Tianji crippled her father. Qi Lin, holding the black wooden sword, turned to look at the painting. Your god only has one eye. How dare it call itself the eye of the heavens? Presumptuous. Xianxia suddenly stood up, looking frantic. Disrespecting a heavenly god brings calamity for 100 generations. Qilin, get down immediately. Or else. Or else what? Qilin smiled coldly. As he spoke, the black wooden sword in his hand suddenly pierced the blood moon eye in the painting. Sizzle. 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 The blood moon eye, pierced through, actually let out a cry of pain. Immediately after, the entire painting was incinerated to ashes by black gold flames. Ugh! Xianxia stood rooted to the spot, as if stunned, the blood moon in her eyes seeming to tear apart, erupting with endless ferocity. You dare insult the national protector true god. Bang! Qilin kicked the incense burner directly to the ground. What national protector true god? Just a mysterious evil entity poisoning all living beings. Shut up! Seeing the divine painting burned and the incense burner kicked over, Xianxia's killing intent soared to its peak. Her eyes had completely turned blood red. A blood moon hanging in the sky, brutal and ferocious. This was the eruption of the divine succession bloodline in battle. Boom! From the white-gowned, blood-eyed woman, vast true essence surged, swirling around her like a river. The snow-white true essence rolled like surging waves, causing her dress to flutter. Her captivating beauty, paired with these blood moon eyes, presented a morbid aesthetic. Both pitiable to behold and like an evil entity descended upon the world. Oh no! Profound sea realm fourth layer. River flow, the sword-hilt beast exclaimed in alarm. We'll have to go together. It had eaten a great sun turtle, so it sounded like it had some combat power. No need, Qilin's voice, however, emerged like a deep abyss. Not only did he not make a move, but he also put away his black wooden sword. Rumble. Xianxia directly swept up the river of true essence, holding an ice soul longsword. She transformed into a streak of blood-red light. The sword tip aimed directly at Qilin's eyes. Die! Her cold, ferocious voice resounded throughout the god-serving temple. A chasm separated their realms. A single sword strike from the profound sea realm fourth layer was like a mighty river crashing against a mere frost-covered land. How immense was the difference! Seeing this sword about to pierce Qilin's eyes. Yet, in that instant, the ferocious blood-red color in Qilin's eyes instantly surpassed Xianxia's by more than 10,000 times. Xianxia, if you revere a god, you should kneel to me. These 11 words boomed like the heavens and earth, vibrating in Xianxia's ears. She suddenly widened her eyes. In that instant, the god-serving temple vanished without a trace. She was suddenly plunged into an endless, pitch-black abyssal cosmos, boundless fear instantly infecting her mind. The next moment, 100 fissures opened in the void. From each fissure, colossal cosmic eyes, like blood-red suns, squeezed out, dyeing the entire cosmos into a sea of blood. Those incomparably sublime gazes were all cast upon Xianxia's delicate body. Ha ha! Xianxia breathed heavily, fragrant sweat constantly oozing out. Her beautiful eyes widened even further, her entire body limp and weak. Her killing intent from moments before was completely gone, and she sagged downwards, tears continuously streaming from her eyes. A god! The supreme god, she murmured, trembling as she knelt before Qilin. her ice soul longsword falling to the side. Qi Lin looked at her indifferently, then bent down, placed his hands on her head, and made her beautiful eyes meet his own. Sacrifice. From Qi Lin's mouth, these two words emerged. Yes, Su Lianxi trembled continuously, but her poignant eyes expressed a thousandfold willingness. Gurgle. Her eyeballs actually protruded halfway from their sockets, and strands of blood-red veins tore out from her eyes, continuously surging towards Qi Lin's eyes. Divine succession bloodline? The sword-hilt beast was somewhat stunned. Su Lianxi's divine succession bloodline was entirely within her eyes. If it had been throughout her body, this process of deprivation would indeed have been even more terrifying. Qi Lin said nothing. He silently absorbed the Blood Moon God's divine succession bloodline, first gathering it in his eyes. Let's see if this bloodline can counter the fire-burning disease. Under his control, strands of the divine succession bloodline surged towards the little finger of his left hand. The moment it made contact, the divine succession bloodline seemed to let out a shriek of agony, actually burning with thick smoke. It's over. Qi Lin's vision went dark. Divine succession bloodline. Ineffective. Everyone said that those with divine succession bloodlines were naturally immune to the heavenly Dao's 5 decays. Why was it ineffective for him? Incomprehensible. What exactly was special about his heavenly Dao's 5 decays? I have the primordial divine bloodline of symbol God 1. Logically, this should be far stronger than any crimson firmament grade pseudogod's divine succession bloodline. Yet it also hasn't removed this fire-burning disease. Realizing this, Qi Lin understood even more clearly that this fire-burning disease might truly be clinging to him until his death. Never mind. At least for now, I'm safe. I should prepare more ice-profound pills first. This was the only way. This also meant that Qi Lin's visit to the city lord's manor tonight was fruitless. Su Lianxi's meager divine succession bloodline was useless to him, who possessed the primordial divine bloodline of symbol God 1. He looked at the trembling, delicate and charming Su Lianxi kneeling before him, and remained silent for a moment. Then let's try a different approach. Thinking this, the divine succession bloodline he had just absorbed reversed direction and returned to his eyes. In his eyes, this divine succession bloodline seemed to have met with sweet rain, actually growing robustly, transforming into countless thick, blood-red dragons. What are you doing? The sword-hilt beast caught a scent that instinctively repulsed it and immediately let out a low growl. Qi Lin ignored it, directly injecting the modified divine succession bloodline back into Su Lianxi's beautiful eyes. Ugh! Su Lianxi's entire body trembled. The moment her eyeballs returned to their sockets, her gaze and her demeanor completely transformed. Although there was still a blood moon in her eyes, that blood moon was vaguely evolving towards the level of a blood-red sun. It's done. Qi Lin released his hands, stepped back 2 paces, and silently watched this Sister Su, who was once like the saintess of Pingyang district. Back then, he was her little follower when she did good deeds, and Sister Su kept calling out. But now, she knelt before him, her delicate body twitching a few times, undergoing intense changes within her, as if it were a complete transformation of her muscles and marrow. Approximately 30 breaths later, she seemed to have returned to normal. But not quite. In terms of aura, she was more noble, sacred, and ethereal. Although he hadn't seen her face yet, she seemed even more beautiful. Look up, Qi Lin suddenly said. Upon hearing this command, the white-gowned beauty slowly raised her head. He saw her looking at Qi Lin through misty tears. After a moment of confusion, her gaze slowly became utterly infatuated. "Why are you crying?" Qi Lin asked. "Fa. Father God." Su Lianqi's fragrant shoulders trembled slightly, and infinite emotion surged in her voice. "Father God above," Lianqi kowtows in gratitude for Father God's grace. "Father God in my heart surpasses my birth father. Incomparable. I beg Father God, grant Lianqi the opportunity to kneel and serve you for life." Hearing this, Qi Lin silently watched her for a long time. The address Sister Su could no longer be uttered. After all, in her eyes now, he was a god like a father. This was due to the divine bloodline infusion. And this was the truly terrifying aspect of gods. Qi Lin had mastered this method, and it had been successfully tested on Su Lianqi. His mastery of the divine bloodline was still rudimentary. So in the future, it might be difficult to use this method on stronger individuals with divine succession bloodlines of the same divine system. But for Su Lianqi, it was enough. Qi Lin looked indifferently at the delicate, utterly infatuated woman. "I will give you the opportunity to kneel and serve. I vow to burn my life away for Father God." Su Lianqi's eyes shone brightly, as if this were the best moment of her life. "Rise," Qi Lin said. Yes, Su Lianqi slowly rose. At 18 years old, she was exquisitely beautiful. Once, she was like a noble white jade lotus in the city lord's manor. She held some weight in Qi Lin's heart. It wasn't love, but mainly appreciation. Unfortunately, human hearts are hidden beneath the skin. What Qi Lin appreciated was no longer truly her. Perhaps sensing the change in Qi Lin's gaze, Su Lianqi slightly lowered her head, her jade fingers slowly gripping the buttons of her collar. "Are there any details about the transaction between your Su family and the Shao clan that I don't know?" Qi Lin's sudden words interrupted her movement. "Reporting to Father God, there are." Su Lianqi paused, then released her hand. "The Shao clan has discovered an ice-profound crystal vein beneath Pingyang district, capable of mass-producing ice-profound pills for exorbitant profits." No wonder, Qi Lin had finally found the Shao clan's motive. So, even if he didn't kill Shao Tianyang, the divine capital's Shao clan's encroachment on Pingyang district would not stop. This clan war was destined to be unavoidable. "Father God," Su Lianqi looked at him somewhat nervously. "Lianqi is willing to fight the Shao clan for you." "No need." Qi Lin already had a plan. He looked at Su Lianqi and said, "Since you've taken the divine strategy manor's spot, go there to cultivate. If I need you, I will issue an order." "Yes." Su Lianqi bowed, her eyes still gazing adoringly at Qi Lin. Having inherited Father God's bloodline, Lianqi already has the opportunity to break through to the 5th level of the profound sea realm. "I can enter the divine strategy manor as a top-tier genius, cultivate diligently, and strive to dedicate myself to Father God one day. Go!" Qi Lin waved his hand, bowing farewell to Father God. Su Lianqi's face showed reluctance to part, but she dared not delay in the slightest. Bang! 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 She knelt and kowtowed deeply 3 times, then exited the divine attendant hall. Qi Lin watched her leave in silence. He only sighed. In this world, human hearts and divine chaos coexist. It's too complex. How did you, kid, know you had this ability? The blackwood sword transformed back into a small beast, glaring at Qi Lin as it asked. Qi Lin gritted his teeth and said, "Instinct." Damn it! The little black beast also gritted its teeth, then said speechlessly, "Anyway, this is a game your ancestor set up. Although it seems a bit sinister, It's not for this venerable one to manage. Qi Lin didn't reject such methods. He believed more in being pragmatic. This skill of creating divine slaves, if he deemed it useful, he would use it. Su Lianxi might just be the beginning. But there's one thing I don't understand, Qi Lin said as he left the divine attendant hall. After I reformed her divine meridians, why did her cultivation advance greatly and her talents clearly skyrocket, while I, who clearly possess the original divine meridians of symbol God One, show no such changes? Because her inherited divine bloodline nourishes her flesh, bones, muscles, and organs, integrating with her true essence. While your divine meridians are only locked within your eyes, the little black beast chuckled. Why can't I let my divine meridians nourish my entire body and integrate with my true essence? Qi Lin asked again. If you were to do that, you wouldn't be human. You'd be the new hundred-eyed god. The little black beast paused. Do you want to become a monster hanging in the sky like that world-destroying blood lantern? Qi Lin shook his head. I don't. He knew that was definitely not the purpose for which his 10 ancestors had made him enter the game. No wonder I have to cultivate the heaven-reaching prison-suppressing art. Because this cultivation method can suppress the symbol divine meridians. Qi Lin understood. Your life's goal must be to control the divine meridians with a human body, not to have your human body controlled by the divine meridians. Only divine slaves are controlled by divine meridians, the little black beast said with rare solemnity. So, although the path is difficult, you must walk it step by step, steadily. Once your divine meridians unlock and backlash against your human body, you will instantly become an overwhelmingly powerful being. But the true you will already be dead. Qi Lin listened in silence. The light in his eyes now different. Gods. Returning to the human world. If I seal off divine meridians with a mortal body, can I one day slaughter gods? Night was deep. The Qi family courtyard. A figure appeared out of thin air outside the window of the north house. This north house was precisely Qi Tianji's residence. Inside, Qi Tianji sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, holding the heavenly mystery divination flag in his right hand, while his left hand tapped a suspended chessboard. You're here. Qi Tianji opened his eyes and looked at the figure outside the window. From her silhouette, it should be a woman, with graceful curves. I'm so sleepy. Which room should I sleep in? The graceful figure yawned. Her voice muddled. Little longer. Let's talk for a bit first. Qi Tianji put away the chessboard, a slight trace of worry on his face. Little Lin used the profound sea-breaking pill, but only broke through one level. One level. The graceful figure was silent for a moment. That's impossible. Even if he doesn't have a clan soul, he should have broken through 2 or 3 levels. How many levels did you break through back then? Qi Tianji asked. Nonsense. This pill is for crossing the profound sea. Of course. I directly ascended to the Earth Yang realm, the graceful figure said. That's why I'm worried, Grandpa. Qi Tianji reached out and rubbed his head. This child is considered a top genius in the great Azure nation. But in the divine cinder ruins, among your generation, he seems unable to see the backs of his peers. The martial Dao will inheritance of our Qitian clan soul is too important. It's fine, the graceful figure outside the window said with a strong and domineering tone. He's my brother. Whether he's a genius or a good-for-nothing, I'll protect him for life. Qi Tianji smiled. You haven't even met him yet. And blood is already thicker than water. Are you spouting nonsense again? I only have this one brother, the graceful figure said. Hearing this, Qi Tianji was immensely relieved. Little Lin was born to be the ancestor's spirit guardian. Lonely for too long. Now that he has a sister like this, his hard days are finally over. Grandpa, The graceful figure thought for a moment and asked, although little Lin was born without a clan soul, making it difficult for evil gods to discover him, and thus suitable to be a spirit guardian. But now that the clan fire has rekindled, the path of a raging inferno is extremely perilous. Why not change the sword-bearer? No, Qi Tianji shook his head. The family records clearly state that the clan fire can only be revered by the spirit guardian. Why are the ancestors' writings so contradictory? The graceful figure sighed. A spirit guardian has no clan soul, so their martial path is limited. Yet they must endure the greatest calamity. Grandpa doesn't know either. Qi Tianji looked at the figure outside the window. So, longer. As the elder sister, you truly need to put in more effort. Understood. The graceful figure was in a bad mood and didn't want to say more. Which room am I staying in? The south house. Seeing the figure vanish instantly, Qi Tianji still added, remember, longer, since you've returned to the ancestral land. From today onwards, you are no longer a divine cinder ruins prodigy. You have only one identity, the great Azure Nation. Xianxia, the Qi family's eldest sister. Dawn. The sky broke at dawn. Qi Lin, covered in dew, walked into the Qi family courtyard from outside. First, go to the south house to change clothes. The south house faced south and got too much sun, so no one lived there. Qi Lin often hung his clothes there. With a creak, he pushed open the door and first took off his upper garment, revealing his strong, muscular physique. You're exposed, little brother. A female voice suddenly came from behind him, startling Qi Lin 3 feet into the air. Luckily, his pants were still on. He quickly turned around, only to see a woman lying sideways on the guest bed. Her delicate body was covered by the quilt, and she was looking at Qi Lin with sleepy eyes, a faint smile on her lips. I'm sorry. Qi Lin didn't know who she was and quickly tried to bolt. Don't go. As her voice fell, the woman had already gotten out of bed. She was wearing a silky, loose pink nightgown, her long hair disheveled. Although barefaced, it was clear that the woman was naturally beautiful, with black hair mixed with a few strands of shimmering silver. A slender figure, graceful curves, and a grand demeanor. Her oval face possessed a domineering beauty. What a beautiful woman! Qi Lin stared, stunned. Little Lin. This is your elder sister, Qi Tianji said with a smile, peering outside the door at some unknown point. What? Qi Lin looked at the woman in disbelief. Don't joke around. Who's joking with you? Look at your little faces. Don't you resemble each other? Qi Tianji said. Well, I'll be. The moment Qi Lin first saw her, that feeling of blood connection intensified. He and the woman stared at each other for a while. Then Qi Lin couldn't help but say, really, my biological sister? No wonder the more I look, the more ordinary she seems. You want to say that again? The woman's eyebrows shot up. Seeing that a major incident was about to occur, Qi Tianji quickly flashed between the two, saying to the woman, Ahem. Didn't you promise to protect your little brother for life? Fine, the woman snorted. An elder sister doesn't hold a grudge against a junior. Grandpa. Qi Lin still found it hard to believe. He tugged at Qi Tianji's arm. When did my dad have an illegitimate daughter? The woman chuckled upon hearing this. I'm older than you. Isn't it possible you're the illegitimate son? Impossible, Qi Lin recalled. In my memory, my parents were always by my side when I was around 6 or 7. That's hilarious. In my memory, My parents were always by my side. Except when you were 6 or 7, the woman said, laughing in spite of herself. Little brother. Think about it. Who looks more like the illegitimate child hidden away and not meant to be seen? Oh. Come on. Qilin was flustered. I'm an illegitimate child? The kind who can't inherit family property? Stop spouting nonsense. Qi Tianji covered his face. You two are born of the same parents. Pure direct lineage. Just raised separately. So it's normal not to be familiar. Grandpa. Were the conditions where she grew up better than mine? Qilin couldn't help but ask. Well, it was a little bit better. Just a little bit, Qi Tianji said awkwardly. Then I'm definitely not an illegitimate child. Qilin paused. I'm a damn abandoned child. This was even worse than being an illegitimate child. The woman looked at him with a smile and said, Don't be unhappy. I'll tell you about Mom and Dad's affairs slowly. Let's get to know each other first. My name is Qi Tianlong. What Qi Tianlong? The Qi family only has Qilong. Qi Tianji glared at the woman. Qilong it is. Then, the woman said, smiling as she looked at Qilin. Little brother. Please guide me more in the future. Seeing her attitude was quite good. Qilin didn't get angry but called out, Sister. He accepted this fact. After all, Grandpa had already hinted that guests would gradually arrive at home, and he would no longer be an orphan. He had been lonely for too long. In his bones, he deeply longed for family. Qi Tianlong responded with satisfaction. Then said, Little Lin, I heard your martial arts talent is very high. You can even enter the divine strategy manner. What is sister's cultivation level? Qilin asked. Qi Tianlong's eyes showed a hint of regret, saying, Sister is quite pitiful. Young and frail. Sickly. Unable to even tie a chicken. For the rest of my life, I'll have to rely on my little brother for protection. Is that so? Qilin coughed. All right then. I'll cover you. Also, sister is frail and can't do housework. She's usually drowsy and sleepy, needs a light diet, and doesn't eat cilantro. Qilin couldn't help but get a headache. This sister seemed like a pampered young lady. No choice. Who made her his own kin? Qilin could only brace himself. No problem. Any chores? Just tell your little brother to do them. That's great. Qi Tianlong's face broke into a wide smile, and she came up and hugged Qilin. Brother. It's so good to have you. With that hug, Qilin was 100% sure this was his biological sister. After all, if any other beautiful sister got this close, he would have blushed long ago, instead of just wanting to kick her away. Stop being crazy. You're ugly, Qilin cursed. Hey! You little brat. You speak ill of others. Where am I ugly? You're ugly to the depths of your soul. I'll fight you. Seeing the never-before-met siblings get along so harmoniously so quickly, Qi Tianji was momentarily lost in thought. His heart was filled with emotion. All right. You two stop messing around. Qi Tianji coughed. There's an important matter I need to discuss with you two siblings. Little Lin. Do you know that gods still exist in the world today? Qi Tianji asked. Qilin nodded. Then do you know who the god's most hated enemy is? Qi Tianji asked again. Us. Qilin's gaze was fervent. Exactly. Qi Tianji looked at the blackwood sword at his waist. Compared to the gods of the world, Our Qitian clan has been in decline for 10,000 years. Now, the hope for revival rests upon this sword's clan fire. Understood. Qi Lin nodded deeply. Qi Tianji then looked into the distance and said solemnly, 10,000 years ago, only the 11th ancestor of Qitian survived. He spread his lineage, leading clansmen to disperse in all directions. Thus, throughout the divine lineage continent today, there are Qitian brethren living incognito, avoiding divine might, not even recognizing each other. Our divine cinder ruins is one such place. At this point, he looked at Qi Lin again, his eyes burning. Now that the clan fire has returned, a single spark can set the sky ablaze. Our Qitian clan will surely have a day when we return to the peak of the human race. Therefore, little Lin, this sword is the spirit tablet of 10 ancestors, and even more, it is the hope of the clan. You must protect it with your life. Hearing this, Qi Lin's voice surged with fire. Grandpa! Qi Lin will certainly dedicate his life to serving the sword. Hearing this, Qi Tianji felt great comfort. Precisely because the clan fire is important. Grandpa has made 2 decisions, he said. Qi Lin knew well that these 2 decisions must be related to him, so he listened attentively. First, I will not teach you any Qitian clan cultivation methods, combat techniques, or anything bearing the Qitian clan's mark. Your path of cultivation must be forged by yourself, Qi Tianji said seriously. Is it to avoid the eye of God? Qi Lin asked. Yes, Qi Tianji nodded. Qi Lin could accept this. He had the heaven-reaching prison-suppressing art, which was not a Qitian cultivation method, but perhaps it was even better. As for sword arts, combat techniques, fist arts, and the like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they would naturally yield results. The second decision is also related to the first. Qi Tianji patted Qi Lin's shoulder. From today onwards, you will go to the divine strategy manor to cultivate. Qi Lin anxiously said, Grandpa, the Shao clan is about to attack, and the lives of Pingyang's common people hang by a thread. How can I leave? Don't rush. Listen to me first. Qi Tianji's expression relaxed, and he smiled. Firstly, this battle will inevitably be a war between the elder generations of the clans. You won't be able to help. Secondly, the divine strategy manor gathers the inheritances of generations of the great Azure nation, including cultivation methods, forbidden arts, combat techniques, as well as alchemy, artifact refining, and other wondrous skills. You can also learn the ways of self-cultivation, family management, and state governance. You are already 13, you should cultivate martial arts and also study. Finally, the Divine Strategy Manor has a large number of young geniuses from the Shao clan and the Pudu Merchant Association. They won't attack Xuanqing with their clans, and Grandpa can't just barge into the Divine Strategy Manor. So, this heavy responsibility of cutting the weeds and eradicating the roots now falls on your shoulders. Me? Go to the Shao clan's old nest to cut the weeds and eradicate the roots. Qi Lin pointed at his own nose, looking bewildered. Exactly. If we don't cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, the Shao clan's prodigies will grow strong later. What happens to Xuanqing when Grandpa kicks the bucket? Of course, we should kill them all while the Shao clan's geniuses are still young. Qi Tianji gave a cold smile. Do you think Grandpa is sending you on vacation? This is a two-front battlefield. I'll fight the old ones, you fight the young ones. Once you achieve results over there, the old fogies of the Shao clan here will hear about their descendants' troubles, become distracted, and that will be a huge help to your grandpa. Grandpa, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Qi Lin asked suspiciously, seeing how excited he was. What kind of talk is that? Can Grandpa still trick you? Qi Tianji glared. You faked your death for 3 years just to go off and enjoy yourself. What kind of grandchild-harming deeds are you incapable of? Qi Lin said disdainfully. Bah, bah, bah. Qi Tianji glared at him. Anyway, this time, Grandpa absolutely won't lie to you. Go ask around, are there many Shao clan disciples in the divine strategy manner? Not just many, but strong. That Shao Tianyang is a genius of the One Yang Pavilion, in the divine strategy manner, and he's not even the strongest of the Shao clan. I heard they even have Earth Yang realm geniuses. So your pressure is no less than Grandpa's. These aristocratic disciples are not only numerous but also form factions. It's definitely a genius Azura battlefield, Qi Tianlong said, gently coaxing, helping Qi Tianji. But Grandpa, you're only one person here, and who knows how many strong cultivators the Shao clan will send. I'm worried. Qi Lin gritted his teeth. Who said I'm only one person? Qi Tianji smiled faintly, pointing at Qi Tianlong. With the clan fire rekindled, clansmen will gradually arrive to protect. Your sister is just the first. There are more clansmen? Qi Lin then asked the question he most wanted to know. Grandpa, after 10,000 years of decline, what is the overall strength of our Qiqian clan today? Are we stronger than the Shao clan combined? Strong. Of course, Qi Tianji said earnestly. As long as a few more people return, we'll definitely be a tiny bit stronger than the Shao clan. Just a tiny bit? Qi Lin asked, narrowing his eyes. A tiny bit is enough, Qi Tianji coughed. Anyway, the advantage is on my side here in Xuanxing. You'll have to work harder at the divine strategy manner. Qi Lin thought for a moment, then simply asked again. Grandpa, does the Shao clan have other intentions? Is there something under our ancestral hall? Shoo, Qi Tianji said furtively in a low voice. You absolutely must not spread this around. Deep beneath the entire great Azure nation are buried the Qiqian clan's 10,000-year-old treasure and inheritance. And the entrance is right beneath our ancestral hall. Qi Lin rolled his eyes. I'll believe you when pigs fly. Ha ha. Qi Tianji laughed awkwardly. To tell you the truth, there's an ice-profound crystal vein underground. Hearing that Grandpa understood the Shao clan's motive, Qi Lin finally stopped worrying. All right, he slowly made his decision. I'll go to the divine strategy manor. Excellent. Our grandfather and grandson will carve out a bloody path on our respective battlefields. Qi Tianji was very excited. Qi Lin said, feeling embarrassed. You can brag all you want. I wouldn't dare. I'm only at profound sea frost descent. And there are Earth Yang realm enemies in the divine strategy manor. How can I fight them with my head? Don't panic. Qi Tianji leaned close to Qi Lin's ear. Don't worry. Grandpa has arranged a secret powerful expert to protect you in the shadows. A secret powerful expert? Qi Lin looked around. I don't see anyone? Couldn't be my sister. Could it? Qi Tianlong was drinking water when she heard this. Spat a mouthful onto the floor. Then reached up to cover her forehead. Looking delicate. The journey was tiring. My head feels a bit dizzy. Oh dear. I think I'm about to faint from sleepiness. Does this thing look like an expert to you? Qi Tianji asked. Like a god of sleep, Qi Lin said. Speechless. Your sister is also pitiful. She never had a little brother to take care of her since childhood. Qi Tianji sighed, almost shedding tears as he spoke. Yeah, Qi Lin also sighed. Then his eyes widened. Isn't it normal for her not to have a little brother taking care of her? Who has a little brother taking care of them since childhood? That's true, isn't it? Qi Tianji said earnestly. Never mind. Anyway, when you go to the divine strategy manor, just take her along. This thing has been sleep-deprived since childhood. Just make a spot for her to lie down. You only need to feed her once a day, and the advantage is she can take care of her own bodily needs. Ah, Qi Lin also felt a bit dizzy. Besides, if there's a cloud ship, Then the divine capital isn't far. It's just an hour away. You can take a ship back any time to support Grandpa. Qi Tianji was speaking when he suddenly saw the sky darken. He looked up and chuckled. Oh? What a coincidence. Speak of the ship and it arrives. Qi Lin looked up and clearly saw a cloud ship flying in the sky. This ship had wings, used divine stones as its power source, and was a mode of transport exclusive to the noble and powerful families of Taicang. A window on the ship lowered, and a beautiful woman in a seductive red dress glanced down from inside, saying softly, "This ship is heading to the Divine Strategy Manor. Is there a handsome 13-year-old boy who happens to need a ride?" Qi Lin was truly resigned. In the end, he was still sold by his grandpa to these three giants of Xian City. And there's also the Divine Dynasty Continent's top classical beauty, 20 years old, who's also getting a ride. Qi Tianlong waved, saying. Tang Wenwan couldn't help but smile, asking, "Who is this?" "My older sister," Qi Lin replied. "Look at this charming little appearance." "I guessed it." Tang Wenwan's gaze was appreciative. "What's her name?" "My sister's name is Qi Ditong Donqiang. You can just call her Xiao Chong." Boom! The cloud ship ascended, heading north. The ship was about 10 zhang off the ground. Not too high. Perfect for admiring the scenery along the way. Standing on the deck, Qi Lin gazed at the heavens and earth, a surge of ambition rising in his chest. But just then, a brutal and ferocious voice came from below. "My Xiao clan dominates this place. Xian City is completely sealed. Anyone who tries to leave the city will lose their head. Especially those surnamed Qi." Where the voice came from, there was a dense mass of powerful cultivators. Hearing this voice, Tang Wenwan's expression suddenly changed. The Xiao clan has actually reached Xian City. And so quickly. So many people. She glanced down and saw a figure soaring towards the cloud ship. It's him. After seeing the person clearly, Tang Wenwan was extremely terrified, cold sweat pouring down her. "Qi Lin, hide quickly. Otherwise you won't be able to leave Xian City." Soaring through the air, a Heaven Imperial Realm expert. Grandpa's level. Qi Lin frowned. He looked down and saw thousands of Xiao clan members, an unknown number of profound Sea and Earth Yang realm experts. It was clear the Xiao clan was determined to seize the ice-profound crystal vein. Although Grandpa had always been very confident, Qi Lin still felt a little worried seeing his enemies like a vast ocean pressing down on Xian City. Alas, he was truly too young. It was normal to be powerless in the face of a struggle between powerful elders. "Get in." In a short time, Tang Wenwan opened a secret room inside the cabin, then urgently told Qi Lin and Qi Tianlong, "Don't worry. He can't do anything to me." She came from the Tang clan of the Divine Capital and was a high-ranking official of Taicang, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Without a word, Qi Lin pulled Qi Tianlong and stepped into the secret room. The secret room was very small. Qi Tianlong looked panicked. "So scary. I'm going to faint. Little brother, save me." "Sister, don't make a sound. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Qi Lin quickly shielded her behind him. He faced the cabin, looking out through a very thin crack. Though he has no clan soul, he has spirit. Bonus points. Qi Tianlong looked at her younger brother's firm back, her gaze approving, secretly evaluating. Bang! The next instant, the tall, burly figure, like a small mountain, suddenly landed on the cloud ship. The entire cloud ship shook violently. Xiao Bai Dao. Tang Wenwan's cold eyes locked onto the newcomer. She said coldly, "Why have you boarded my demon extermination department's cloud ship?" The newcomer was extremely tall, bald, with a hooked nose, narrow eyes, and a sinister appearance. By order of the Divine Capital's Yongding Commander-in-Chief, evil cultists are causing trouble in Xian City. The entire city is under lockdown. The burly middle-aged man said, touching his firm, sword-like nose, and eyed Tang Wenwan askance. His gaze swept down from her red lips, as if searching for something meticulously, missing not a single spot. Such an aggressive gaze made Tang Wenwan feel cold all over. She let out a cold snort. "I am the head of Xian City's Demon Extermination Department, subordinate to the Divine Capital's General Demon Extermination Department. I am an external envoy of the General Department and not subject to Xian City's lockdown." "Is that so?" Xiao Baidao raised an eyebrow, giving her a strange look. He suddenly flashed, his tall figure abruptly appearing in front of Tang Wenwan. Bang! That massive palm suddenly slammed onto her face. A Heaven Imperial Realm expert strike. True essence like the hand of the heavens. Under its oppressive force, even an Earth Yang peak cultivator would find it hard to resist. Thud! Tang Wenwan's face took the full force of the slap, hitting the ship's deck. Half her face was crimson, even bleeding. "Xiao Baidao. You!" Tang Wenwan seethed with anger. Before she could get up, Xiao Baidao suddenly grabbed her long hair, pulling her close to his face, his hooked nose almost touching Tang Wenwan's. "You cheap slut surnamed Tang." Xiao Baidao's tone was sinister and cold. "I heard that after Yi Jianxiong and Su Fengxian were crippled or died, you personally helped that evil cultist dismantle the Azure Jade Hall? What are you trying to do? Do you want to lure this cultist to kill more of my Shao clan's disciples, harming my clan's vitality, so you can profit from behind the scenes?" Her hair was being pulled, and tiny trickles of blood had already seeped from Tang Wenwan's scalp. It was naturally very painful. However, she sneered, staring intently at Xiao Baidao. "That's right. I just don't like the sight of you. The Shao clan is the most deserving of death in the Divine Capital." Xiao Baidao was startled by her words, clearly not expecting Tang Wenwan to be so fierce. But then, he immediately let out a sinister laugh, his eyes suddenly full of amusement. "They say a woman who's been widowed for 10 years is like someone who hasn't drunk water for 10 years, dying of thirst." As he spoke, he licked his thick lips. "What do you mean?" Tang Wenwan's face changed again. Xiao Baidao didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly tightened his grip on her long hair and dragged her towards the inner cabin. "Xiao Baidao!" Tang Wenwan suddenly drew a short sword and pressed it against her throat. "If you don't stop, I'll die here immediately. No matter where you hide for the rest of your life, my brother will make sure you don't die peacefully." The burly bald man heard this and immediately stopped. He looked at Tang Wenwan, somewhat speechless. "You say your man has been dead for so long. What's wrong with letting loose a bit?" "I despise you," Tang Wenwan spat. "Heh. Those words are truly unpleasant." Xiao Baidao looked at her blood-stained short sword, gritted his teeth, and released his grip. Then he chuckled. "I'm not in a hurry. I have patience. A forced melon isn't sweet. I prefer it when you clearly detest me, yet have no choice but to obey my every command. If you get a chance in your next life, hurry up and reincarnate." Tang Wenwan stood up, still breathing heavily. Xiao Baidao heard this, shook his head, and smiled. Just wait. He turned and walked out. There's no woman I set my eyes on that I can't have. Seeing that this malevolent star was finally about to leave, Tang Wenwan suppressed the anger in her heart and chose not to respond. However, Xiao Baidao walked to the bow of the ship but didn't disembark. Instead, he looked down at Xian City. Do you know that my Xiao clan has sealed this city? Yet why haven't we made a move? He touched his firm nose again, smirking sinisterly. Tang Wenwan looked at him coldly, again choosing not to answer. Xiao Baidao shrugged. That old evil cultist has been low-key for many years, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly, which suggests a high probability of him having accomplices. Our Xiao clan is here to mine the crystal vein, and our clan's experts cannot stay here for long in large numbers. Naturally, it's best to catch them all in one go. Don't you agree? Using Qi Tianji as bait to fish, Tang Wenwan said. Exactly, Xiao Baidao nodded. You tell me this. Aren't you afraid I'll notify them and alert the enemy? Tang Wenwan said coldly. Not at all. Xiao Baidao's face was chillingly cold. I'm merely using your mouth to tell them. I'm giving them 3 days. After 3 days, the two clans will go to war. What if they don't come? Tang Wenwan asked again. Then, Xiao Baidao looked down, grinning sinisterly. Then our Xiao clan will slaughter the city. Slaughter the city. Tang Wenwan's face turned icy cold. She trembled. Xian City has 18 districts in total. What do the people in the other 17 districts have to do with you? Xiao Baidao stopped his sinister grin, utterly indifferent, and slowly said, No other reason. My Xiao clan simply enjoys slaughtering cities. Having said that, he leaned back and fell downwards. Sigh. Tang Wenwan's tense, delicate body finally relaxed. She steadied herself by holding onto the windowsill, but she was covered in cold sweat. Aunt Tang. Qi Lin walked out from behind, his dark red eyes sweeping in the direction Xiao Baidao had left. Then he asked her with concern. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. It hurts terribly. Tang Wenwan's chest burned with rage. Someday, I'll definitely kill that beast. Shall I put some medicine on it for you? Qi Lin looked at her crimson, bleeding face, a volcano also raging in his chest. All right. Tang Wenwan looked at Qi Lin with her beautiful eyes, thinking to herself, this child is pure and brave. A few more glances, and my mood will improve greatly. She first activated the cloud ship, continuing to ascend, thus successfully leaving Xian City. As Qi Lin gently applied medicine for her, he asked again, Aunt Tang, is this heaven imperial realm Xiao Baidao the strongest among the Xiao clan's arrivals? Tang Wenwan gently shook her head. Of course not. He's just a branch master of one of the Xiao clan's 18 branches. The Xiao clan would never send just one branch master. Their clan operates by a principle. Either they don't do it, or they go all the way. Then tell me, can my grandpa hold out? Qi Lin asked. After all, a city slaughter in 3 days. The entire Xian City. Hundreds of thousands of innocent people. I don't know about that. Tang Wenwan sighed slightly. Your grandpa is very mysterious and very confident. I'm at my wit's end. I can only trust him. Qi Lin looked back at Xian City, silent for a long time. Finally, he asked Tang Wenwan another question. Aunt Tang, is it legal for the divine strategy manner to kill people? What do you want to do? Tang Wenwan was startled. 3 days. Qi Lin's eyes held a bloody glint. He slowly said, I want to go kill a wave first and sever the Xiao clan's lifeline. North side of Xian City. Xiao Baidao slowly descended onto a tall building. He crossed his arms, his eyes cold and ruthless. For such an abundant ice-profound crystal vein to be continuously mined, it's best if there isn't a single living outsider in Xian City. He was scrutinizing the entire city with the gaze of a dominator. Just then, behind him, a young and lazy female voice suddenly spoke. Hey, Baldy. Xiao Baidao trembled all over. He abruptly turned around, while his heaven imperial true essence surged, stirring the clouds in the sky. With his cultivation, who could get so close without him noticing? He saw a young woman wearing a silky pink nightgown and soft yellow cloth shoes, her hair disheveled, yawning, and looking at Xiao Baidao. What clan's reclusive expert are you? Your Excellency, Xiao Baidao asked, cupping his hands. Not really an expert. Just the divine dynasty continent's top classical beauty. The woman in the pink robe waved her hand, saying. Xiao Baidao's throat bobbed. He turned and left, saying at the same time, My apologies for the disturbance. Don't go. Baldy. Xiao Baidao had just ascended when he was suddenly drenched in cold sweat from fright. Because the woman in the pink robe was actually flying alongside him. At such close proximity. Smiling at him. I just heard you say that there's no woman you want that you can't have? The woman in the pink robe asked. Are you from the Qi clan? Xiao Baidao's eyeballs bulged, and his scalp tingled as he retorted. You guessed right. Here's a hair as a reward. The woman in the pink robe said, plucking a strand of her silver long hair and flicking it casually. Clink. The silver strand emitted a crisp sound like a zither string, flashing past Xiao Baidao's neck like a phantom. Xiao Baidao froze for a moment. Then, his head and body directly separated. The cut on the head was as neat as an ice surface. Not a drop of blood flowing. Thud. Xiao Baidao's corpse crashed down from the tall building. Only a bald head, eyes wide open in death, floated before the woman in the pink robe. I heard your Xiao clan also enjoys slaughtering cities? The woman in the pink robe extended her delicate hand, flicked it outwards, and a ball of white mist surged out from Xiao Baidao's skull. Confused. Aren't you? This is your soul. Now that I've captured it, you won't be able to reincarnate. She squeezed the ball of white mist. Within the mist, Xiao Baidao's terrified, screaming face appeared. No. No. The woman in the pink robe ignored his screams and beckoned with her delicate hand. From an unknown direction in the sky, a white, broken long spear suddenly shot over. Little white dragon. A treat, the woman said. Roar. The white long spear suddenly transformed into a divine dragon resembling a white skeleton. Its eyes pale, radiating an extremely heavy death aura. It gulped, swallowing Xiao Baidao's soul in one bite, then coiled around the woman's delicate neck, snuggling intimately with her. City Lord's Manor. Main entrance. Thud. A human head fell from the sky, landing there. The city guards were startled. They didn't recognize the person and hurriedly sought instructions. Lord City Master. A head fell outside the gate. Not long after, Su Fengxian, wrapped up like a zongzi, was carried out. It's Xiao Baidao. Branch Master Xiao. Su Fengxian immediately went limp, screaming mournfully, terror in his eyes. Quick! Quickly cover this head. Su Fengxian hurriedly gave the order. Remembering a phrase Qi Tianji once said, his heart was now in turmoil. Qi Tianji wanted to line up the heads of the Shao clan's experts and display them at the city lord's manor entrance. Several city guards quickly went forward. But before they could even get close, Xiao Baidao's head shot out several icy-sealed qi blasts, stabbing several people to death on the spot. The other city guards scrambled away, crawling and rolling. Forbidden law qi, Su Fengxian cried out again, his entire face twitching. He dared not touch that head again. And notify the Shao clan. After speaking, he seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing as he said, with Xiao Baidao dead, the battle for Xian City will surely be a fight to the death. The cloud ship had passed Song Mountain. Ha! Where's your sister? After the medicine was applied, Tang Wanwan asked Qi Lin. Oh! Right. Only then did Qi Lin remember he had an older sister. He hurriedly searched inside the cabin, calling out, Sister, after a few calls. He saw the woman in the pink nightgown curled up and sleeping soundly in the secret room from earlier. She was sleeping very sweetly. Divine Capital. Divine Strategy Prefecture. Tang Wanwan, Qi Lin, and Qi Tianlong, who was rubbing her eyes and looked half asleep, stood at the entrance of this majestic first divine prefecture. My brother will be here soon, Tang Wanwan introduced seriously. My brother, Tang Guichang, is the third in command of the Divine Capital's Demon Extermination Directorate. His official rank and strength both surpass Xiao Baidao. Candy factory? Where? Qi Tianlong startled awake, her mouth watering. No sooner had she spoken than a steady voice rang out behind them. Country bumpkin. No manners. Hearing this, Qi Lin turned back, embarrassed, to see a middle-aged man in a black brocade robe standing behind them, looking at Qi Tianlong with some displeasure. Brother, Tang Wanwan quickly stepped forward, tugged his arm, and coaxed. Children's words are harmless. Don't be so serious. Tang Guichang couldn't resist her charm, so he stopped pursuing the matter. Instead, he carefully examined Tang Wanwan's face and asked gently, Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. But I hate them, Tang Wanwan said. No need to hate. News just came back. Xiao Baidao is dead. His head displayed at the city lord's manor entrance, Tang Guichang said. What? Tang Wanwan's delicate body trembled, and she turned to look at Qi Lin and his sister in shock. What are you looking at? I didn't kill him. I was sleeping the whole time. I have an alibi, Qi Tianlong said. Tang Wanwan was speechless for a long time. All I can say is, their grandfather has some tricks up his sleeve. Tang Guichang leaned in and whispered to Tang Wanwan. The Shao clan is in trouble. They'll slaughter the city in 3 days, and both sides are bound to suffer losses in the ensuing battle. This is an opportunity for our clan. So, Tang Wanwan's eyes lit up slightly. I will personally recommend this young man to enter the Divine Strategy Prefecture, Tang Guichang said. That's great. Thank you. Brother, Tang Wanwan was overjoyed. With you stepping forward, it's a done deal. Hard to say. That old man has been in a strange mood lately. I might have to endure some grievances, Tang Guichang said. You've worked hard, Tang Wanwan waved to Qi Lin and said. Little Lin, my brother is personally recommending you. Hearing that the third in command of the Demon Extermination Directorate was willing to vouch for him, Qi Lin felt a stir in his heart and quickly said, Thank you, Uncle Tang. His address of uncle drew them closer. Of course, the other party's help was indeed significant. With Tang Guochang's recommendation, Qi Lin entering the Divine Strategy Prefecture meant he would have half a patron for any troubles he encountered. "This lad is good," Tang Guochang said with an appreciative look, then glanced at Qi Tianlong beside him. "But what's up with this thing, brother?" "This is Qi Lin's elder sister, specially here to accompany him in his studies and take care of his daily needs," Tang Wanwan introduced. Qi Lin heard this and secretly thought, "Aunt Tang, you've got it backward. I'm the one who takes care of her daily needs." "Oh," Tang Guochang said with a stern face. "The Divine Strategy Prefecture has strict discipline. As long as she's not a child bride, it's fine." "You little," Qi Tianlong was about to curse. Qi Lin quickly pulled her back, sweating profusely. This sister is truly a bit wild. The Demon Extermination Directorate, overseeing all city demon extermination offices nationwide, and its third in command, that's a top official. "You two wait here," Tang Guochang said, not noticing Qi Tianlong's restless stirrings. He faced the Divine Prefecture and added, "I'll go see the Prefect of Divine Strategy first." Having said that, he vanished from Qi Lin's sight in an instant. "Aunt Tang, do I still need the Prefect of Divine Strategy's approval to enter?" Qi Lin asked, puzzled. "Yes," Tang Wanwan had a headache and explained. "Recently, a special entity arrived at the Divine Strategy Prefecture. Due to concerns for their safety, entry and exit are strictly scrutinized." "Who is it so special?" Qi Lin asked curiously. Tang Wanwan smiled mysteriously. "You'll know once you get in." Inside the Divine Strategy Prefecture Pavilion. Prefect Jiang. Guochang requests an audience. Tang Guochang bowed deeply, abandoning his earlier composed demeanor, and walked towards the pavilion with a humble smile. In the pavilion, an ordinary old man in plain clothes lay leisurely on a reclining chair. He was basking in the sun while idly playing with a small, transparent sphere. "What matter requires the personal presence of the third director?" the old man in plain clothes asked playfully. His eyes closed in repose. "Prefect, you flatter Guochang." Tang Guochang scurried forward, smiling obsequiously. "No major matter. Just recently acquired a bottle of immortal ginseng wine from the northern frontier, and specially brought it to honor the prefect." As he spoke, he carefully produced a jade bottle emanating spiritual energy, held it above his head, and awkwardly smiling, offered it to the old man in plain clothes. "I'm old now, and I was just planning to quit drinking," the old man in plain clothes said, opening one eye and pointing to the side. "Put it on the table." Tang Guochang cursed inwardly. "You told me to put it on the table, and you're still talking about quitting my foot." Of course, he still wore an obsequious smile as he placed the immortal ginseng wine on the stone table. "Oh my!" No sooner had he placed it down than Tang Guochang looked ahead, pointing to the front of the pavilion and saying, "Prefect, where is this clear lake water?" He saw that where there should have been a large lake, there wasn't a drop of water, revealing dark muddy ground with numerous fish and shrimp flopping about, clearly on the verge of dying from lack of water. "It's right here." The old man in plain clothes opened his eyes and looked at the small, transparent sphere he was playing with in his hand. "What?" Tang Guochang's eyes widened. "A lake. Several miles in circumference and 10 feet deep. How could such a massive amount of water be a small sphere? And how could it be held and played with in his hand?" As he stood dumbfounded, The old man in plain clothes chuckled softly and casually flicked the transparent sphere back into the lake. Boom. 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 The transparent sphere suddenly burst open, transforming into a vast quantity of clear lake water that surged back into the dry lakebed with a rushing sound. Amidst the rippling waves, a clear lake returned to the mortal world, transcending heaven and earth, entering the desolate realm. Tang Guochang's voice trembled as he uttered these 8 words. He shivered all over, immediately knelt on one knee, cupped his hands, and said, "Congratulations, Prefect, for transcending the material world." Making a fuss over nothing, the old man in plain clothes said, rocking in his chair, closing his eyes again. He said faintly, "What's the matter? Speak." Tang Guochang was still breaking out in a cold sweat over the old man's power. But he also knew that if he didn't speak now, he'd lose his chance. Well, Guochang wishes to recommend a young talent to enter the Divine Strategy Prefecture. Of course, this person meets the requirements. At 13, he has already reached the profound sea frost descent stage. Is he a member of your Tang clan? The old man in plain clothes asked casually. No, Tang Guochang lowered his head. This child comes from common folk. If he were from the Tang family, there would be no need for immortal ginseng wine. The old man in plain clothes heard this, waved his hand, and said, "You may leave, Prefect." Why? Tang Guochang was startled. The valuable gift had been given, and the matter was actually quite minor. So why was he being dismissed? If you were recommending a scion of an aristocratic family, that would be fine, we'd know their background. But you're bringing in a commoner. Who knows if he's a good citizen or a troublemaker? These days, there are rich haters everywhere. If some stray dog from outside bites a young master or pampered daughter of a noble family, how unsightly would that be? The old man in plain clothes raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Tang Guochang, you're putting this old man in a difficult position. Hearing this, Tang Guochang felt utterly stifled and aggrieved. He hadn't expected that even after presenting the immortal ginseng wine, Prefect Jiang was still making an issue of the boy's background. To put it plainly, it wasn't that Prefect Jiang feared trouble. It was simply that Tang Guochang's standing wasn't high enough. Alas, he has already entered the desolate realm. It's normal for him to disregard my face. Tang Guochang felt helpless and could only cup his hands and say, Prefect has such profound considerations. Guochang understands completely. Since that is the case, I shall not disturb the Prefect's meditation. Guochang takes his leave. After speaking, he glanced at the immortal ginseng wine. The other party was still leisurely basking in the sun, with no intention of letting Tang Guochang take it back. Damn it all! If this old scoundrel continues to dominate the Divine Strategy Prefecture, it'll be ruined sooner or later. Tang Guochang cursed under his breath, then turned and left. He had barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly saw a woman sneaking around at the entrance. She was wearing a pink nightgown, soft yellow cloth shoes, and had her hands behind her back, looking around everywhere. Isn't this Qi Lin's elder sister? Tang Guochang's face darkened. He quickly went up to her and whispered, Didn't I tell you to wait where you were? How did you end up here? After asking, he himself found it strange. This was deep within the Divine Strategy Prefecture, with guards and spirit formations all along the way. How could she be strolling around the prefect's secluded residence? Qi Tianlong gave him a glare. None of your business. Oh! For heaven's sake! Tang Guochang was already agitated from being slighted by Prefect Jiang, and now being cursed at again. He was utterly beyond endurance. Country bumpkin, utterly uncultured. In a fit of rage, he raged. Just then, a trembling cry of alarm came from behind Tang Guichang. Emperor Long! Tang Guichang froze upon hearing this. He turned around to see the old man in plain clothes already standing 3 feet behind him, trembling all over, his eyes flashing with immense awe as he looked at the pink-robed woman. It was none other than Prefect Jiang. As he spoke, he knelt on both knees, his throat seemingly blocked, and it took him a long while to stammer out a sentence. Zhang Daoyuan, Prefect of Divine Strategy of the Great Song Nation, pays respects to Emperor Long. What? Tang Guichang looked at Zhang Daoyuan, then at the pink-robed woman, his mind struggling to comprehend. You know me? The woman who had been strolling stopped, raised an eyebrow, and glanced at Zhang Daoyuan, slightly surprised. This humble one once had the fortune to glimpse Emperor Long from afar on the superdemon battlefield of the 9 Nether Purgatory. Zhang Daoyuan said. Oh, the pink-robed woman's expression suddenly turned cold. You recognizing me, for me, is trouble. Zhang Daoyuan trembled all over upon hearing this. His face changed drastically, and he looked up, crying out, Emperor Long, I will keep my... Before he could finish, the pink-robed woman suddenly reached out and squeezed the air. Crackle! Crackle! The old man in plain clothes body suddenly caved in and was squeezed into a ball of flesh. Its size was similar to the water sphere from before. Not a single last word was uttered. Dead men's mouths are tighter, the pink-robed woman said. As the pink-robed woman spoke, she hooked her little finger, and a void ring tumbled out of the ball of flesh, landing in her delicate hand. My brother wants to enter the Divine Strategy Prefecture. Skipping this person, what materials are needed? Qi Tianlong asked Tang Guichang, as if nothing had happened. Enna needs. That. Tang Guichang's legs trembled violently, his upper and lower teeth clashing wildly in his mouth. Qi Tianlong gave him a glare. You're useful to my brother, so I won't destroy you. Thump. Hearing this, Tang Guichang finally couldn't bear it. He immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, and cried, Thank you, Great Aunt, for sparing my life. In this life, Tang Guichang, am your man alive, and your ghost in death. Can't you be normal? I'm asking you. Materials, Qi Tianlong said. A blank divine strategy token. I'll take care of the rest. Tang Guichang finally regained his senses, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. This, Qi Tianlong took out a small white jade token and threw it to Tang Guichang. Tang Guichang quickly caught it, then nodded like a chick pecking at rice. All right, Qi Tianlong put away the void ring, and at the same time, flicked her hand. Plop! The small blood ball that Zhang Daoyuan had been squeezed into flew onto the lake, like a pebble dropping into water, creating faint ripples before vanishing without a trace. A mighty supreme expert of the desolate realm, casually squeezed into a ball in midair by her. His corpse nowhere to be found. Tang Guichang's heart pounded like a kangaroo's, wanting to cry but having no tears. What kind of monster is this? Right, Qi Tianlong said after taking 2 steps, looking seriously at Tang Guichang. After we leave here, I want you to act completely normal. If my brother or anyone else learns anything about me, I will drown all 9 generations of your Tang clan in this lake to serve as drink accompaniment. Understand? Tang Guochang wailed. My heavens! I understand. In his mind, the Qi family, Qi Tianji, Qi Tianlong, Qi Lin. These entities connected, forming a terrifying family that made his scalp tingle. Anyone who opposes them must be tired of living, right? Thinking of everything that would happen in the future, Tang Guochang was incredibly excited. Unfortunately, he was the only one who knew the secret, destined to be stifled with anxiety. If he said even one wrong word, it would be 9 generations rejoice. My heavens! As he was thinking, Qi Tianlong vanished. Cough. Cough. Tang Guochang suppressed the storm in his mind and coughed. Go to hell. You old scoundrel. After committing so many sins, you finally got your just deserts. He hugged the jade bottle from the stone table to his chest, glared at the lake, and then sped off. I'll drink this immortal ginseng wine myself, outside the Divine Strategy Prefecture. This? That? Me? Well. Tang Guochang stood before Tang Wenwan and Qi Lin with a composed expression. Yet he stammered when he spoke. He secretly glanced at the pink-robed woman behind them, feeling very puzzled. Hadn't Tang Wenwan noticed Qi Tianlong was gone just now? Brother, were you hit hard? Tang Wenwan said with some irritation. These stinking idiots at the Divine Strategy Prefecture. Stop. Don't curse yet. Tang Guochang coughed, took out a small white jade token, and said, It's done. Tang Wenwan's beautiful eyes lit up. Truly my brother. Yes. Keep a low profile, Tang Guochang continued calmly. Leave the rest to me. You return to Xian City. Originally, he had hesitated whether to let his sister return. But now he no longer hesitated. Su Fengxian is crippled. I'll push for you at the Yongding Directorate, and you should have no problem becoming the new city lord. Hearing Tang Guochang's authoritative and powerful words, Tang Wenwan felt at ease. Little Qi Lin. Auntie wants to. She took Qi Lin's hand, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a faint charm. Let go. Tang Guochang interrupted with a glare. You're old enough. Look in a mirror. He was genuinely afraid that Qi Tianlong would slap his sister to death. Are you crazy? Tang Wenwan was in the middle of a reluctant farewell when his reprimand instantly dampened her spirits, and she left in a hurry. Goodbye, Aunt Tang. Qi Lin waved gratefully. If my grandfather can't hold on, come and get me as soon as possible, and send me a message. He still couldn't put the Xian City matter out of his mind. For at least these 3 days, he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. The Divine Strategy Prefecture is divided into 3 pavilions, 1 sun, 2 moon, and 3 star. On the way, Tang Guochang introduced things to Qi Lin, while occasionally turning back to secretly glance at his great-aunt. Is it divided by cultivation realm? Or by talent? Qi Lin observed everything in the Divine Strategy Prefecture seriously. Neither. It's divided by age. Tang Guochang paused. 18 and above belong to the 1 sun pavilion. 14 to 17 belong to the 2 moon pavilion. 13 and below belong to the 3 star pavilion. So I should first enter the 3 star pavilion, and then in a few months, be promoted to the 2 moon pavilion, Qi Lin asked. Exactly, Tang Guochang nodded, then coughed. The current pavilion master of 3 star is named Jiang Xinghai. I know him well. He is the youngest son of Prefect Jiang Daoyuan. As they were speaking, an elegant hall named 3 Star Hall appeared before them. Xianxia. I am Tang Guochang. Here. Tang Guochang didn't need to be obsequious. His position as the third director of the Demon Extermination Directorate still carried significant weight. As his voice fell, a handsome middle-aged man emerged from the 3-star hall, wearing a star-patterned robe, covered in paint, and with disheveled hair. Qilin glanced behind him and saw that the floor of the 3-star hall was covered with drawing paper. Various beautiful women were drawn on them, with exquisite smiles and superb artistry. The beauties in the paintings had distinct styles and diverse clothing. Some were even wearing only a single strip of cloth. A rare guest. Director Tang, Xianxia said with a smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than his gaze caught sight of Qi Tianlong strolling behind, and his star-like eyes instantly lit up. Director Tang. Who is this enchanting woman? Like a goddess. Her? Tang Guochang coughed. She is Qilin's elder sister. And Qilin is a new student of the Divine Strategy Prefecture, recommended by me and approved by your father to enter the 3-star pavilion. Approved, Xianxia, with astonishing speed, took the white jade token, tapped it a few times, then pulled out a cloth bag from his void ring and directly handed it to Qilin. Everything's complete. You can start cultivating and studying this afternoon. Qilin was startled for a moment. He picked up the Divine Strategy token and saw a few glowing words on it. Qilin. 3-star pavilion. 0 academic points. Pavilion Master. What are academic points for? He asked. You can obtain everything in the Divine Strategy Prefecture, provided you have enough points. As Xianxia spoke, he only stared at Qi Tianlong. How do I earn them? Qilin asked again. By completing classes. The more outstanding you are, the more points you get. Xianxia was still looking, and couldn't help but exclaim. Such beauty exists in the world. Beautiful? Qilin looked back, unable to agree. This young lady, Xianxia was already captivated. He walked past Qilin towards Qi Tianlong, and, entranced, said, May this humble one paint a portrait for you, so that your peerless beauty may be passed down through 100 generations. Scram, Qi Tianlong said. Young lady, if you have any doubts, perhaps you could first admire my paintings, Xianxia said. If you pester me again, I'll kill your father, Qi Tianlong said. Tang Guochang secretly covered his face. Already killed him, inside a scholar's residence in the 3-stars pavilion. Qilin settled down. He settled in a pavilion, with only 1 stone table and 2 stone stools. Just enough for him and the little black beast to stare at each other. Because his sister had taken the room. His sister, upon seeing the bed, couldn't move. She closed the door and declared, Don't wake me even if the world ends. If you force me awake, I'll make the world end. Then there was no more sound. Damn it! What a talent! After all that hard work to come and study, he could only sleep in a pavilion. Frustrating. Qilin could only take out the cloth bag Xianxia had given him. Inside, there was a complete introduction to the cultivation rules, details, items, and facilities of the Divine Strategy Manor. For the past 13 years, Qilin had been left to his own devices, at best cultivating a realm, nothing else. I must quickly learn some formidable killing techniques in this Divine Strategy Manor. Qilin looked towards Xian City. Only by achieving success in my studies will I be qualified to fight alongside grandfather and carve out a future for this family. Now that new members had joined the family, Qi Lin felt an even greater sense of responsibility. My sister is so pitiful, naturally sleepy, frail and weak, living in a daze. He looked at Qi Tianlong, who was sleeping soundly inside, and couldn't help but feel pity. She's my elder sister. I must protect her well. Unknowingly, his motivation for cultivation grew even stronger. A fervent passion surged within Qi Lin's chest as he looked out the window again. The sword arts, battle techniques, elemental arrays, elixirs, weapons, and the inherited insights of past generations that I desire, the divine strategy manner has them all. But they all require credits. The students of 3 Stars Pavilion were young and could only earn credits by attending classes. There were many courses available, divided into 2 main categories: literary arts classes and martial arts classes. Among them, literary arts classes included law, governance, state affairs, culture, and more, all offering high credits. Martial arts classes didn't offer many credits, but one could learn true skills. For a nation's talents, literary and martial strategies are both indispensable. Qi Lin came from a small town, and he had too many things he wanted to learn. He found a class schedule in the cloth bag. There's a national law class in the literary arts this afternoon, teaching the laws of the Grand Azure, and it offers the most credits. Qi Lin checked the time, then had the little black beast transform into a sword. I asked Aunt Tang before if killing was legal in the divine strategy manner, but she couldn't answer that question. Then I'll go to class and listen for myself. With his black wooden sword and azure soul sword hanging from his waist, he headed towards the lecture hall for the national law class. At the same time, from the surrounding student residences, noble scions from the divine capital, dressed in splendid attire, emerged in groups. Qi Lin was among them, feeling out of place. Around him, there was lively chatter befitting only those of high status. Oh? Are you new here? Suddenly, a sweet girlish voice sounded behind Qi Lin. Qi Lin turned around. It was a girl, like a trumpet creeper in midsummer, blooming in midair, orange-red like fire. The girl wore an orange skirt, vibrant and lively, her smile bathed in sunlight, and a natural sweetness seemed to emanate from her lips. In Xian City, there were absolutely no peers as beautiful and spirited as her. The only woman as ethereal as a celestial being was Su Lianxi, but she was 5 years older than Qi Lin. Hey! I'm talking to you. The girl blinked her bright, large eyes, looking at Qi Lin curiously. Yes. I just arrived, Qi Lin replied. My name is Linger, the girl in the orange skirt said, extending her small hand, her voice sweet and gentle. As fellow classmates of 3 Stars Pavilion, let's look out for each other in the future. Qi Lin, facing this lively, spirited, and open-minded girl his age, Qi Lin wasn't constrained and shook her hand. Wow! Your finger is so hot. Linger was startled and quickly pulled her hand back. Qi Lin's scalp tingled slightly. She must have touched his left pinky finger, which was afflicted with the fire blight. Are you all right? I just cultivated a fierce fire technique. Qi Lin could only make something up. It doesn't hurt anymore. Linger showed her jade-like palm, waving it in front of Qi Lin. Are you going to the national law class? Let's go together. Okay. As Qi Lin walked with her, he secretly glanced at his pinky finger. He didn't know until he looked, and when he did, he was startled. The small, gaping wound on his left pinky finger was currently spewing fire, making the finger look like a fiery dragon. Although the amount of fire wasn't large, it was still quite frightening. You better not spew it all out at once. The reason he was worried was that the flames didn't look right. It might even be poisonous. All beings regarded the 5 declines of the heavenly Dao as 5 types of plagues. And if this finger fire could transmit the fire blight, then it would be disastrous. Just as he was thinking this, a cold voice suddenly came from beside him. Hot finger? You don't have the fire blight, do you? Qilin frowned and looked. The speaker was a blue-robed youth, slightly thin, aloof, giving off a chilling aura. To enter the divine strategy manner, one had to be at least at the 13th profound sea realm. So everyone on this path was among the top peers in the entire Grand Azure Nation. Lan Ming, don't talk nonsense. Before entering the divine strategy manner, every student must undergo a screening for the 5 declines. Those afflicted can't get in. Linger quickly spoke up for Qilin, her tone a little displeased. Lan Ming seemed a little afraid of her, so he said to Qilin, "Apologies. My name is Lan Ming, from the Blue Moon Clan of the Divine Capital. Anyone you randomly pick from this divine strategy manner, their family background starts at the city lord level." To the right, there was another brown-clothed youth. He and Lan Ming had likely been walking with Linger from the start, so they had been walking alongside her. At this moment, he glanced at Qilin and said indifferently, "I am Yan Dinghao. My father is the 1000 City Inspector of the Yongding General Command. And you?" The two of them clearly didn't like Qilin, so they were using their status to put some pressure on him. Qilin coughed. "My grandfather has some connections." Yan Dinghao and Lan Ming were momentarily stunned by his words. "Has some connections? What kind of status is that? Haven't you two had enough? How boring." Linger was a bit speechless. "We're all classmates. We shouldn't care about these things. The atmosphere in the divine strategy manner is actually very good. Right?" Qilin felt that this girl was sensible. There wasn't much sense of status or hierarchy in her eyes. She was gentle and soft, making one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. Moreover, apart from the 3 of them, the other students of the divine strategy manner seemed to get along quite well, especially the students of 3 Stars Pavilion, who all appeared quite innocent. There wasn't the cold, arrogant feeling that Qilin had imagined, like that of Shao Tianyang or Yi Qing. "Linger. Good afternoon. Linger, are you also here for the national law class?" As Qilin observed along the way, the young lady Linger was indeed very popular. She had many friends and enthusiastically introduced Qilin to others. And most people didn't ask about his background, unlike Lan Ming and Yan Dinghao, who seemed to dislike Qilin. Soon, they entered a lecture hall. "Qilin, why don't you sit next to me?" Linger asked, blinking her bright, large eyes. "Okay." After sitting down, the exquisite young girl was so close beside him. Girls born into wealthy families like this, even their hair carried a noble fragrance, and an occasional blink of their eyes was indeed captivating. There aren't many people in the national law class today. Linger rested her chin on her hand, looking left and right, her hair brushing against Qilin's cheek. "Over 30 people. And that's not many?" Qilin asked. After all, it was only 3 Stars Pavilion. The martial arts classes always have more people. Hundreds every time. Linger pouted in annoyance. These guys value martial arts too much and neglect literary arts. Without a bit of culture, they wouldn't even know how to insult people during a fight. Right? She looked at Qilin. Her bright eyes and white teeth seeming to be veiled in a dreamlike mist under the sunlight from the window. Just curse their 18 generations of ancestors. That'll do, Qilin said. Linger let out a giggle, blooming even more beautifully than a flower, as if all the beauty in the world was etched on the young girl's smiling face. Quiet. Just then, a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair walked into the lecture hall. He had a stern appearance, a powerful aura, and commanded respect without needing to show anger. Greetings, Master Fu. Some of the divine strategy students greeted him. Qilin couldn't help but look at this person. As expected of the divine capital, a master of literary arts classes. His cultivation is probably no worse than Su Fengshuan's. He had already read the detailed rules of the divine strategy manner, where seniors teaching literary arts classes were called masters, and those teaching martial arts classes were called martial masters. Thump. Master Fu placed a thick book on the desk. Qilin glimpsed the cover, which bore 4 large characters. Grand Azure National Law. Today, I will be discussing the definition of self-defense within our Grand Azure National Law. This definition is closely related to all of you, so listen carefully. Master Fu seemed to teach without much emotion. Starting directly. The Grand Azure National Law stipulates that within a non-combat zone, if one is subjected to martial arts aggression and the aggressor does not cease after 3 consecutive warnings, it may be classified as legitimate self-defense. And killing is not a crime. As for where the non-combat zones are, simple. For example, this lecture hall is a non-combat zone. The entire divine strategy manner, except for a few designated sparring areas, is a non-combat zone. Master Fu spoke eloquently, not looking down at the students. However, the students below were not paying attention to the national law. They were clearly there just to get credits. Even Linger seemed to be cultivating. She's about my age. Yet she's already at the 3rd level of profound sea. Her true essence having formed a stream. Qilin was slightly surprised. Suddenly, oh, I forgot. Master Fu saw Qilin and said, a new student has arrived at 3 Stars Pavilion today. Correct? Come up and introduce yourself. Yes. Master. Qilin walked to his side, faced the 30-odd talented youths of the Grand Azure Nation, and said, I am Qilin. Is that all? Master Fu gave Qilin a sidelong glance. Divine strategy students cannot solely focus on martial arts and neglect literary cultivation. Say a few more words. At least state your origins. Qilin pursed his lips, then looked at the pairs of expectant eyes and said, I am from Xian City. The moment his words fell, the lecture hall suddenly became silent. The divine strategy students who had been secretly giggling suddenly stopped smiling and frowned as they looked at Qilin. The atmosphere of the entire lecture hall instantly became incredibly strange. Then, the next moment, strange gazes, one after another, surprisingly fell upon Linger. Bang! Linger suddenly stood up. She slowly raised her head. Her sunny smile from moments ago was as if it had entered a cold winter. Even her voice was bone-chilling, like a blizzard. Is your grandfather named Qi Tianji? Upon hearing these words, Qilin was momentarily stunned. Is your surname Xiao? Qilin looked at her, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Master Fu. Close the door. The young girl seemed to have gotten the answer she wanted. She pointed at the heavy main door of the lecture hall. Xiao Linger, Master Fu gritted his teeth and said, "This place is the Divine Strategy Lecture Hall. A non-combat zone." Bang! "I told you to close the door." Xiao Linger suddenly grabbed the heavy stone desk and slammed this object weighing hundreds of caddies towards Master Fu. With a loud bang, the stone table shattered into pieces on the floor. Master Fu's hair was disheveled, and he was clearly somewhat flustered. With his strength, he could clearly block it, but he didn't dare to block it completely. It was evident that, in the divine strategy manner, the status of a master or martial master was not necessarily above that of a student. Ultimately, it still came down to background. "Student Qi Lin. Hold on." Master Fu's voice trembled slightly. "I'll go find the enforcement hall." With that, he hurried out the door. How dare he come to the divine strategy manor? This was a remark Master Fu mumbled to himself as he left, expressing great incomprehension. He couldn't figure it out. Apparently, these 30-odd classmates also couldn't figure out this problem, including Xiao Linger. They truly hadn't expected at first that he was the grandson of the Shen City fiend. Bang! Lan Ming went directly to seal off the lecture hall's main door. "Close the windows too." Xiao Linger's voice was cold as iron. Yan Dinghao smirked as he went to close the windows. Qi Lin suddenly understood why he had felt comfortable, relaxed, and that the atmosphere was good earlier. It was because Xiao Linger had considered him part of her circle. "My brother is Xiao Tianyang." After Xiao Linger said this, her bright, large eyes filled with a cold tide. "I understand." Qi Lin nodded. "But this place is a non-combat zone, and the nation has its laws. National law is still useful." Xiao Linger looked at the Grand Azure National Law Book on the desk. "Lan Ming, Yan Dinghao, cut off his head and place it on that law book." After speaking, she looked at Qi Lin again. "I'll carry his head back to the clan. I don't want to dirty my hands." The doors and windows were already closed. The lecture hall was completely dark. Over 30 youths, boys and girls, stood by the sides, looking at Qi Lin with strange and indifferent eyes. Thud. At this moment, Lan Ming stepped forward, smiling sarcastically. "A mere common pig, coming to the divine strategy manor to put on airs and pretend to be important. If it weren't for the undeniable stench of your low birth, I truly would have been fooled into thinking you were some descendant of a prestigious family." Qi Lin suddenly said, "This is your first warning. You're still putting on an act?" Lan Ming's expression suddenly turned cold. He looked at the tall youth beside him. "Shall we go together?" Yan Dinghao glanced at Qi Lin, recalling the recent major case in Shen City. His face twitched, and he regretfully said, "I ate something bad at noon, so I can only watch you display your divine might." Lan Ming glared at him, quite speechless. But in reality, he just wanted to go alone. For two people to defeat a commoner from Shen City would sound bad if word got out. Clang. Lan Ming drew a very thin blade, and cold light surged on it. He moved abruptly, his true essence like a frostfall, a cold tide instantly sealing half the lecture hall. And the thin blade pointed directly at Qi Lin's face. Whoosh! Qi Lin suddenly flashed, dodging the blade. Second warning. He calmly looked at Lan Ming. To Lan Ming, these words were like an insult. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he fiercely swung his blade again at Qi Lin. The blade moved like a venomous snake, clearly enhanced by a special blade technique. Swift, precise, and ruthless. Third warning. Qilin dodged again. And in that instant, his eyes suddenly turned 10 times colder. Warning ineffective. Go ahead and strike. I'll take the consequences, mice. Before Lan Ming could utter the word self, Qilin suddenly drew his azure soul sword and with one strike, forced Lan Ming's blade open. With his next sword, he directly used brute force to overcome all techniques, striking Lan Ming's neck. A single sword strike. A severed head. Lan Ming's eyes widened. The world spun, and he felt somewhat bewildered. Bang! Qilin grabbed his hair and pressed his head onto the national law book as if stamping a seal. Blood splattered from Lan Ming's neck, drenching the national law book in red. He stared wide-eyed at Xiao Linger, his lips still trembling, as if he wasn't completely dead. Qilin also conveniently took Lan Ming's void ring, then said to Xiao Linger, "Come. You can carry his head back to your clan." Inside the academy, it was pitch dark and utterly silent. Thump. Yan Dinghao unconsciously retreated, knocking over a stone table. He was drenched in sweat, chuckling foolishly. "Excuse me, everyone. I really ate something bad for lunch." With that, he quietly retreated behind the others. The other 3-star pavilion students, their indifference completely vanished. All took several steps back. Only Xiao Linger remained, still standing in the center. Indeed, a wicked criminal and a thug. Xiao Linger's cold eyes were like frost as she took out a blazing orange longsword from her void ring. The quality of the sword was clearly a notch higher, and the temperature of the entire academy began to rise. "I warned you 3 times, so it counts as self-defense." Qilin, holding the azure soul sword, stood by the altar and looked at her. "Your Xiao clan. You are the true thugs of this world. Is that so?" Xiao Linger walked towards him, sword in hand, her eyes burning with fierce flames, true essence overflowing and surging around her delicate body as if surrounded by a flowing stream. And that stream was also scorching hot. "If I make a move, you don't need to warn me," she said. "On what grounds?" Qilin asked. "Because here, Xiao Linger, am the law." Murderous intent surged in her eyes. "If I sentence you to death, you must die. After killing you, I will still be innocent." Hearing this, Qilin shook his head and smiled. This remark was too familiar. If a clan hadn't long been accustomed to trampling the nation's laws underfoot, using them as weapons to suppress the people, how could the young people of this clan all utter such arrogant words? This is subtle indoctrination. A nation has its laws, and breaking the law is a crime. Refusing to admit guilt and trampling on national law is considered treason. Qilin looked at Xiao Linger with extreme indifference. "Your Xiao clan has committed treason." Heh! The only response to Qilin was this extremely disdainful sneer. In Xiao Linger's eyes, she saw a naive, boring fool, speaking words that disregarded reality. Exactly like another laughable teacher Fu. "Die!" She slashed her sword forward. Whether in true essence or swordsmanship, she clearly surpassed Lan Ming by a significant margin. Her body was like a ball of orange blazing fire. The sword in her hand struck before Qilin's eyes, its blade and flames merging into a splendidly blooming trumpet creeper flower. For a moment, Qilin truly couldn't judge her sword momentum. This is the Xiao clan's swordsmanship. Qilin's azure soul sword only blocked 3 strikes before he couldn't predict the opponent's 4th. Rip. The orange longsword slashed across Qilin's shoulder, missing his throat by 3 inches. Bang! Qi Lin dodged the sword and retreated, a shock in his heart. So, close quarters combat skills are a must-learn. To protect my clan's flame, I cannot learn the martial Dao of Qitian. So the Divine Strategy Prefecture is my only chance now. Earlier, he and Lan Ming were at the same cultivation realm, and he could rely on his heaven-reaching, prison-suppressing true essence to forcibly overcome skill with brute force. But now, being one realm lower than Xiaolinger, he was indeed at a disadvantage. You dare to come to the Divine Strategy Prefecture? At least 300 people here could kill you 100,000 times. How dare you, Xiaolinger? Having succeeded with one sword strike, became even more overbearing. Her Xiao clan elders had already attacked the evil person's lair. Yet this evil person's descendant had come to attack the lair of the Xiao clan's young geniuses. Wasn't this the ultimate slap in the face? Which Xiao clan disciple could endure such humiliation? Compared to your dilapidated Qi clan, my Xiao clan is like a true god. Her long sword rose again, the blazing sword edge piercing out 3 trumpet creeper flowers. And her sword momentum instantly became several times more complex. Although there was only one sword, it enveloped Qi Lin's glabella, throat, and heart, 3 fatal points. This woman's domineering and fierce nature was something the other divine strategy students already knew well, which was also why Xiaolinger had such good connections. Be her friend, and every step brings good fortune. Be her enemy, and one sword brings triple death. God, when Qi Lin heard this word, under the shroud of darkness, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. My Qitian clan specializes in slaying gods. Clang. He hung back the azure soul sword and drew his black wooden sword. The moment he looked up again, in a pair of blood-dripping eyes, countless dense, crimson small eyes locked onto Xiaolinger. At this moment, the wonder of her one sword, 3 flowers technique seemed to become slow and transparent, the trajectory of each sword strike becoming noticeably clearer. Xiaolinger's expression suddenly changed drastically. Her pretty face instantly turned deathly pale, and her sword-wielding hand trembled. What kind of evil illusion art is this? She suddenly saw cracks appearing on the wall behind Qi Lin, as well as on the ground, the door, stone tables, and altars, and blood-dripping eyeballs, like blood-red lanterns, squeezed out of the cracks, vying with each other, turning left and right, staring at her. Even Yan Dinghao's abdomen had split open with a bloody crack, revealing a giant blood-red eye. This National Law Academy instantly became a bloody hell. Under extreme fear, Xiaolinger suddenly bit her tongue and snarled, "Heresy and unorthodox methods. How dare you bring them out to disgrace yourself?" The moment her last word left her lips, Qi Lin suddenly exploded forward, attacking her like a hellish god of slaughter, appearing before her eyes. With a precise sword strike, he parried Xiaolinger's sword, and the blade pierced through her mouth, exiting from the back of her head. Evil illusion art? I'll kill you with ease. Qi Lin pulled out his sword, pulled up Xiaolinger's orange long dress, and wiped his black wooden sword clean. From Xiaolinger's mouth and the back of her head, red and white substances gushed out, her eyes wide open, unmoving. Finally, let me tell you, I killed your brother too. After Qi Lin wiped his sword clean, he whispered another sentence. Thud. This girl, who was beautiful just a moment ago, died with her eyes wide open, staring at Qi Lin. and softly slid to the ground. Bright red blood spread across the black ground, blooming into a blood-red trumpet creeper flower. On a stone path in the Divine Strategy Prefecture. Xianxia, Teacher Fu looked anxious, watching a middle-aged man behind him whose clothes were embroidered with a large sword. Hurry up! Xianxia walked with his hands behind his back, looking up and squinting in the sun. No rush. No need to rush. Life in this world. Take it slowly. Be free and at ease. Teacher Fu was so anxious he grabbed his arm. If we're a moment later, someone will die. Someone will die? It's fine. I'm the enforcement master of the enforcement hall. I can handle it. Xianxia strolled leisurely, a look of contentment on his face, hands clasped behind his back. Alas, Teacher Fu sighed. It seems you want student Qi Lin dead. Don't talk nonsense. Xianxia glared. I'm already hurrying as fast as I can. Don't act in front of me. Teacher Fu shook his head, looking at Xianxia. We both came from humble backgrounds. Xianxia, don't make me look down on you. Xianxia was startled by these words. Then his expression turned cold. You still have the nerve to look down on me? Look at what you've become now. At least I don't want anyone to die in the National Law Academy, Teacher Fu said angrily. Easy to say. Why didn't you stop it on the spot? If you're so brave, don't come looking for me, Xianxia said coldly. Hearing this, Teacher Fu's lips trembled, unable to speak. Xianxia snorted coldly, walked past him, and continued to stroll leisurely towards the academy. Xianxia, Teacher Fu turned back to look at him. When Great Song was founded, national law was born in our Divine Strategy Prefecture. The Divine Strategy Prefecture is the cradle of Great Song's national law, and even more so, a sacred place. Even if the whole world falls into chaos, our generation must uphold the foundation of the Divine Strategy Prefecture. Heh! Xianxia shrugged, not wanting to argue. What's more, His Majesty personally presides over the Divine Strategy Prefecture now. How can injustice be allowed to happen right under his nose? How can we let those clans and aristocratic families run rampant in the Divine Strategy Prefecture? Teacher Fu said again, his gaze burning. Then why don't you go manage it? Xianxia turned back and sneered. I remember now, you're not from the enforcement hall, you have no authority to manage it, right? You, who were once the most outstanding student of the Law Dao, why were you expelled from the enforcement hall? Wasn't it because you were too pedantic and inflexible? What kind of world is it now, and you're still talking about laws with me? Wait until someone's blade chops down on your head. Then you can go complain to the King of Hell. Teacher Fu's eyes were red as he looked at this former classmate. Have you forgotten the grand words you spoke in your youth? When you put on these clothes today, you said national law was your faith, that you would uphold national law and bring justice to the world. Shoo! Xianxia shrugged and smiled. I live in the present. You live in the past. No wonder everyone laughs at you. Teacher Fu was speechless, staring blankly at him. The grand ambitions of the humble student under the setting sun back then had now been replaced by a greasy face under the sunlight, wearing a slick smile, completely at ease. Oh! Xianxia straightened up, casually putting on a stern face again, saying, It's about time. I heard someone committed violence in the National Law Academy. Let me go collect the bodies. No. Go judge what exactly happened. Teacher Fu lowered his head, clenching his fists, veins bulging. But he soon relaxed them. He gave a bitter smile and sighed. It's my fault. If I hadn't let that child reveal his family name. Perhaps. What a pity. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Teacher Fu, like a walking corpse, arrived at the National Law Academy with Qin Zheng. The academy's doors and windows were tightly shut. Inside was quietly dead silent, with no sounds of dispute, indicating it had long been over. Cough. Cough. Qin Zheng, with a solemn expression, strode towards the National Law Academy. Enforcement Master Qin. Suddenly, a young, clear voice came from behind. Qin Zheng immediately turned around and saw a group of young men and women approaching from another direction. These people were noticeably older than the 3-star pavilion students. Tall and slender, no longer naive, more reserved but also more spirited. Especially the youth leading them, dressed in white brocade. He had a head of crimson blood-red hair, eyes burning like the sun, naturally somewhat demonic, handsome yet with a hint of wickedness, the type to make young girls' hearts flutter. And those following him were mostly women, all charming and beautiful young ladies of power and influence, holding themselves with no small amount of grace. Xiao Qian, upon seeing this red-haired youth, Qin Zheng immediately changed his expression again, and hastily came forward with a smile, saying, "What brings the distinguished talents of the Second Moon Pavilion here? I heard that the grandson of that evil person from Xianxia actually infiltrated the Divine Strategy Prefecture, disguising himself as a student to attack my Xiao clan's genius? I specifically brought some friends to come and punish this evil individual," Xiao Qian said with a cold, eerie laugh. "Is that so?" Qin Zheng's face showed shock. "Then my enforcement hall is even more duty-bound. Then, Enforcement Master Qin, please open the door." Xiao Qian was also not in the least bit anxious. "No problem." As Qin Zheng spoke, he suddenly saw a woman in a white dress beside Xiao Qian. He saw that this girl was ethereal and refined, delicate and charming. So he asked, "This young lady looks a bit unfamiliar. May I ask which distinguished family she comes from?" Xiao Qian smiled and introduced, "She is the daughter of Xuanqing's city lord, named Su Lianxi. She just entered the Divine Strategy Prefecture this morning. I brought her this time to identify the evil person." Xuanqing. Qin Zheng was slightly taken aback. Such a background was the highest in Xuanqing, but in the Divine Strategy Prefecture, it was considered humble. Don't underestimate Miss Su. She possesses the 5th level of the Profound Sea Realm, the True Essence Tsunami stage, and also a Crimson Firmament grade Divine Succession bloodline. Xiao Qian was likely using this opportunity to announce this news for the first time. So the distinguished talents of the Second Moon Pavilion behind him, hearing this, looked at the woman in white with changed expressions. "That's extraordinary. Limitless prospects," Qin Zheng quickly praised. "Lianxi is new here, and although she's already 18, my father still decided to let her cultivate in the Second Moon Pavilion for a year first. Going to the First Sun Pavilion later wouldn't be too late," Xiao Qian said, and also said to the woman in white, "Lianxi, this is Enforcement Master Qin Zheng of the Enforcement Hall, who handles disputes among disciples. If anyone is foolish enough to cause trouble, you can find Enforcement Master Qin to deal with them." Su Lianxi quickly said softly, "Greetings, Enforcement Master Qin." Qin Zheng looked at Xiao Qian, then at Su Lianxi. This sense of harmony between water and fire made him almost blurt out the words, "A match made in heaven." Of course. Of course." He nodded repeatedly. The three conversed like this, seemingly forgetting the urgent case in the National Law Academy. Teacher Fu watched this scene from afar and could only sigh. He was not slick or worldly, spending his days mumbling about the Great Song laws like a fool. "It's time to open the door." Only then did Qin Zheng turn around, put on a stern face again, and strode towards the main entrance of the National Law Academy. The gazes of the others also fell upon the door, with complacent smiles on their faces. Bang! Just then, the main entrance of the National Law Academy was actually kicked open from the inside out. After the door opened, sunlight streamed into the National Law Academy. Bloodstains covered the ground. A young boy in black, with 2 swords at his waist, stepping on the bloodstains, peered, facing the sunlight. In his left hand, he held a great song national law book, and on top of the law book rested a human head. And his right hand was dragging a leg, pulling a beautiful corpse out of the National Law Academy. Sunlight shone on the youth, the national law book, and the blood-stained girl, reflecting different lusters. Outside the academy, Xianxia, Xiaoqian, and the others originally had complacent smiles on their faces, until they clearly saw everything under the sunlight. Lan Ming, Xiao Linger, Xianxia, seeing the head and the corpse clearly, was instantly struck as if by lightning, almost biting off his tongue. Student Qi Lin, Teacher Fu took 2 steps back, his eyes trembling as he looked at the calm-faced youth. He was already filled with immense guilt, but now he saw that the deceased was someone else. He felt guilty for nothing. In his eyes, the young boy in black put down the things in his hands, with a sincere expression. Teacher Fu, I acted in self-defense. As these words came out, there was a dead silence, utterly quiet. Xiao Qian. Qin Zhang twisted his stiff neck to look at the red-haired youth in the center. He saw the red-haired youth emitting a bloody chill all over his body. His true essence already locked onto Qi Lin like a sea of blood, surging forward like a crimson tsunami. Profound Sea Realm. 5th level. 3 realms higher than Qi Lin. Die! Seeing this scene, Xiaoqian didn't want to say a single word. An evil person's descendant secretly came to the Divine Strategy Prefecture to kill a Shao clan genius. So arrogant. How could he be allowed to live another breath? His crimson true essence covered the heavens and earth. Even before he made a move, the vast sea of blood almost suffocated Qi Lin. The difference between frostfall and a tsunami is not something any method can compensate for. What's more, for Qi Lin now, he truly didn't have many conventional methods. Boom! Xiaoqian, with the momentum of a sea of blood, struck a palm towards Qi Lin's head. Qi Lin gritted his teeth. Grandpa said he sent a mysterious expert to protect me. Why aren't they showing up? He trusted his grandpa so much. Coming alone to the Divine Strategy Prefecture to face the Shao clan genius's killing intent head-on. Could that divine oracle be tricking his grandson again? Life and death hung in the balance in a flash of lightning, and Qi Lin had no other choice. Then rely on himself. Relying on himself. He actually still had 2 trump cards. One of them was right beside Xiaoqian. Su Lianqi, who was also at the true essence tsunami stage, had already stepped forward, her true essence surging. But Qi Lin wasn't going to let her act. Don't move, he let out a low roar. And besides Su Lianqi, no one knew he was speaking to her. At the same time he spoke, in a flash of lightning, Qi Lin extended his left pinky finger towards Xiaoqian. That's right. This thing, for a while now, had been spewing fire as if it was about to burst. And Qi Lin could no longer hold it back. He chose to activate it purely by instinct. He had a strong feeling that if he sprayed this fire out, it would definitely be effective. Buzz, a crimson blaze suddenly erupted, like a great mouth of the heavenly Dao, instantly biting Xianxia. Ah! Xianxia cried out in pain, his true essence violently shaking as he flew backward, directly crashing onto the ground. This scene once again shocked everyone. Not good. Qin Zheng's scalp tingled. With no time to think, he quickly flashed to Xianxia's side. Buzz, his true essence, cold in nature, erupted with a palm strike, finally extinguishing the strange flames on Xianxia's body. However, upon closer inspection, Qin Zheng still gasped. Xianxia's originally flawless skin was now covered in numerous charred scabs, including one on his face. Brother Yan, how are you? The handsome youths and beauties of the Second Moon Pavilion hurriedly gathered around him. It's nothing. Just a superficial wound. Xianxia abruptly got up. With his face burned, he looked particularly ferocious. But this further showed that he was not someone accustomed to luxury, but rather inherently possessed a ruthless streak. You should hurry to the medicinal cuisine hall. If you miss the healing window, you might be disfigured, Su Lianxi reminded. What use is appearance to a man? Xianxia's voice was incredibly low and brutal. He pushed away those around him and re-examined Qilin. What he just used should be a forbidden art. Be careful, Punishment Master Qin quickly warned. How could someone so young know a forbidden art? Xianxia's face was sinister, but there was still a hint of awe. He quickly suppressed it. Forbidden arts have usage limits. He's just bluffing. With that, he stepped forward, pressing down on Qilin again. Come. Though Qilin was a few years younger, his demeanor was too cold. With his sleeves raised, he stared intently at Xianxia. Xianxia met his gaze, and finally stopped. Forbidden arts were different from sword arts and combat techniques. Their killing intent was hard to gauge. If someone were to burn their life force to cast one, he could very well be buried alongside them. Punishment Master Qin, aren't you going to apprehend the death row inmate? He looked at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng knew this would be the outcome. But there was no other way. He was, after all, an elder, much stronger than these young people. Buzz. When the pressure emanated from Punishment Master Qin, what Qilin felt was no longer mere suppression. It was the crushing weight of 10,000 mountains. Punishment Master Qin, I am a student of the Divine Stratagem Manor, approved for entry by the Manor Head himself, and personally endorsed by Pavilion Master Jiang Xinghai. If you wish to convict me, you must present evidence on the spot. Qilin's neither humble nor overbearing tone made it hard for those present to believe he was merely a 3-star pavilion student. The evidence is right beneath your feet, Qin Zheng continued, forcing Qilin's bones to tremble and flesh to twist. You, Qilin, brutally murdered someone in the National Law Academy. You defied national law and deserve death. Wrong, Qilin said, enduring the pressure as he picked up the Great Azure National Law. Today, Xiao and Lan actively sought to kill me. I warned them 3 times without success, was forced to defend myself, and had no choice but to retaliate and kill them. With that, he looked at Master Fu. May I ask, Master, if I followed national law, where is my crime? Master Fu stared at him blankly. From the moment he left this academy, he never imagined this moment would come. He had just taught about legitimate self-defense. And you used it? According to national law, in a forbidden combat zone, after 3 warnings, One is indeed innocent. Master Fu's voice trembled slightly. The problem is, do you have witnesses to prove they attacked first? And that you warned them 3 times? Qin Zhang immediately interrupted. He was certain Qi Lin had no connections in the divine stratagem manner, so he applied more pressure. Yes, just then, a youth taller than Qin Zhang walked out from within the National Law Academy. Though clearly a 3-star pavilion student, he had grown a rough beard, resembling an uncle. I, Tang Biao, witnessed it myself. After Qi Lin declared his origins from Profound City, Xiao Linger and Lan Ming jointly tried to kill him. Qi Lin indeed warned them 3 times without success, the youth said in a rough voice. Then the truth is clear, Master Fu murmured, not daring to look in the direction of Xiao Qian and the others. Tang Biao. You. Qin Zhang hadn't expected someone would actually help a profound city deviant, and was thrown off balance. His testimony cannot count. Xiao Qian suddenly spoke with a sinister chill. This deviant's descendant was recommended into the manor by Tang Guochang, the chief exorcist. Birds of a feather flock together. How can he clear his name? With that, his cold gaze swept towards the other 3-star pavilion students deep within the academy. If anyone can step forward and uphold justice, my Xiao clan will heavily reward you. Me! Yan Dinghao scrambled out. I can prove that this Qi Lin was arrogant and overbearing, claiming he came to the divine stratagem manor solely to kill all those with the surname Xiao. Then he brutally murdered Linger on the spot. I can testify. I can also prove that what Yan Dinghao said is true. For a moment, among the 30-plus people in the National Law Academy, 5 or 6 spoke up. My testimony doesn't count, but the testimony of your Xiao clan's running dogs does? Tang Biao scoffed. Alright, stop pretending. Isn't it just bullying? Why do you have to make it sound so grand and righteous? Aren't your clan's antics in Profound City already a big enough joke? And you, Punishment Master Qin, you're playing favorites, aren't you? Do you think my Tang clan has no one? Qin Zhang felt a terrible headache upon hearing this. He didn't want the matter to escalate further, so he quickly said sternly, everyone shut up. In any case, Qi Lin's suspected crimes are immense. I will first detain him in the blood prison and announce the investigation results on a later date. With that, he directly cleared a path with his strength. Those around him were just a group of young people, and indeed, no one could stop him. Qi Lin, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly spoke. Punishment Master Qin, you know the great Azure national law better than anyone, and you know the truth better than anyone, yet you act illegally and against your conscience. You wield the great Azure laws as a weapon, acting as a dog for clan power, oppressing the innocent. He glared coldly at the middle-aged man. I ask you, by doing this, on high, can you face the great Azure sovereign who nurtured you? And below, can you face the common people who trust you? Silence. Qin Zheng's face twisted as these words struck a raw nerve in his heart. Whether I am worthy of his majesty is none of your concern. With that, he flashed suddenly, extending an icy, freezing hand towards Qi Lin's neck. But just then, a clear, cold voice came from within the National Law Academy. Then, can I intervene? The single word, Zhen, I. The Emperor declared the speaker's identity. There really was someone in the secret room. When Qi Lin first entered the academy, the small beast on his sword hilt had warned him that there was a secret room at the back of the academy, with a deep and mysterious true essence aura surging within. He had guessed that some important figure was present, listening in, but he never imagined this person would refer to themselves as Zhen. Before entering the divine stratagem manor, Uncle Tang had said there were special individuals here. I never expected it to be the current emperor of Great Azure. To Qi Lin. This was undoubtedly a venerable one from beyond the clouds. The controller of a nation. And the person of the highest status he could imagine. Thus, even though he had just committed murder in front of everyone, a chill still ran through his mind at that moment. Greetings. Your Majesty. Qin Zhang and Master Fu immediately knelt. Their expressions flustered. Many 3-star pavilion students also followed suit, bowing in shock. Qi Lin only felt a burning sensation on his back, unsure if it was from gazes or the true essence of the newcomer. He instantly turned. His eyes lowered as he swept his gaze. A fiery red silhouette entered his view. This was a young girl, about 12 or 13 years old. Her still slender frame was draped in a dark red imperial robe embroidered with golden phoenixes. The jade beads hanging from her 9-stringed crown were blood red, yet they couldn't conceal her exquisitely painted eyebrows. At an age that should have been innocent and playful, her eyes were as calm as the deep waters of a cold pond, without a ripple. She was the sovereign of Great Azure, known as the Phoenix Dawn Empress. Qi Lin recalled that when she ascended the throne 3 years ago, she was reportedly exactly 10 years old. Though of similar age, her cultivation realm seems to be earth-yang, far stronger than mine. Qi Lin couldn't help but feel profound respect. Not to mention that this Phoenix Dawn Empress, at such a young age, wielded control over an entire nation. At this moment, the young empress merely stood still, an invisible domain seeming to envelop her. One could sense that behind her small figure lay the grand destiny and fortune of the mighty Great Azure nation. Despite her young age, her face exuded a sense of national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Compared to her, Xiao Linger was like a little sparrow before a phoenix. As Qi Lin was still pondering, Master Fu, slightly anxious, quickly whispered a reminder. Student Qi Lin, quickly pay your respects. I have come to the divine stratagem manor as a student myself, so formalities are temporarily excused. It was the young empress's next sentence that finally made the atmosphere in the room lighten somewhat. How could the ruler of a nation, even if coming to the divine stratagem manor to study, be considered a student? And listening in from a secret room? Qi Lin was puzzled. But he could only keep it to himself. After all, it wasn't his place to ask. He only knew that the Great Azure nation was currently in chaos, with many strange things happening. She also has 2 attendants, as Xianxia, Master Fu, and the others were excused from their bows and stood up. Qi Lin subtly noticed 2 slender adult women standing behind the young empress. They wore loose robes, one black and one white, resembling mourning clothes, with hemp cloth wrapped around them and even hemp hats on their heads, revealing only half of their pale faces. But even those were shrouded in mist, making them indistinct and giving off a rather eerie feeling. Qi Lin undoubtedly found it even stranger. How are this young empress's attendants like 2 corpses, or perhaps corpse puppets? At the very least, for the ruler of a nation, it wasn't very auspicious. While his thoughts raced, Qi Lin didn't forget that the Phoenix Dawn Empress's first words were, "Can I intervene?" Thinking of this, Qi Lin said, "Your Majesty, please uphold justice for this humble subject." As soon as these words were spoken, someone's face naturally turned pale. It was Yan Dinghao. The Empress was listening in? Then she must know everything that happened in the National Law Academy with perfect clarity. Your Majesty, Yan Dinghao was eager to open his mouth and explain. Those who bear false witness deserve death. the Phoenix Dawn Empress suddenly said. Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. Yan Dinghao's pupils suddenly dilated. With an expression of extreme terror, he looked to see the young empress extend a jade-like finger, from which a small golden-red phoenix bird emerged. Buzz! The phantom phoenix bird instantly pounced onto Yan Dinghao's stomach. Forbidden art. Yan Dinghao let out a mournful wail. His body began to burn from the abdomen, and in an instant, he was reduced to nothing but white bones. Clatter. 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 White bones scattered across the ground. Let's see if your stomach still hurts? The young empress's lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of playful mischief within her stern and cold aura. Buzz! The phantom phoenix bird flew again, and in an instant, the few who had just accused Qi Lin of wanton murder were all incinerated on the spot. Phoenix Dawn gently plucked with her jade hand, retrieving the phantom phoenix bird, which reappeared in her palm. Whoosh! When she turned again, an imperial aura swept forth, accompanied by a stern killing intent, instantly terrifying even more people. Your Majesty! Qin Zheng fell to his knees with a thud, his face ashen and drenched in sweat. This humble official was unaware that these students had conspired to falsely accuse student Qi Lin, and was almost misled by them. Fortunately, Your Majesty saw through it. No, Phoenix Dawn shook her head. You knew they were making false accusations. You merely bullied the weak and feared the strong. You merely curried favor with power. Your Majesty, I'm wronged. This humble official truly did not know. Qin Zheng, who had just been so grim, was now weeping and trembling in terror. He quickly grabbed Master Fu's leg. Fu Yun, help me testify. Tell His Majesty clearly. Stop overacting. Phoenix Dawn slightly raised her chin, her eyes burning with fierce flames. Those who cleverly bear false witness to harm others shall die. Those who know the truth but disregard national law, fawning over the strong and oppressing the weak, shall also die. Only then can national law be called just. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's body trembled violently, his eyes seeming to tear apart. He and Master Fu exchanged one last glance. The ambitions he held in his heart when he was studying decades ago flashed through his mind. Qin Zheng was clever at every step, while Fu Yun was slow at every turn. Yet now their statuses were worlds apart. But had Qin Zheng truly won after gaining a respectable position through obsequiousness? Bang! Qin Zheng suddenly sprang to his feet, actually charging towards the Phoenix Dawn Empress to kill her. If you force me to die, this puppet who has lost national power and shamed the country, must be buried with me. Qin Zheng let out a ferocious, cold laugh. The might of a fifth-level Earth Yang Realm Golden Crow, upon moving, was like a scorching sun obscuring the sky, instantly pressing all the surrounding three-star pavilion disciples to the ground. Boom! But at this instant, the black-robed woman on Phoenix Dawn's left extended a palm, striking Qin Zheng's abdomen through the air. With a loud bang, Qin Zheng crashed to the ground, a bloody hole bursting open in his lower back. His Earth Yang true essence wildly dissipating, creating a spiritual energy shockwave. Little girl Phoenix Dawn. After the late emperor was dismembered into 18 pieces. How many days did you cry? Qin Zheng, already crippled, laughed maniacally. Boom! The other white-robed woman struck with a palm, and Qin Zheng instantly turned into a puddle of blood dust, spreading far across the ground. All sounds ceased abruptly. A deathly silence lingered for a long time. Master Fu, the other 3-star pavilion students, and the handsome youths from the second moon pavilion like Xianxia, all lowered their heads, their faces deathly still, not uttering a sound. And Qin Zheng's last 2 sentences before death were like ants, still gnawing at everyone's eardrums. Qi Lin indeed hadn't anticipated that the academy murder would unfold in this direction. As for what Qin Zheng said, he vaguely had an impression. "You are Qi Lin?" Suddenly, the young empress, clad in a dark red imperial robe embroidered with a golden phoenix, stood before him, her eyes faintly glowing. "Tomorrow morning, there's a demon extermination public class. You will attend it with me." Qi Lin was stunned for a moment. He somewhat didn't understand why such a noble existence would help him. To say it was because he was handsome would be absolute nonsense. This humble subject accepts the command, despite his doubts. Qi Lin agreed quickly. "It's not a command, merely an invitation." "You may refuse," the young empress said. Qi Lin thought to himself, "Your tone is hardly an invitation." Though he thought this, he still said solemnly, "I am willing to go." Upon hearing this, a faint smile finally appeared on the young empress's stern face. Very subtle, but very bright, and far more genuine than Xiao Linger's. "You are right. A nation has its laws. Breaking them is a crime. To commit a crime, deny it, and further trample national law is considered treason." The young empress looked at him. "If there were more young people like you in Great Azure, the common folk would not suffer so much." When she spoke these words, Qi Lin finally understood why she was willing to help him. The young empress left. She came quickly and departed in an instant. Qi Lin was still pondering the matter of national law when she, along with her black and white-robed attendants, vanished from his sight. After she left, the deathly silent place finally came back to life. Qi Lin, suddenly, Xiaoqian, whose face had been gloomy for half the day, called out with an incredibly sinister chill. Qi Lin's cold gaze also turned to him. His Majesty dealt with Yan Dinghao and Qin Zheng, but left Xiaoqian untouched. This shows how high this person's status is, and further, the extent of the Xiao clan's tyranny and arrogance in the divine capital. Qi Lin knew clearly that with a 13-year-old girl forced onto the throne, how could there be no problems in Great Azure? Therefore, this Xiao clan, or any other dominant clans in the divine capital, were truly not to be trifled with. Otherwise, Xiaoqian would also be a pile of white bones on the ground by now. "You're accompanying His Majesty to class tomorrow morning?" Xiaoqian raised an eyebrow. "Then congratulations. You can at least live until tomorrow noon." Setting the time so precisely, "Are you Lord Yama?" Qi Lin asked. Xiaoqian's shoulder twitched. Many of the handsome youths from the second moon pavilion behind him also couldn't help but chuckle. "Stop laughing. Collect the bodies. The academy stinks," Qi Lin added. They looked down at the several skeletons and could no longer smile. "If you're not dead by noon tomorrow, there's only one possibility." Xiaoqian pointed south. "That is, I'll have the pleasure of personally dragging you to Profound City to watch my Xiao clan massacre the city." After speaking, he took his people, collected the bodies, and left. Qi Lin. Xiaoqian is the grandson of the Xiao clan's blood ancestor. Be extra wary of him. I have other matters. I'll take my leave first. After a brief chat, Tang Biao, who was clearly only 13 but resembled an uncle, also departed. He looked rough, but he was meticulous and righteous. Qilin had taken note of his help today. Master Fu, I'll help you. Everyone had left, leaving Master Fu alone to silently clean the academy. There's still class tomorrow. The National Law Academy cannot be stained with blood. Master Fu stood up, glanced at him, was silent for a moment, then said, "You clean first. I'll go collect Xianxia." Qilin looked at the blood dust covering the ground outside. It won't be easy to collect, will it? He still has an elderly mother at home, suffering from the 5 decline sickness. With not much time left, Master Fu bit his lip. Let's try to collect as much as we can. Qilin was speechless at these words. You needn't overthink it, Master Fu sighed. He wasn't a good person. To keep his position, he committed many evil deeds. His current fate is merely karma. After speaking, he looked up at the sky. I just lament. How does one truly live a life correctly in this world? Master Fu. A clear conscience is right. A guilty conscience is wrong, Qilin said. Master Fu paused, then shook his head and chuckled. You little brat. Trying to act all mature. What do you know? Qilin smiled, said nothing more, and quietly cleaned the battlefield. Master Fu had high standards for cleanliness, so it took Qilin a full hour to finish. You took Xiaolinger and Lan Ming's spatial rings. Don't use anything from them in public, or it will cause trouble, Master Fu suddenly reminded him. Master, do I have too little trouble already? Qilin said, a wry smile on his face. Master Fu shook his head and said, one thing is one thing. If someone tries to kill you in the divine strategy manner, self-defense is righteous. But killing for treasure is unrighteous. With righteousness, His Majesty can speak for you. Without it, if she helps you, it will harm her reputation. Understood, Qilin nodded deeply. Master Fu let out a soft sigh, sat on the threshold of the academy door, and silently wiped the Great Song National Law Book, which he cherished as a treasure. But with blood seeped into the book, how could it be wiped away? I'm sorry, Qilin sat down beside him. No need. It's not your fault. Master Fu looked up at the distance. As the sun set, its afterglow still lingered on the land. But the empire was already a chaotic dance of demons. The Great Song Nation is doomed. Master Fu's eyes suddenly turned red. Holding the Great Song national law, a few tears fell. Master, the late emperor. What happened? Qilin couldn't help but ask. Such a nation-shaking event. And you don't know? Master Fu glared at him. Qilin said, feeling ashamed. I was 10 back then. My grandpa had just run off, and I was worried about not having food every day. Master Fu let out a deep breath. Looking at the national law in his hand again, he sighed. Rome wasn't built in a day, nor did it fall in one. My Great Song Nation reaching this point is actually due to a century of changes. In these 100 years, the 5 decays of heaven have emerged. Prison demons have plunged the world into chaos, and powerful clans and aristocratic families have risen, coercing imperial power for their own gain. The late emperor struggled to hold on for a century, but ultimately could not resist the calamity. Speaking of the 5 decays of heaven, Qilin felt it deeply. In recent years, hundreds of villagers in Shen City had died from illnesses caused by the 5 decays, burdening countless families. An emperor is the pillar of a nation. Master Fu choked up, suddenly grabbing Qilin's shoulder, his eyes wide. 3 years ago, the late emperor died suddenly, and to this day no one knows who killed him. His body was cut into 18 pieces, hung on the palace gates, lined up. Each piece of the body was imbued with profound forbidden magic. A mere touch would incinerate the corpse. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin could naturally imagine the scene. For the ruler of a nation to be so brutally murdered naturally meant a loss of power and national humiliation. The key was, no one even knew who did it. This was an even greater act of audacity. Master Fu wept sorrowfully. The next day, all 25 imperial concubines were stripped naked and hanged in the Great Song Hall, each humiliated to death. To this day, the culprits remain unknown. Qi Lin's breathing hitched. Just thinking of such national humiliation sent shivers down his spine. And that's not all. Master Fu looked towards the imperial palace, his voice like burning thunder, fury surging in his chest. On the third day, all 49 princes and princesses who had fled were captured and refined alive into blood puppets. To this day, these 49 blood puppets are still sealed in coffins, each coffin containing a vicious forbidden spell. Whoever touches them dies, and no one dares to move them, and these 49 coffins are placed on both sides of the central path in front of the Great Song Hall. Even when attending court today, one must pass this way. Qi Lin, Master Fu turned around, gripping the young man's arm tightly. These beasts, they want to use the blood corpses of these 49 princes and princesses to suppress and kill the destiny of my great Song nation. The youngest of those princes and princesses was less than a year old. Yet they suffered such venomous harm, their souls unable to reincarnate, imprisoned to die in a sea of blood, never to rest. Who exactly did this? Which clan did this? Or was it many clans? Qi Lin was silent for a moment, unable to answer his questions. After all, his questions currently had no answers. Master Fu suddenly released his grip and collapsed onto the ground, wailing, "My great Song nation! If not for the Protector Divine sect taking action, suppressing all obstacles, protecting Her Majesty Huang Shi, and ensuring her ascension to continue the nation's destiny, we would likely already be slaves of a fallen nation." Hearing this, and recalling the young empress's words and actions today, all his confusion suddenly cleared. She, born into this world, her entire clan annihilated. She was alone, thrust onto a precarious high position, steering this battered dynasty. How tragic and heroic. 49 brothers and sisters, their bodies refined into blood puppets, their souls imprisoned in a blood hell, still displayed on the path to court. She walked past them every day, yet could not save them. How desolate. Qi Lin was not the ruler of a nation, so he couldn't fully comprehend everything she had experienced. But he knew one truth. In the martial world, when a nation is about to fall, national laws cease to exist, and powerful clans drain the people's blood. Ordinary people are forever just fuel for chaotic times. Better to be a dog in times of peace than a human in times of chaos. In a daze, the setting sun had already plunged into the deep mountains, and the divine strategy manor suddenly fell into a dark abyss. Qi Lin stood up and looked in the direction the young empress had departed, his gaze profound. Now, the great Song nation has only Empress Huang Shi, a single flickering candle flame. If she extinguishes, hungry ghosts will roam the world. Human hearts will be twisted. If even the people of Xian City cannot be protected, all beings in Great Song will be utterly annihilated. Cloud-gazing tower. Lights shone brightly, bustling with activity. Inside a luxurious private room. Come, let us all welcome Lian Shi and dust off her journey. Handsome scholars, elegant beauties, clinking glasses, all smiles. After 3 rounds of wine, Xianxia saw a young boy in white standing outside the door and called, "Xiao Xuanxing, come in for a moment." Xiao Xuanxing was impeccably clean, his eyes like morning stars. He clearly looked like a child meticulously nurtured by his parents. "Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters." After Xiao Xuanxing entered, he first bowed to everyone at the table, then waited beside Xianxia, asking, "Brother Yan, what are your orders?" Xianxia had drunk too much, his handsome face slightly flushed. He pulled Xiao Xuanxing's arm. "Go tell the others, especially those from Wunyang Pavilion, to leave that evil man's grandson alone." "Brother Yan intends to monopolize him?" Xiao Xuanxing asked. "This isn't monopolizing. It's because I'm afraid you won't play him well, and the desired effect won't come out," Xianxia lectured. "Understood," Xiao Xuanxing nodded. "That evil man killed our Xiao clan's young master and lineage head. For his descendant to still dare enter the divine strategy manor, if we don't thoroughly play with him, none of the Xiao clan disciples in the manor will have any face." "Exactly. I'm genuinely afraid someone will just kill him with a single sword stroke." "That would be a huge loss," Xianxia said. Though slightly tipsy, his eyes remained eerily cold. "It sounds like Brother Yan has some ingenious way to play with people?" Xiao Xuanxing's eyes lit up slightly. "Don't ask too many questions. Go make the announcement." Xianxia patted his waist and hip. "Just a little brat from 3-star Pavilion. Quite sturdy." The senior brothers and senior sisters at the table all smiled faintly. Xiao Xuanxing wasn't angry. He smiled and left, not trying to steal the spotlight. "Lan Qian, how about I introduce my junior brother Xuanxing to you?" Xianxia, controlling the atmosphere, said to a woman wearing a blue glazed dress. The woman was alluring and innocent. Her eyes seemed to speak, yet held back. "Brother Yan is teasing Qianer again," Lan Qian sighed, her jade fingers clutching a dragon-patterned wine cup. "My own brother was beheaded, and my family is currently holding a funeral." "You're attending a banquet while holding a funeral?" Xianxia chuckled. Lan Qian glanced at the white-dressed woman sitting beside Xianxia with the corner of her beautiful eyes, and said softly, "I just wanted to see with my own eyes how truly enchanting the fairy-like woman Brother Yan spoke of is. She's indeed prettier than you, isn't she?" Xianxia smiled faintly. Lan Qian froze for a moment. Her fingers trembled slightly as she gently put down the dragon-patterned wine cup, but she quickly chuckled and said, "That's natural. Miss Su possesses a divine succession bloodline, born with divine blood. Now that she's in the divine capital, she might soon be recruited by the Protector Divine Sect." "My father is already working on it," Xianxia said, placing his hand on Su Lianxi's chair back, barely an inch from her fragrant shoulder. He looked at the profile of the white-dressed beauty, his voice containing a hint of fire. "Lianxi's charming face is clearly suited to be the saintess of the Protector Divine Sect." Su Lianxi smiled faintly upon hearing this, offering no reply and no modesty. This aloofness and confidence made Xianxia slightly stunned. "Damn master angler!" Seeing this scene, Lan Qian had already cursed Su Lianxi to death 10,000 times in her heart. Just then, on Xianxia's other side, a young man in a golden brocade robe, with an air of nobility, suddenly asked, "Brother Xiao, could you perhaps reveal to everyone what kind of game you've prepared for tomorrow at noon?" "Huang Fuyu, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Your Pudu Merchant Association in Shen City even had a green jade hall taken down. For you business people, isn't that loss like cutting off a piece of your own flesh?" Xianxia said, looking over while idly playing with Su Lianxi's hair. "Brother Xiao is joking," Huang Fuyu said. I'm not joking, Xiao Qian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you planning to vent a little too? Huang Fuyu smiled. After slaughtering the city, reselling the corpses of the locals can recover the losses of Green Jade Hall. Damn! Xiao Qian was speechless. With so many body-tempering pills now, you guys are making a killing, aren't you? A slight profit. A slight profit, Huang Fuyu said. Xiao Qian slapped his shoulder heavily, finally feeling a sense of balance. Then, he remembered Huang Fuyu's earlier question and said chillingly, You just asked about the game? It's simple. A drop of demonic blood. Those at the same table gasped, taking in a sharp breath. With demonic blood in one's marrow, even dying would be difficult. Lan Qian's delicate voice trembled slightly. They say that kind of pain is almost comparable to an acute flare-up of the 5 decays, Huang Fuyu said. Xiao Qian sneered, his hand moving closer to Su Lianxi's fragrant shoulder, about to rest on it. Suddenly, Xiao Qian's entire body trembled. Ugh! His eyes widened. He slumped in his chair, his fingers shaking violently. Brother Yan, Lan Qian paused, then stood up and asked with concern. Did you drink too much? Hot! Xiao Qian's throat bulged. And with all his might, he uttered a single word. The instant he finished speaking, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered onto the banquet table, and all the dishes on it spontaneously caught fire. Bang! The handsome young men at the table all stood up instantly, retreating several steps, staring intently at Xiao Qian with violently trembling eyes. Su Lianxi also quietly stood up, silently pulling her hair away from Xiao Qian's hand. What are you doing? Xiao Qian's eyeballs almost protruded. He glared furiously at the group. What kind of looks are those? I'm just feeling a bit unwell. Take me to the medical pavilion. No sooner had he spoken than he pressed against the table edge and vomited a fiery chain mixed with wine and meat. The fiery chain landed, instantly burning through the floor. This wine is damn hot, Xiao Qian roared, the pain making his voice crack with a sob. The next instant, he saw the hand he was using to support himself on the table. His arm had turned charred black, as if fiery venomous dragons were burrowing within it. His skin cracked and covered in blood blisters. Illusion. Xiao Qian's eyes were completely wide. He struggled to breathe, then looked down again, only to see that the inside of his clothes was charred black, covered in fiery patterns. There wasn't a single patch of unblemished flesh on his entire body. What happened to me? With a sob in his voice, he stared blankly at Lan Qian, Huang Fuyu, and the others who had retreated outside the door. Brother Xiao, it's the 5 decays of heaven, the fire incineration disease, an acute flare-up. Huang Fuyu uttered these words with a trembling voice, his throat shaking with each syllable. This disease had too great an impact on anyone's life. In short, no matter how many ice-profound pills you have, if you contract it, half your future will be ruined. Impossible! Xiao Qian slammed the table, roaring, I take an ice-profound pill every day for prevention. The fire incineration disease can't even get close to me. Impossible! Brother Xiao, Huang Fuyu's Adam's apple bobbed. Take the pill quickly. If you miss the time, you'll die. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian collapsed onto the ground on the spot. The jade table was also pulled down by him. Delicious dishes scattered everywhere, and fires burned all around. I didn't bring any. Xiao Qian's blood-red hair also caught fire, making him look like an infernal demon, incredibly ferocious, his face already burned into that of a ghoul. Give me ice profound pills. Woo-woo, he wailed, crawling towards the crowd. Buzz. Those who had just been flattering Xiao Qian all shrieked in fright, scrambling backward as if they had seen a plague god. Don't come closer. I have some. Here. Take it. Several people, like throwing dog food, tossed jade bottles in front of Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, like a hungry ghost, gripped the jade bottles with trembling hands and frantically fed the ice profound pills into his mouth. Thump. He was quickly frozen in ice and fainted. Huang Fuyu, quickly notify the enforcement hall. We need to get him out of the divine strategy manor immediately. Don't let the source of the disease remain within the manor. Lan Qian gripped Huang Fuyu's hand, her face pale with urgency. I just clinked glasses with him. I won't get infected, will I? I'm scared. I even did that with him last year. It's over. It's over. Hearing this, Huang Fuyu quickly pulled her hand away, his face grim. What did you say? I've been so good to you. And you're so shameless. No. I misspoke. Lan Qian wept, utterly flustered. Get lost. Huang Fuyu left in a cloud of dust. The entire cloud-gazing tower instantly descended into chaos, with all the noble divine strategy manor scholars frantically rushing out. The 5 decays of heaven. All beings are equal. After speaking these 8 words, Su Lianxi also disappeared into the darkness. Shao clan ancestral land. The tall, handsome man with blood-red hair came to the edge of the blood pool. Father. Yenner has been brought home, the blood-haired man said to the blood pool. The blood pool gurgled and churned, and a skull floated up. Its empty eye sockets looked in the direction of the blood-haired man. And it actually spoke. To what extent? Severe. The blood-haired man's voice was heavy. His dantian is burned. His cultivation has fallen back to yellow dragon. And his flesh, bones, and tendons are severely damaged. He won't be able to enter the divine strategy manor anymore. He's crippled. And he still wants to return to the divine strategy manor. The skull's tone was rather cold. Find another to cultivate. Yes, the blood-haired man nodded. Clearly, he still found it somewhat hard to accept. A severe fire incineration outbreak. 10 pills a day. Yet it can't be cured. Not to mention marrying and having children. It's a fate worse than death. Then give him a quick end. The skull paused. The Shao clan does not raise cripples. The blood-haired man heard this and slowly closed his eyes. Father, could someone be tripping us up in the dark because we occupy the ice-profound crystal vein? I think this matter is strange. With our clan's precautions against the 5 decays, we haven't had a severe outbreak in hundreds of years. He paused. I want to investigate, at least find out what method the other party used to poison him. The blood fire in the skull's eyes flared twice as brightly. Investigate. Yes, the blood-haired man said, his eyes eerily cold. There's one last matter I need to consult you on. Tomorrow, the Demon Extermination General Command will send Shun Xintong to the Divine Strategy Manor to conduct a public lesson. The Puppet Empress will be present, and there will also be a demonic bone test. I want to use this Shun Xintong to give the Shun family a deterrent. Either don't do it, or do it completely, the skull said, beginning to sink into the blood pool. Also, notify Xian City. Don't wait 3 days. Act immediately. Slaughter all living creatures that can breathe, and burn the entire city to the ground. Yes, Father. In the blood-haired man's eyes, a cold light surged like a storm in a sea of blood. Remember, Not a single head from Xian City is to be sold. Transport them all back to the divine capital and pile them at the gates of the Tang and Shin clans. Although the skull had sunk into the blood, its chilling voice still echoed above the blood pool. These good-for-nothings dare to mock our Shao clan. I'll make sure they can't smile for the rest of their lives. Xian City. Outside He's medical clinic. Dr. He, rarely at leisure, was playing chess with a thin old man wrapped in bandages. The thin old man held a chess piece, his arm shaking, but his chess skills were indeed good. It was precisely Yang Ting, an old veteran of the great Song nation. General, Yang Ting won the game, feeling refreshed. Old He, when it comes to medical skills, old Yang can't compare to you. But when it comes to maneuvering on the battlefield, you old rascal can't even hold a candle to me. Stop showing off. Don't let your arm fall off again, Doctor, he said, refusing to concede defeat. Secretly disdainful. Can't take a loss. TSK. Can't take a loss. Old Yang looked at his single arm, a spirited glint in his eyes. This arm was reattached by Celestial Master Qi. It won't fall off. Don't you doubt it. In a couple of days, old Yang here will be able to wield a blade and chop down dozens of those Shao clan beasts without even frowning. Oh? So formidable? Then why don't you hurry and join that Qi clan escort agency across the street? Han Yuan and those young men were yelled at fiercely by that young lady today. I wonder if you can handle it, Doctor, he said. Speaking of the Qi clan escort agency, Yang Ting also showed a look of longing in his eyes. Following his gaze, one could see an old courtyard across from the medical clinic that, after a day of renovation, had already taken on a proper appearance. A brand new plaque, bearing the name Qi Clan Escort Agency, was already hung high. Beneath the plaque, a vertical banner was hung, with two crooked large characters written on it, Recruiting! At this moment, the front of the Qi Clan Escort Agency was quite lively. Han Yuan and the other city guards, stripped of their armor, had transformed and become members of the Qi Clan Escort Agency. These dozens of strong young men were sweating profusely, shouting loudly, being pushed by their escort leader to run laps around Pingyang district. And their escort leader was truly an extraordinary woman. She appeared to be around 40, in her prime, fierce as a tigress. Though a woman, her arms were thicker than Han Yuan's thighs. She wore chainmail, her muscles bulging, tall and powerful. Yet, her face was not ugly. Instead, it possessed a grand and healthy beauty. Her features were well-defined, her nose bridge firm, and when she smiled, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, giving her a touch of cuteness. At this moment, this female escort leader was performing a trick for the villagers outside Lin Xiaoyu's steamed bun shop. Look, everyone. Look, the female escort leader growled. Her cherry lips suddenly opened wide, and in an instant, she swallowed 6 large steamed buns in one gulp. This startled Sister Xiaoyu, who then looked at the female escort leader with a face full of astonishment. Wow, the Dart Master is so formidable. The villagers' eyes widened one by one, filled with admiration. As expected of Grandmaster Qi's distant niece, Yang Ting, watching from afar, couldn't help but applaud. This girl is truly a hero. The Grandmaster Qi he spoke of was none other than Qi Lin's grandfather, Qi Tianji, and Grandmaster was the respectful title the villagers used for him. After Grandmaster Qi returned, he actually reattached Yang Ting's arm and leg, making the villagers instantly regard him as an immortal. Little you, girl. The female Dart Master patted Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder. Your steamed buns are delicious. And you're so pretty. My heart aches for you. Later, I have an old friend who might be able to heal your tongue injury. Just wait. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes reddened slightly, her mouth open but unable to speak. That's wonderful. As expected of the Qi family, the villagers looked at the newly opened Qi family dart agency. And in this chaotic world, they couldn't help but feel a sense of security. Our dart agency is hiring long-term and accepting escorts long-term. Villagers, please give us your full support. The female dart master waved cheerfully, then went back to tormenting Han Yuan and the others. Hearing this, Yang Ting couldn't help but smile. This female dart master hasn't quite figured out business. We villagers just farm. Where would we get darts that need escorting? Dr. He, however, had deep eyes, faintly tinged with red. It's probably just an excuse to protect the people of Xuanxing. That makes sense. Yang Ting was greatly excited. Cultivating martial arts and entering the world. That is truly a hero. Just then, a profound voice came from outside Dr. He's clinic. Little Tower, are you feeling better? A white-haired old man with an immortal aura picked up a little girl who was squatting on the ground playing by the back of her neck, lifting her up to examine her closely. Grandpa Qi, Little Tower reached out to scratch his beard, asking, "Where's my brother?" Brother went to flirt with young ladies. He doesn't want you anymore, Qi Tianji said. Wah! Hearing this, Little Tower angrily pulled his beard while wailing. Quite strong, aren't you? Qi Tianji put her back on the ground, laughing heartily. Young in age, strong in vitality, no true essence. With 10 more ice profound pills, I should be able to bring her close to a complete cure. Free from worries for this life. A man wearing a bamboo hat next to Qi Tianji said. That's good then. Qi Tianji chuckled casually, then smiled as he walked towards Dr. He's clinic. Dr. He. Old man Yang. Playing chess without calling me? Grandmaster Qi. The two old men were somewhat reserved, repeatedly rising to greet him. Sit. Sit. Qi Tianji sat down with them. Don't be so polite with old Qi. Grandmaster Qi. Who is this brother? Dr. He glanced at the man with the bamboo hat. This man was gaunt, around 40, wearing a straw cape, with very long fingers and fingernails about an inch long, colored green. His nose was large. This is the son of an old friend of mine, a barefoot doctor. He's traveled all over the land these past years. You can just call him Little Dan, Qi Tianji said casually. Dr. Dan. Please have a seat. Doctor He pulled over another wooden stool. You three are elders. I'll just stand, Dr. Dan said. Go inside and take a look. Does it meet your requirements? Qi Tianji said. All right, Dr. Dan. A man of few words entered Dr. He's clinic. Dr. He was slightly stunned at this. Grandmaster Qi. What is this about? It's like this. Qi Tianji held Dr. He's hand. Old He. This son of my old friend has been wandering for a long time and wants to settle down. He's taken a liking to your clinic and is thinking of buying it from you. What do you think? Is there room for negotiation on this business? Dr. He froze, his eyes beginning to redden. Are there any difficulties? Qi Tianji asked. No. None. Dr. He was extremely agitated, grabbing Qi Tianji in return. Grandmaster Qi. Do you know that in my 20 years of practicing medicine, besides charging for some materials and medical expenses, I have never taken a single cent for my medical services. Dr. He's righteousness. Old Qi naturally knows, Qi Tianji said. The world is difficult. The common people suffer. Old He. I come from a decent background. Learn skills. And don't worry about food or clothing. But 95% of the people in this world are immersed in a sea of suffering, struggling to survive. As Dr. He spoke, tears streamed down his face. Born to wealth, yet serving the countryside. Qi Tianji looked at Dr. He with fervent eyes. Old brother, your integrity, those so-called great clans can't even hold a candle to it. Dr. He gave a bitter smile. Alas, saving people is never as easy as killing them. After speaking, he suddenly looked at Qi Tianji, his voice becoming fervent. Grandmaster Qi, I understood later. Understood what truth? Studying medicine cannot save the world. Dr. He sighed deeply. Or rather, studying only medicine cannot save people. My goodness! Yang Ting next to him looked at Dr. He with a puzzled expression. Are you going to abandon medicine for martial arts? Abandon my foot. Dr. He glared at him. At my age, what kind of martial arts would I take up? I can't even beat a feather duster. So are you selling the clinic or not? You've been hemming and hawing for ages, old Yang said, glaring. Sell. Of course. I'll sell. And I won't take any money. Not a single cent. Dr. He gripped Qi Tianji's hand tightly, looking at the gaunt man inside the clinic. I only ask that Dr. Dan can take over my duties and treat the people of Pingyang district for free. Understood. Qi Tianji looked into the clinic. Little Dan. Can this be done? Dr. Dan looked back at Dr. He. Uncle. I'm not short on money. Then it's settled. Qi Tianji let out a hearty laugh. It's done. Dr. He released his grip and comfortably slumped onto a reclining chair. The frown that had been etched on his brow for decades finally relaxed. He let out a long breath, tears streaming down his face. Old He. I can finally retire. Good riddance. Yang Ting patted the chessboard. Then why are you still lounging? Get up. Watch old Yang defeat you utterly again. Afraid of you? Dr. He perked up, wiping away his old tears. Damn it. This old man will shatter your limbs today. Even if you shatter them, I'll still have a fifth limb more than City Lord Su. Your fifth limb is already in the grave. Aren't you the same? They bickered noisily, setting up the board to play chess. Meanwhile, Qi Tianji stood up, exchanged a glance with Dr. Dan, then smiled faintly. He simply reached out and pointed. In Dr. He's clinic. The brass-cast character, He, miraculously twisted and reformed in mid-air, forcibly transforming into the character, Qi. It became Qi Family Clinic. A vertical banner was also hung next to it, hiring. From then on, in front of the Qi Tian Ancestral Temple, the Qi Family Dart Agency, the Qi Family Clinic, stood opposite each other, shining brilliantly. One for protection, one for saving the world. Qi Tianji stood before the ancestral temple, looking at the Dart Agency and clinic on either side, his eyes vast and distant. 10,000 years ago, the Qitian imperial dynasty governed the human race on the Divine Legacy continent, enjoying an era of prosperity. 10,000 years later, the Qitian clan's ancestral land quietly awaits the Qitian descendants scattered across the four directions, for the sparks to reignite. He was in a state of emotional turmoil when Little Tower tugged at his sleeve and asked, Grandpa Qi, do you dare to eat poop? Divine strategy manner. Night had fully fallen. Qi Lin headed towards his student residence. He held the divine strategy token in his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. After one national law class, I only got 5 academic credits. How long will it take me to get a killing technique? Looking at academic credits, 5 on the divine strategy token, he frowned. Suddenly, a woman in a white dress emerged from the night. Father God. Su Lianxi's delicate body trembled slightly. She bowed slightly, her voice reverent. Xianxia originally planned to use a drop of demon blood against you tomorrow at noon. And then, Qi Lin looked at her. Su Lianxi's eyes were like blood-red suns, fragrant sweat beading on her forehead. His fire blight erupted. It's very serious. Qi Lin chuckled. Serves him right. Wasn't it caused by Father God's fire breath today? Su Lianxi's voice was very soft. Qi Lin froze. His expression changed slightly. But he quickly said calmly, Is there anything else? Yes, Su Lianxi quickly said. Xiao Qian's father, Xiao Ming, is the pavilion master of the Second Moon Pavilion. He intends to recommend me to join the Divine Protector sect. Qi Lin raised an eyebrow at her. For you? Are there gods supreme? Or am I? Su Lianxi trembled all over. Her voice intense and fanatical. I am willing to kill everything in this world for Father God. Join the sect if you get the chance. After Qi Lin finished speaking, he walked past her. After walking several steps, Qi Lin finally looked at the little finger of his left hand, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. How did it become the eruption point for the fire blight? Is this good or bad? If there's a benefit, he incinerated a formidable enemy today. If there's a drawback, he's worried it might be bad for his own body. After all, this is a disease. The disease of all beings' equality. And after spraying, there's no more fire to spray now, meaning it's temporarily useless. I hope it's a good thing. Blackwood Sword Divine Veins. 5 decays of the heavenly Dao. It seems there are more mysterious things happening to him. Qi Lin's student residence. Courtyard. The night is beautiful. A beauty in a painting. Jiang Xinghai, the pavilion master of the 3 Stars Pavilion, dressed in a star-patterned long robe, was pacing with his hands behind his back in the courtyard. His expression conflicted. Although it might be abrupt, but Miss Qi will definitely like my painting. Thinking this, he tidied his attire, stepped forward, cleared his throat, and prepared to knock on the door. Ha! Just then, he suddenly felt a chill, and his whole body bristled. Felt like he was suddenly pulled into an icy mist, with a cliff before his eyes, and one more step forward would likely be a frozen abyss. An illusion. It must be an illusion, Jiang Xinghai thought to himself, his finger about to knock on the door. Pavilion Master. Suddenly, a young man's voice came from behind him, startling Jiang Xinghai so much that he leaped into the air. You. Scaring someone to death in the middle of the night? Don't you know your sister is asleep? Jiang Xinghai shivered, hid the painting in his hand, and glared at Qi Lin. She's still sleeping? Seeing the door tightly shut, Qi Lin looked at Jiang Xinghai. You know it's the middle of the night. What are you, a dignified pavilion master, doing outside my sister's door? If word gets out, people will think you're some kind of thief. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Xinghai quickly stepped forward, pulling Qi Lin away, saying, As pavilion master, I came to show concern for you. A newly enrolled student. A home visit. Isn't that perfectly normal? Not very normal. Is it? Qilin asked in a low voice. Normal. Perfectly normal, Jiang Xinghai repeatedly emphasized. Qilin gave him a strange look. Pavilion Master. Something happened at the 3 Stars Pavilion's National Law Academy today. Haven't you heard? What happened? I'm busy painting. How can a dignified pavilion master concern himself with such trivial matters? Jiang Xinghai said. Qilin's eyes flickered slightly. He definitely knows about the National Law Academy incident. And he already knows my Xuanxing identity. Yet he still appeared here and didn't blame me. Which means he's likely not my enemy. Realizing this, Qilin sighed. Teacher Fu is testing us on national law tomorrow. If I don't do well, Pavilion Master, I can only say it's because you delayed me. Pa! Jiang Xinghai glared at him. How can I shut your big cherry mouth? Just say it directly. I want to learn a sword technique, Qilin said bluntly. One that can effectively kill people. Exchange it for academic credits. After a day's work, I only get 5 points. By the time I accumulate enough credits, the grass on my grave will be 3 feet high. You little. Jiang Xinghai gave him several glares. Qilin looked at him with innocent eyes. A high-grade qi item. Here. Jiang Xinghai placed a classic text on the stone table and fiercely told Qilin. I'm advancing you 250 academic credits. High grade. Qilin quickly put it into his spatial ring, afraid he might change his mind. Faintly visible were the 5 characters, Little Star Moon Sword Art. Keep your mouth shut. Jiang Xinghai patted his shoulder and left with a flourish. After leaving Qilin's student residence, he suddenly turned back, his gaze slowly deepening. These siblings are protected by a powerful expert. If I had knocked on the door just now, could I have withstood that killing intent from who knows where? Well, a secret sword art from my Jiang family. Consider it building good karma. Saying this, he turned and left. Moon shadows flickered. When Jiang Xinghai returned to the 3 Stars Hall, he saw a dark blue shadow standing on the steps. Did you see Father today? The dark blue shadow looked coldly at Jiang Xinghai. Didn't see him. Probably dead. Jiang Xinghai shrugged, walking past him nonchalantly. Jiang Xinghai, the dark blue figure suddenly grabbed his shoulder, gripping it so hard that Jiang Xinghai's flesh was mangled. Our Jiang family has raised you until now. You should know gratitude. Thanks, big brother. Jiang Xinghai smiled, gently prying open the other's fingers, and said with a grin, Then I wish your whole family an early death. What a sleeping god. After Jiang Xinghai left, Qilin glanced through the window, only to see his sister had rolled onto the floor, still sound asleep. Don't catch a cold. Qilin could only quietly enter, carefully carry her back to the couch, and cover her with the quilt. Father, mother, don't leave. Longer will die for you, she suddenly mumbled in her sleep, heartbroken. Qilin was about to quietly withdraw, but hearing these words, his body froze in the darkness. What happened to them? He tried hard to recall those 2 figures, but they were blurry. In his memory, his father was a gentle gentleman, and his mother a good homemaker, seemingly very ordinary. Divine Cinder Ruins. Qilin noted down this place. I wonder when Grandpa will take me there? He always felt as if he was very far from that place. The distance wasn't physical, but rather a barrier of reality. Never mind. My grandfather and I might not even survive these twin calamities of Xianxia and divine strategy manner. All illusions and obstacles can only be broken by strength. Qilin quietly closed the door, returned to the stone table in the pavilion, and placed 3 items on it. These were Xiao Linger's and Lan Ming's spatial rings, and the sword manual for which Jiang Xinghai had deducted 250 academic credits. Absorb and cultivate these 3 items, and seek the path to strengthening myself. Then, tomorrow, I'll accompany Her Majesty Huang Shi to the Demon Extermination public class. I heard that the Demon Extermination headquarters has a Demon Sealing Master coming to give a lecture. Pure Essence Pill. Low-grade Qi item. Effect: purifies meridians, nourishes foundation and consolidates origin. Total 11 pills. Spirit Dispelling Pill. Mid-grade Qi item. Effect: dispels miasma and moisturizes the soul. Total 3 pills. Sword named Crimson Flame. High-grade Qi item. Valued at 1,000 taels of gold or 10 divine stones. Inside Xiao Linger's and Lan Ming's spatial rings, there were numerous relics. The above 3 items were what Qilin considered to be of excellent effect and higher value. He placed them one by one into his spatial ring. In addition, there are 15 spirit stones in total, over 1,000 taels of gold, and 8 ice profound pills. Spirit stones and gold were both hard currency. However, Qilin heard that martial arts experts preferred spirit stones, as they contained spiritual energy, aiding cultivation, and were also used in alchemy and artifact refining. This Xiao Linger is actually an alchemist, and Lan Ming is an artifact refiner. Because of this, Qilin also found some alchemy and artifact refining classics in their spatial rings. I've always heard that the paths of alchemy and artifact refining are monopolized by the children of powerful clans and nobles. Ordinary people without wealth or connections simply cannot afford to learn them. Yet I casually killed 2 people, and they turned out to be practitioners of alchemy and artifact refining. This indicates that, in the current state of the world, the paths of alchemy and artifact refining are luxuries for great clans. Pudu Merchant Guild, Azure Jade Hall, Primordial Artifact Pavilion. The powerful clans and nobles, holding mineral veins and shops, with pills and artifacts in hand, extort and exploit. Naturally, the strong remain strong, and the weak grow weaker. Qilin's gaze fell upon the several introductory alchemy and artifact refining classics on the stone table. Tonight, I must learn this path of wealthy alchemy and artifact refining. So, he diligently studied under the moonlight. About half an hour later, Qilin, looking bewildered, called out to the little black beast catching sparrows in the tree. "Fatty, come down." "Shut up." The little black beast landed on the stone table, glaring furiously. "Don't you dare defame this venerable one again." Ignoring its protest, Qilin asked, "How come I can't understand these alchemy and artifact refining classics? Things like guiding soul power into true essence, controlling the alchemy furnace. I don't have any soul power at all." "You close your eyes, and you can't feel the presence of soul power?" "No soul perception." The little black beast circled him, making clicking sounds. "No." Qilin shook his head. "Then don't bother," the little black beast said with a gloating tone. "If you can't even sense soul power, it means your soul spirit talent is the lowest grade. You won't be able to enter the path of alchemy and artifact refining in this life." "Lowest grade. Can't be that bad, can it?" Qilin found it a bit hard to accept. "It absolutely is that bad," the little black beast said mercilessly. This venerable one saw it long ago. You're not cut out for this. Just stick to chopping people. Your fated soul is incomplete. You can't do delicate work. My fated soul is incomplete? I don't feel anything missing. Qilin was puzzled. If you weren't lacking a bit of brain, how would you dare defame this venerable one? The little black beast sneered. Because you're inherently dirty. Damn it! This venerable one will spit sparrow feathers all over your face. After some playful banter, Qilin suddenly quieted down, his gaze becoming much deeper. Fatty, I've actually realized something very serious. What is it? The little black beast perked up its ears. I've discovered that I don't seem to be a genius. This venerable one can only say, You've discovered the truth. The little black beast chuckled. Qilin wasn't angry at its words. He looked towards the residences of the other students in the divine strategy manner. There are always people better than you, and higher heavens beyond. So-called geniuses are merely local heroes. I was decent in Xianxia, but in the divine capital, I've become somewhat unremarkable. I hear the divine incontinent is vast and boundless, so my talent and foundation are probably just a single leaf in the mortal world, only capable of covering an inch of ground. And in this world, there must be monstrous talents that overshadow the heavens. You've already obtained the symbol divine vein, yet you still hold reverence and humility towards martial arts. That shows some wisdom. To put it bluntly, genius is a false concept. Those who constantly think they're genius monsters and show off everywhere don't have enough brains. As the little black beast spoke, couldn't help but sound ancient and venerable, shaking its head as it continued. Since that's the case, this venerable one shall teach you a universal truth. If you remember it, you will benefit for life. Oh! Qilin quickly cupped his hands. With the ancestor of 10,000 beasts above, this junior will listen attentively. Cough! Cough! The little black beast was quite pleased. It stood up on two legs, raised its head, and waved a paw. Cultivation is the path of seizing the heavens. So-called talent is like one's appearance. High talent is like being born exceptionally beautiful, and life's path is indeed a bit easier. However, the path to the heavens is perilous every step of the way. Even the best path, if you take one wrong step, you'll still fall into the abyss. For example, what good was Xiao Linger's excellent alchemy talent? Didn't she still perish? So, what's the revelation you're giving me? Qilin asked. The little black beast said earnestly, Poor talent is like being ugly, but it doesn't stop you from seizing the fortunes of heaven and earth and fighting your way through the universe. Qilin widened his eyes and said, I humble myself by saying I'm not a genius. But to you, I'm considered ugly? Nonsense. You don't even have soul power. If you're not ugly, who is? Damn it, Qilin, looking displeased, poked the little black beast with a finger. Fatty, you've shown your true colors again. He had intended to tease it with that poke. But as his finger extended, Qilin's face darkened. He clearly saw that his hand was already black and red. All 5 fingers were covered in blood spots, and his palm was burning. Again, the 5 decays of the heavenly Dao. The fire blight. Another acute flare-up. As soon as the attack came, it was like a giant fiery beast rushing from his left pinky finger into his internal organs. Bones, blood, meridians, and dantian, gnawing frantically. In just an instant, it made Qilin choke with pain. He was immediately engulfed in a sea of flesh and fire. His young face burned to the point where bits of flesh were flowing. This kind of pain was beyond nightmarish. Fortunately, his spatial ring contained 8 ice profound pills as spoils of war. Qilin, with practiced movements, swiftly fed the pills into his body. 8 icy paths surged down his throat, once again freezing the inflamed illness throughout his body, forcing the burning fire back to his left pinky finger. After taking the pill, the burned flesh actually recovered as new, and it's even more lustrous. Qi-Lin stared blankly at his arm. He was shocked to discover that the process of the illness flaring up and healing was not an illusion, but a rapid recasting of his flesh after being damaged and scorched. Although his true essence didn't seem to change much. When he moved his bones and flesh, he felt lighter and more vigorous, and at the same time, he felt a sense of hunger. What exactly are you? Qi-Lin squinted, looking at the fleshly mouth on his left pinky finger, where flames flickered. Crunch! Crunch! The fleshly mouth was grinding sharp fangs and even let out a burp, as if savoring the delicious taste of the ice profound pill. My frost condensation pills and ice profound pills were actually all eaten by you? Qi-Lin said. The 5 decays of the heavenly Dao. The 5 decays of the heavenly Dao. The small, bloody mouth was calling out again. Grandpa Fatty. What on earth is this? Qi-Lin was utterly speechless. Let this venerable one ponder for a bit. The little black beast leaned closer, observed for a moment, and then enlightened. It's definitely your hemorrhoids. Qi-Lin just wanted to strangle it. The good news is my life is saved again, and my pinky finger has stored some fire that can be spewed at people. The bad news is the ice profound pills are gone. If it flares up again, I'll really die. Isn't this forcing me to go steal ice profound pills? I'm convinced. That night, Qi-Lin not only realized he had no soul power, cutting off his path in alchemy and artifact refining, but was also tormented by the fire blight for a while. It was truly unlucky. 1 Qi high grade. Little Star Moon sword art. Qi-Lin put away the other items, leaving only this one killing technique. This was what Qi-Lin anticipated the most. If my fated soul is incomplete, I'm probably much duller than others when cultivating sword arts. Right? He mocked himself for a bit, but didn't lose heart. It must be said, the little black beast's words remained in Qi-Lin's heart. Cultivation is the path of seizing the heavens. Talent is like appearance. Even if you're ugly, you can still fight your way through the heavens. The key is one word, seize. Wasn't the symbol divine vein of divine one on my body also forcibly seized by an ancestor and given to me to refine, taking this as his creed? Qi-Lin's 13-year-old heart settled down. He opened the sword manual and silently studied it under the moonlight. Although there are only 2 swords, one that points stars to seal the throat, and one that moon shadow sweeps the sky, the detailed variations of each sword technique actually span over 10 pages. Clearly, what Pavilion Master Jiang gave me is a top-tier treasure. But Qi-Lin casually picked up a 3-inch twig from the stone table and thrust it at the tabletop. He saw a speck of starlight ignite at the tip of the twig, instantly splitting into thousands of star points, like a starry sky suddenly scattered across the stone table. Clink. Finally, the twig and the stone table collided for an instant, actually emitting a metallic clash. The twig had actually pierced half an inch into the stone table without breaking. No way. Qi-Lin pulled out the twig, looking bewildered. The 1 Qi high-grade sword art is actually this simple? Damn it! The little black beast watched, dumbfounded. It was on the stone table, looking at the twig for a moment, then the tabletop, then glaring at Qi-Lin. Impossible! You kid. With an incomplete, fated soul. How can you have such comprehension? You just used one sword strike and already mastered this move. I don't know. Qi Lin flipped through the pages while sweeping the twig in his hand. His mind completely immersed. He continued. The next move. Moon shadow. Afterimage under the moon. Shadow of the bright moon. Doesn't seem difficult either. Not difficult? The little black beast looked puzzled. Don't practice yet. Let this venerable one figure out the reason. The little black beast glared at Qi Lin and muttered. What's wrong with you, kid? How can you be ugly one moment and handsome the next? Can talent also fluctuate? High and low? After watching for a long time, the little black beast suddenly leaped 3 feet high and howled. This venerable one has understood. Qi Lin's fingers could pinch the twig, which glowed with silver light, swaying in the night, like streaks of moonlight. He was immersed in it, and at the same time said, So, why? The little black beast looked excited. This venerable one will first tell you about the principles of soul spirit, and then you'll understand. All right. Qi Lin listened attentively. First, the soul spirit is the core of a person's will, memory, and spirit. The little black beast got into character, putting on a profound expression. This soul spirit is actually divided into 2 parts, soul and spirit. The soul is the fated soul, and the spirit is the spiritual mist. Fated soul. Spiritual mist. Qi Lin noted. Correct. The fated soul and spiritual mist together form a person's soul spirit and jointly exercise its abilities. However, their specific divisions of labor are different, the little black beast said. How are they different? The fated soul is ethereal, residing in the sea of consciousness, and is the core of one's personality. Its proportion within the soul spirit accounts for about 70%. As the little black beast spoke, it looked at Qi Lin and said deeply, The spiritual mist, however, is different. Although it only accounts for 30%, it is dispersed throughout the physical body, fused within the flesh, bones, internal organs, meridians, and dantian. It is omnipresent within your body. This spiritual mist is further divided into 7 types, such as Fusher, controlling the body's metabolism, Cain, controlling reproduction, Chu Hui, controlling purification, Tun Fu, controlling immunity, Shurgo, controlling alertness, and so on. In short, there are intricate connections between these spiritual mists and the physical body. They are more like an instinctive soul spirit. Often, those with strong spiritual mist will have much stronger practical abilities, close combat capabilities, and body control than ordinary people. The little black beast spoke with growing enthusiasm. Understood. As Qi Lin spoke, he held the twig in his hand, and with casual flicks, every precise sword stance and variation of the little star moon sword art seemed to manifest clearly, as if without needing his brain, but rather instinctively. This is the special characteristic of spiritual mist. Its core is body control. The little black beast said this, then looked at Qi Lin's head and continued. But your fated soul in the sea of consciousness is different. The strength of the fated soul lies in being the core of a person's life, the center of memory, and the birthplace of soul power. The core strength of the fated soul is power control. Power control? Qi Lin was puzzled. It's easy to understand. So-called soul power is actually the fated soul's perception, naturally generated by the fated soul itself, and does not inherently possess offensive or destructive effects. However, soul power can be integrated into true essence, thereby giving birth to soul essence. Compared to true essence, soul essence also possesses offensive and destructive effects. But soul essence has an even greater role, which is the control over various power changes and derivations. The little black beast explained. I don't understand. Qi Lin shook his head. Idiot! The little black beast cursed, then continued. In short, all find control of power in this world, such as primordial formations, forbidden arts, artifact refining, and alchemy, require strong soul power to control order and timing, and also require powerful soul essence to control the process. Your fated soul is incomplete, so no soul power is generated. Therefore, you are destined to be completely ignorant of the 4 advanced paths mentioned above. Qi Lin's face darkened upon hearing this. These 4 paths were exactly what he had always wanted to learn. Not to mention alchemy and artifact refining, primordial formations were said to be the grand Dao of protection. It was rumored that Xianxia had a city-protecting primordial formation, which was activated when bandits attacked the city, appearing quite magnificent and possessing terrifying destructive power. As for forbidden arts, Qi Lin had already seen the young girl Di Huangxi use them. A small phoenix instantly annihilated Yan Dinghao, which looked very advanced. It was said that these forbidden arts were standard for top martial arts grandmasters, possessing large-scale destructive power. And even many pills and primordial artifacts had forbidden art enhancements. And what the little black beast said directly blocked his path to advanced cultivation. Am I destined to only swing a sword and chop people from now on? Qi Lin gritted his teeth. What's wrong with chopping people? If your talent for chopping people reaches its peak, and you stick to that path, maybe you'll be stronger than others who try to chew more than they can swallow. Those so-called 4 advanced paths are money and time sinks, the little black beast said. All right, Qi Lin was someone who easily accepted reality. So he quickly asked, Grandpa Fatty, then why is it that my fated soul is incomplete? Yet my spiritual mist seems stronger than ordinary people's. Have you learned any sword arts before? The little black beast asked. No sword arts. But I did learn fist arts. It didn't feel easy back then. Could it be because I'm a natural-born sword cultivator? Qi Lin asked, full of longing. Sword my ass. It has nothing to do with swords. The little black beast pointed to his left pinky finger. The strength of your spiritual mist was burned out after this thing flared up twice. What? The fire blight. Qi Lin looked at his left pinky finger in shock. You mean, because the spiritual mist is fused with the physical body. My body was burned during 2 fire blight flare-ups. But the spiritual mist became stronger from the burning. That's the only possibility. The little black beast chuckled. If this continues, your spiritual mist might get stronger and stronger, and its fine control over your physical body will also increase. Not just sword arts, but any combat technique you learn will be much faster and more refined than those so-called geniuses. In short, don't think of spiritual mist as not being a soul spirit. Spiritual mist, to put it plainly, is the physical body's soul. All your comprehension of this kind lies within the spiritual mist. The truth came to light. If the fated soul is strong, then power control is strong, and the 4 advanced paths are strong. If the spiritual mist is strong, then body control is strong, and learning various combat techniques, whether sword arts, fist arts, or saber arts, will have miraculous effects. Hearing this, Qi Lin clearly understood his strengths and weaknesses. His weaknesses were quite weak, but it seemed his strengths were also quite strong. As for why his fated soul was incomplete, he didn't know. One more thing, the little black beast interrupted his thoughts, pointing to one of the protrusions on its back. Whether it's the 4 paths or the comprehension of close combat techniques, they are all soul spirit talents. Besides soul spirit talent, there's also flesh and blood talent in this world. And that symbol divine too, which are the 7 chaos gods. They are the supreme beings of flesh and blood talent. Refine them into your brain, blood, bones, flesh, tendons, skin, and organs, and you will possess the strongest flesh and blood talent in the universe. So, this venerable one is hungry. The hour of the tiger, 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Patches of dark clouds rose from the west, gradually moving towards the divine strategy manor. Inside a courtyard filled with the fragrance of flowers, Master Fu, dressed in a thin robe, was watering flowers. He watered meticulously, the copper pot in his hand making a gurgling sound as clear spring water slowly flowed from the spout, gliding over the soil and seeping into the flower roots. At times, he would slightly bend his body, his fingers gently gathering half-curled leaves, as if tidying a child's slightly disheveled collar. At other times, he paused before new sprouts, his gaze focused, smiling occasionally, as if recalling some joyful memories. Droplets of water gradually moistened the soil, and also the morning of this courtyard. At some unknown moment, a figure stood still outside the gate. Fu Yun, have the begonia flowers bloomed? Hearing the voice from outside the wall, Master Fu's hand, holding the copper pot, trembled slightly. He put down the copper pot, walked too quickly, and almost tripped. Xiao Tang, you're here. Master Fu opened the courtyard gate, scratched his head, and smiled somewhat guilelessly. Outside the gate stood a woman in a goose-yellow long dress, with a hint of heroism in her brows. Yet when she smiled, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Her smile made Master Fu lose himself for a moment. Aren't you going to invite me in? Am I not welcome? Xianxia asked. Welcome. Please come in quickly. Master Fu quickly stepped aside, ushering her into the small courtyard. Inside the courtyard, begonia flowers filled the space, red, pink, and white, all blooming overnight in the height of summer. A riot of colors, filling the garden with fragrance. Wow, Xianxia, like a young girl, her eyes bright, circled the small courtyard, exclaiming in admiration repeatedly. They're blooming so beautifully. She turned back to look at the man in the thin robe under the night sky, her red lips slightly curved upwards. Quite impressive, aren't you? How about I crown you the god of begonia flowers? Master Fu smiled guilelessly, not responding, but the way he looked at Xianxia was just like how he looked at his flowers. Suddenly, a sentence escaped his lips. With you here, the garden of begonias seems to have truly come alive. Xianxia was momentarily stunned. She lowered her head slightly, her face showing a hint of blush under the night sky. It's almost dawn, she said casually, then sat down in the pavilion. Help me arrange some hair ornaments. She opened her jade-like hand, placing several jade hairpins and flower ornaments on the stone table. Are you teaching the morning's demon extermination public lesson at the Divine Strategy Manor? Master Fu stepped forward, stood behind her, and silently picked up the jade hairpins and flower ornaments. Who else would it be? Xianxia said with some annoyance. They wouldn't come for something that offers no benefits. Indeed, people nowadays are too focused on profit, Fu Yun sighed. As he spoke, he placed a flower ornament on Xianxia and adjusted its position. It's not just being focused on profit, they've gone insane. Speaking of them, Xianxia's brief good mood had vanished. Her expression turned slightly cold. Do you know who was behind the former emperor's incident? Master Fu's gaze dimmed slightly. I dare not say. What is there to not dare say? Xianxia's tone was chilling. It was the Xiao clan. They guided the prison demons of the 9 nether purgatory. I don't know if other major clan forces were involved, but the Xiao clan was 100% complicit. Don't be angry, Fu Yun patted her shoulder, comforting her. I just can't understand it. Xianxia turned to look at him. You tell me, aren't they afraid of eventually suffering a backlash for siding with demons? Demons are demons, after all. Humans colluding with demons to bring chaos to Taitsong. When the country falls and the race is annihilated, how can they expect to escape unscathed? Xiaotang. You don't understand. Tonight, I suddenly had an epiphany. Taitsong will never fall. Master Fu suddenly said. Why? Xianxia asked. Puzzled. The fiends dwell in the 9 nether purgatory. They don't need the land of the divine dynasty continent. It's meaningless to them. All they want are human corpses and human blood. So, they only need to shatter our peace and prosperity, plunge us into the maelstrom of chaos, and they will have an endless supply of blood food. Master Fu pursed his lips and continued. As for the Shao clan, or any other clan for that matter, their goal isn't to overthrow the nation either. Whether there's a nation or laws, it's not important to them. What's important is that they can brazenly wield their power, plunder and seize, bleed the common people dry, and strengthen their own clan. No wonder Emperor Huangshi can still exist. Xianxia lowered her head, her expression dim. According to what you're saying, only the unarmed common folk suffer. And the most terrifying thing is that if they're allowed to run rampant further, this sea of human suffering will have no end. Yes, traitorous clans run rampant. Fiends wreak havoc upon the world. And Taitsong's night will never brighten again. Master Fu gazed at the vast night, his atoms apple-bobbing a few times. The Shao clan is annexing land and property nationwide. The Pudu Merchant Guild is selling human corpses across the country. Why isn't the Divine Protector sect doing anything? Xianxia slapped the stone table, her face turning purple with rage. The Divine Protector sect did intervene. They protected His Majesty, prolonged Taitsong's national lifespan, and at the same time, distributed fertility-inducing drugs to the common people. Master Fu said. Xianxia was stunned. Fertility-inducing drugs? You saw it with your own eyes. She stared intently at Master Fu, asking. Master Fu was silent for a moment, then lowered his head. It was mixed into the relief food. I tested it. It stimulates desire, fertility, and accelerates ripening. Damn them! Damn them! Xianxia suddenly burst into tears. Her eyes red. Her voice choked with sobs. What savior gods? What eyes of heaven? They're all blood-sucking fiends. Xiaotang. Fu Yun shook his head blankly. Could you keep your voice down? In Taitsong, you can curse the fiends, but the Divine Protector sect is not to be spoken ill of. I understand. Xianxia seemed to lose all her strength, gazing at the blooming crabapple flowers in the night, numb and silent. Try to adjust your mindset. You'll be lecturing after dawn, and there are over 300 children from the 3-star pavilion below. Fu Yun advised softly after a moment of silence. 1/10 of them are the Shao clan's bastards, Xianxia said coldly. They are indeed flourishing in numbers, with geniuses emerging constantly. Master Fu said. This was stolen, plundered. Xianxia clasped her hands together, her fingernails digging into her flesh. Alas, Master Fu also sighed. The most tragic thing is that most of these Shao clan children will probably pass the demon bone test, become demon suppressors, and enter your demon extermination headquarters. Xianxia gave a bitter laugh. The Shao clan, with the highest demon bone compatibility in Taitsong, and the largest clan faction within the National Demon Extermination Bureaus, are actually the fiends' running dogs. This is the greatest irony to the words, demon extermination. Now, among the 5 grand commanders of the demon extermination headquarters, 4 are from the Shao clan faction apart from my uncle. What fiends are there left to exterminate? They only need to exterminate my Shen family, and they'll all be overjoyed. Master Fu looked at the grief and indignation in her eyes, speechless for a moment. Fu Yun, don't stay in the Divine Strategy Prefecture anymore. You have the demon-slaying blade. Come with me to the Demon Extermination Bureau. I'll have my uncle arrange a position for you. Don't waste your talent on meaningless national law teachings. Shen Xintong grabbed his hand. With fiends wreaking havoc and all beings suffering, people like you are needed to step forward. Master Fu paused, then gently withdrew his hand and said, Xiaotang, I cannot leave. Why? Shen Xintong asked urgently. If the law perishes, the nation perishes. I must remain in the Divine Strategy Prefecture to uphold the dignity of Taizong's national laws. Master Fu said. Stop deluding yourself, Shen Xintong said furiously, exasperated. You've had your edges worn smooth. You're scared. You're just running away from everything. Master Fu stared blankly at her furious face. He silently lowered his head. Xiaotang, if cursing me makes you feel better, then curse away. Shen Xintong laughed in exasperation. She sat on the stone table, silent, calming herself for a very long time. Master Fu stood behind her the entire time, gazing at her flowing hair, silent and still. Fu Yun, marry me. She looked at the courtyard full of blooming crabapple flowers, and suddenly said, weeping. Hearing this, Master Fu trembled slightly. Tears welled up in his ashen eyes. But soon, he wiped them away with his sleeve. After his Adam's apple bobbed a few times, his voice trembled slightly. I'm sorry. Why? What's wrong with me? Shen Xintong suddenly stood up, looking at him with despair. Master Fu bowed his head deeply. You are good in every way. It is I who am unworthy. Unworthy of what? Shen Xintong pushed his shoulder. Her voice choked with sobs. You've been using excuses about your background for over 20 years. Can't you come up with something new? But this is reality. Master Fu's voice was desolate. You are from the esteemed demon exterminator Shen family, a loyal and heroic clan of Taizong. While I, Fu Yun, am but a speck of dust in this world. I don't even dare to defy a child of the Xiao clan. What right do I have to marry you? Xiaotang, you have your connections. I don't want your colleagues to laugh at you every time you take me out. Shut up. Shen Xintong's eyes were red. I've heard the same words for so many years. It's meaningless. Master Fu sighed softly. Yes. I am no longer young. I never had the fortune back then, and I certainly don't now. So many talented and powerful individuals admire you. Don't wait for me anymore. Slap. Shen Xintong suddenly reached out and slapped him, crying bitterly. If you had no intention, why did you plant this entire courtyard with crabapple flowers? Since you knew I was waiting for you, why were you unwilling to take a step forward? Master Fu took the slap, bowed his head deeply, his eyes red. I hate you. You've ruined my life. Shen Xintong pushed with her hand, and the crabapple flowers in the entire garden suddenly burst open. Flowers fell everywhere, leaving only broken branches. She took one last look at Master Fu, then left with a desolate gaze. And Master Fu stood rooted to the spot for a very, very long time. He walked into the courtyard, silently clearing away the fallen flowers and mud. As he collected them, he suddenly knelt in the mud, tears streaming down his face like rain. Xiaotang, I am already a ruined man. Who knows how many more days I have to live? I'm sorry, the Xiao clan. Inside an elegant room. Get out. Get out. A blood-haired youth, his face contorted, roared at a group of servants. Bang bang. The tables, chairs, and furnishings in the room had all been smashed by him. Why? I clearly took ice profound pills every day to prevent this. So why do I have this poor man's disease? This lowly disease. Xianxia tore open his collar. His flesh, covered in fiery sores, made his eyes almost tear apart. How could it be this severe? Is this karma? Xianxia's tears of blood streamed down. No. If there's karma, it definitely shouldn't be me. My father, my grandfather, the clan king, they're the ones who should suffer retribution. Why me? Xianxia's face was ferocious as he roared furiously. Heavens Dao! You are unfair to me. I shouldn't have this fate. After roaring, he looked at his charred flesh and cried out in despair again. As he cried, he suddenly trembled all over. It's him! Xianxia's eyes widened, and a scene flashed in his mind. Someone, quickly call my father. Hurry! He roared at the top of his lungs. What is it? No sooner had the words fallen than a blood-haired middle-aged man pushed open the door and looked at Xianxia on the floor. Father! Listen to me. Xianxia quickly scrambled up, extremely agitated and indignant. The blood-haired man, however, pushed out a palm. An invisible force of true essence pressed Xianxia into a corner, and he said, Just speak from there. Father! Xianxia froze for a moment, looked at him, then at himself, covered in fiery sores. In his mind, a scene from his childhood flashed by, his father holding him, showering him with meticulous care. But at this moment, his father seemed to stand at the edge of the sky, calmly looking at him as if he were an object. Xianxia's heart was torn to shreds. He wasn't stupid. Of course, he knew that from now on, being isolated and viewed with strange eyes would be his life. It was his fate. Father! Xianxia lowered his head and called out again, tears streaming down his face. I just wanted to say, before I fell ill, that evil person's descendant, Qilin, sprayed me with a special forbidden flame. I am now 100% certain that my fire-scorch illness was caused by him. Understood. The blood-haired man nodded. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart was even more torn. He stared blankly up, meeting his father's gaze. Although they were in the same room, his father by the door and he against the wall, the distance between them was an unbridgeable chasm for a lifetime. Father and son, one with a calm gaze, the other with a torn gaze, stared at each other for a long time. My son, Xiao Ming, should not live this way, the blood-haired man suddenly said. So? Xianxia trembled all over, tears of blood streaming down. Be free then, the blood-haired man said. Hehe! Hearing this, Xianxia laughed wildly while weeping. Can you accept it? The blood-haired man asked. Xianxia's eyes were filled with blood. He raised his head and said with a ferocious expression, You heartless, unrighteous beasts, you will also suffer retribution. Ha ha ha. The blood-haired man watched him silently. Alas, he sighed, then twisted his hand in the air. Crack. Xianxia's neck twisted, his eyeballs bulged, and he died on the spot. He died with his eyes wide open. The blood-haired man then swept his hand through the air again, helping him close his eyes. Yenner, he stood outside the door, looking at his son's corpse from afar, the blood-red hue in his eyes continuously intensifying. Father will avenge you. With your death, there will be many more who deserve to die. Today, I will first hold a memorial for you in the Hall of Righteous Law at the Divine Strategy Prefecture. Divine Strategy Prefecture. Student Residences. Qi Lin, outside the courtyard. A youth taller than the courtyard wall waved at Qi Lin. Qi Lin had fallen asleep on the stone table last night. Is it dawn? He looked up at the sky, only to see that the world was still dim, with a misty drizzle and faint rumbling thunder. Tang Biao. I'm coming. Qi Lin quickly tidied up, hung up both his Blackwood sword and Azure Soul sword, then glanced at Qi Tianlong through the window. Still sleeping, though speechless. He didn't bother to wake her, as he had important matters to attend to. Closing the doors and windows, he quickly left. Outside the door, Tang Biao of the Tang clan from the divine capital, clad in thick armor, came forward. Let's go. To the public demon extermination class. All 3-star pavilion students must attend today. All right, Qi Lin then walked alongside him. I heard that the one lecturing us today and conducting the demon bone test is a meritorious demon suppressor from the demon extermination headquarters. Tang Biao said casually. Demon suppressor? Qi Lin didn't know much about fiends or the demon extermination headquarters. Nor did he know what the demon bone test was for. Yes, her name is Shun Xintong, from the demon exterminator Shen family, a loyal and heroic clan of our Taizong. It's said that 90% of the ancestral tablets enshrined in their ancestral hall belong to ancestors who died fighting fiends. Tang Biao said with solemn respect. Their family has sacrificed too much for Taizong. Truly admirable. Qi Lin couldn't help but look forward to today's class. And I heard, Tang Biao, seeing no one around, leaned closer to Qi Lin's ear and said in a strange tone, I heard that Lady Shen Xintong and our Master Fu were lovers in their youth. And quite a few scandals arose back then. Ha! Qi Lin was startled for a moment and asked curiously, what scandals? Not entirely clear. But they broke up later anyway. Tang Biao pouted. Perhaps Lady Shen's elders looked down on Master Fu. Oh, Qi Lin paused. That's quite a pity. It's not surprising the Shen family felt that way. I also looked down on Master Fu. Tang Biao looked at Qi Lin. Yesterday, Xiao Linger smashed him with a stone table, and he, a dignified national law master, didn't even dare to dodge. How could such a cowardly person be worthy of Lady Shen, who has slain tens of thousands of fiends? Qi Lin pursed his lips and said nothing. Tang Biao changed the subject at the right time. Let's go. To the Hall of Righteous Law. Class starts at Chunshi. Chunshi had arrived. But the world was still dim. Dark clouds hung heavy. The entire divine capital was shrouded in darkness, with leaden clouds pressing down so low it was suffocating. Master Fu. Good morning. Inside a flower shop along the street, a woman said to a man on the street, who was wearing thin clothes already soaked through. The man's eyes were cloudy, like a walking corpse, and his hair was disheveled. Morning, Master Fu spoke with difficulty, uttering a single word. It's already raining, and Master Fu isn't even holding an umbrella. What a man of character, the woman said with a smile. Hearing this, Master Fu smiled, his laughter self-deprecating. Oh, right. Master Fu. Come in quickly. I have a surprise for you. The woman was very enthusiastic. She pulled Master Fu into the shop and pointed at a pot of flowers. Didn't you keep asking me if I had goose yellow crabapple flowers? Look. I really do. This is a new variety. Isn't it beautiful? Master Fu stared blankly at the vibrant goose yellow flower, his eyes trembling. I named it Evening Breeze. Master Fu, you're a cultured man. What do you think? The woman asked with a smile. Evening breeze. Hearing this, Master Fu lowered his head and gave a bitter smile. Yes. It's a bit too late. What are you saying? The woman rolled her eyes at him, carefully arranging the flower leaves. The evening breeze isn't late at all. After it arrives, there's still a long night ahead. And that's the time exclusively for two people in love. Master Fu trembled all over. The evening breeze isn't late. A long night. Poetic, isn't it? The woman was very proud. She looked at Master Fu again. How about it? Master Fu, will you take it home? Master Fu said nothing. He turned and shuffled out. Humph. If you didn't want to buy it, you should have said so earlier. The woman snorted softly. She also liked the evening breeze crabapple and continued to arrange it. After about half an hour, a breathless voice came from outside the door. Master Fu, his face covered in rain, pointed at the new variety of crabapple and said, Shopkeeper, 1 pot of evening breeze. Hall of righteous law. Rear hall. Upstairs. Xianxia stood by the window, motionless. Following her gaze, one could see that quite a few students from the 3-star pavilion had already taken their seats in the Hall of Righteous Law. On the fan-shaped seating, all were exceptional talents under 13 from across Taizong. Any glance would settle on individuals of profound aura and elegant demeanor, truly dragons among men. They sat upright and properly, only conversing in low whispers, never loudly. Xiaotang, someone suddenly called from behind. Xianxia withdrew her gaze and turned around. At the entrance of the rear hall stood a graceful and elegant woman in a white dress. Very charming, smiling as she looked at her. Xiao Qian. Xianxia silently called her name. Are you preparing? Xiao Qian advanced with graceful steps, a smile constantly on her face. There's nothing much to prepare. We'll start once everyone is here. Xianxia seemed expressionless, her tone of voice very faint. Time flies quickly. Xiao Qian also came to the window, looking at the Divine Strategy Prefecture students in the front hall, and sighed. In a blink, over 20 years have passed. Our days of cultivating in the Divine Strategy Prefecture feel like just yesterday. Xianxia said nothing. Xiao Qian, however, seemed accustomed to her silence. She leaned against the window and continued self-deprecatingly. Do you remember the demon bone test that day? You tested with a medium compatibility, while mine was 0. And now, today, you've achieved fame and success in the demon extermination headquarters, while I can only be a small disciplinary hall enforcer in the Divine Strategy Prefecture. Honestly, I truly envy you. Xianxia ignored her sentiments and said indifferently, Are you here today representing the Divine Strategy Prefecture to maintain order during class? Yes. Xiao Qian nodded, then casually smiled. I voluntarily applied to come. After all, my son will also be undergoing the demon bone test today. Such an important moment. As his mother, of course, I must be with him. Just as she was speaking, a young boy in white brocade robes stepped out from outside the door. The young boy had bright eyes and white teeth. One could tell at a glance that he was a child meticulously groomed by his parents. Xuanxing, come quickly and greet your Aunt Xiaotang. Xiao Qian's gaze was doting as she waved at the young boy in white. Hello, Aunt Xiaotang. Xiao Xuanxing entered and bowed with cupped hands. Xianxia glanced at the clean, sunny young boy and nodded. Xiao Qian smiled as she looked at Xiao Xuanxing. Her eyes filled with what seemed like honey. she said to Xianxia. My son achieved quite good results in the Demon Extermination Division's recent demon hunting training. Everyone says he's sure to be compatible with demon bones and become a demon sealer. Perhaps in the future, he can be as outstanding as you. I'm nothing special. Xiao Xuanxing should aim to be like his father. After all, his father is the 4th Division Saint of the Demon Extermination Division, Xianxia said indifferently. Xiao Qian chuckled, covering her mouth. Speaking of his father, it just makes me think, Xiaotang, a woman having a good man to rely on is truly better than anything else. Don't you agree? His father always says that no matter how high a woman's martial cultivation is, can't compare to the satisfaction of watching her son grow. And Xiaotang, you're not getting any younger, alas. You're right. Xianxia finished speaking and glanced out the window. Everyone's here. I need to start class. All right. Then I won't bother you. Xiaotang. Xiao Qian smiled sweetly. After class, let's sisters go to Guanyun Tower for a drink. As she spoke, she led her son, Xiao Xuanxing, out the door. Just as they stepped out, from Xiao Qian's sleeve, a small black and red banner slipped out. The black and red banner silently rooted itself into the ground. Demonic energy emanated from the banner. Inside the Hall of Righteous Law, Qilin hadn't yet seen Empress Huang Shi, so he sat in the back with Tang Biao. There are so many talents like Xiao Linger, who achieve the 3rd stage of profound sea, forming a stream, before the age of 13. Qilin looked around. The Xiao clan has arrived, Tang Biao suddenly reminded him. Qilin looked back. He saw a large group of young men and women, splendidly dressed, with profound true essence, stern expressions, and eyes like startling thunder, entering in an orderly fashion. There were as many as 35 of them. These Xiao clan members, all under 14, had expressions and demeanors that were stern and mature. Each of them felt as if they had been through countless battles. From their eyes, it was clear they had taken many lives. A total of 35 Xiao clan prodigies took their seats in an orderly manner. They were sharp and straight, exuding killing intent, like sharp swords entering the hall, pressing against the throats of the other students, causing the atmosphere in the Hall of Righteous Law to instantly turn cold. This generation of the Xiao clan, under 13, truly has an explosion of talent. Tang Biao gritted his teeth. Qilin listened, but felt a doubt in his heart. They clearly want to skin me alive and rip out my tendons. So why are they so indifferently ignoring me? Something's wrong. Qilin glanced out the window. The rain was getting heavier, and muffled thunder rumbled. At this moment, Tang Biao suddenly said, Today, there are a total of 7 martial instructors and 3 penal instructors maintaining order in the Hall of Righteous Law, all of whom are Xiao clan elders. Qilin's eyes turned cold as he looked around. Sure enough, he found that the 10 Divine Strategy Prefecture elders overseeing the hall had similar temperaments and bloodlines. 10 Xiao clan powerhouses, like 10 colossal beasts of flesh and blood, pressed down around the Hall of Righteous Law. Each of them was a top-tier expert, also a renowned martial arts master of the Divine Strategy Prefecture, with a formidable reputation. Their prestige far surpassed that of Master Fu. Why such an arrangement? Qilin asked. Xiao Ming, son of the Xiao clan's blood ancestor, is the pavilion master of the Divine Strategy Prefecture's Second Moon Pavilion, one of the 3 great pavilion masters of the Divine Strategy Prefecture. Tang Biao's voice held a hint of helplessness. Nearly half of those who pass the Demon Bone test each year are Xiao clan members. These 7 martial instructors and 3 penal instructors likely have children present who are about to be tested, so they applied to observe. After speaking, he patted Qi Lin's shoulder and said, "So, it's fine. You don't need to be afraid. Such a grand display isn't necessarily aimed at you. Besides, this is the Divine Strategy Prefecture's Hall of Righteous Law. With so many eyes watching and disciples from various clans present, who would dare to act wildly here?" "Understood." Qi Lin paused, then asked again. "The blood ancestor, Pavilion Master Xiao Ming, and Xiao Qian, are they 3 generations of grandfather, father, and son?" "Yes," Tang Biao nodded. "Phew," Qi Lin let out a slight breath. Although those 10 Xiao clan elders and 35 Xiao clan prodigies weren't paying attention to him. That was only on the surface. Qi Lin could still feel that these Xiao clan members were looking at him with other eyes, with the gaze one would give a dead man. Perhaps these other eyes were their souls. Their eyes weren't looking, but their souls were fixated on Qi Lin. "Grandpa, you pushed your grandson into this Azura battlefield. I wonder if the secret expert you arranged for me is strong enough." Qi Lin gritted his teeth. "Never mind. Xuanxing's pressure must be even greater. I'll bear what I can." Thinking this, although killing intent pressed down on him, Qi Lin's breathing remained steady. The next moment, that killing intent suddenly vanished. "Qi Lin, come sit by my side." Hearing this voice, clearly tender, crisp, and pleasant, yet also majestic and cold, Qi Lin's ears twitched slightly. He looked up. At the very front of the seats, Empress Huang Shi, dressed in a fiery red imperial robe, was looking at him with a pair of large eyes burning with fierce flames, sparkling with fire. That's right. Others had sparkling, watery eyes, but Empress Huang Shi's were sparkling with fire. Her eyes were beautiful and lively, also containing imperial might and dominance. Amidst many surging, icy gazes, Qi Lin was summoned to the very front of the seats, to stand before the young empress. "Sit." She only spoke one word before taking her seat. Qi Lin glanced at the seat beside her. He had come to the Divine Strategy Prefecture, and he could actually sit side by side with the monarch of the Taicang Kingdom? After taking her seat, the young empress did not speak again, but like an ordinary student, quietly waited for the class to begin. Qi Lin, however, felt a little uncomfortable. After all, 2 tightly wrapped women, one in black and one in white, as if dressed in mourning clothes, stood beside him and the young empress, less than a foot away, like 2 masses of deathly energy. Were these 2 even human? Qi Lin couldn't even be sure. "Because of my words regarding the Xiao clan's treason, Her Majesty felt a surge of emotion and granted me preferential treatment." Qi Lin knew very well that this was why he could sit in this enviable spot at this moment. If the Taicang Kingdom were normal, he would seize the opportunity to speak a few more clever words to the young empress. If he could gain her favor, he, his family, and Xuanxing would naturally be safe and free from worry. Alas, Her Majesty is so young. Her entire clan annihilated, leaving her alone and adrift. I'd better not add to her troubles. Thinking of this, Qi Lin sat silently. The young empress merely had him attend the class with her, remaining silent. They were clearly both young teenagers of 13. Yet due to the chaos of this world, they had to bear too much, extinguishing the youth and passion that should have belonged to them. At this moment, a woman in a goose-yellow long dress, adorned with begonia flowers, stepped out from the back hall and onto the dais of the Hall of Righteous Law. Master Shen has arrived. Silence. Xiao Qian stood below the dais and said softly. Though her voice was gentle, it was highly effective. The hall of righteous law instantly fell silent, with only Shun Xintong's footsteps audible. Shun Xintong on the dais and Xiao Qian below exchanged glances. Although Xiao Qian wore a white dress today, her entire body was adorned with pearls and jewels, stealing all the limelight. Below the dais, 9 Xiao clan martial instructors and penal instructors lined up, putting considerable pressure on Qi Lin, who was seated at the very front. Good morning, Master Shen. All the students of the Divine Strategy Prefecture's 3-star pavilion said in unison. Shun Xintong nodded. Her state was slightly odd. Her eyes seemed somewhat vacant, and her movements were a bit stiff. However, her next sentence immediately captured the attention of all the 3-star pavilion students. Today's public demon extermination class will first conduct the demon bone test, then proceed with the lecture. The martial instructors, penal instructors, and students present were all slightly stunned upon hearing this. After all, there had never been a precedent for the demon bone test to be conducted first in previous years' public demon extermination classes. However, the order didn't really matter. In fact, the main event today was the demon bone test. As for the lecture content, most students in the Divine Capital already had a general idea. Only Qi Lin didn't know much about demons, these alien races and species. When your name is called, come straight up. Shun Xintong took out 2 items. The first, a list. The second, it was a section of a spine. The spine had 3 sections, slightly thick, with numerous bone spurs, a ferocious appearance, and a dark red color. It was covered with blood patterns, clearly not human bone. The moment it appeared, malevolent energy emanated from it, sweeping through the hall of righteous law. Qi Lin, being very close, felt a slight discomfort. He felt a sense of mental disturbance, irritability, and agitation. This is a demon's spine? He stared intently. Aside from him, the other 3-star pavilion students seemed unfazed. Only the young empress beside him had the flames in her eyes intensify somewhat. First one, Shun Xintong looked at the list, then respectfully addressed someone below the dais. Your Majesty. Please. Your Majesty. Has she never undergone the demon bone test before? Qi Lin was slightly surprised. The young empress rose, stepped onto the dais, her eyes fixed on the demon bone. A drop of blood fell from her hand, dripping into the crevices of the bone fragment. The demon bone absorbed the drop of blood. There was no reaction. Shun Xintong pursed her lips and said, Your Majesty. No compatibility. The young empress took one last look at the demon bone. Her eyes filled with intense unwillingness. But she didn't linger, stepping down from the dais and taking her seat. She must have been tested many times, but always without compatibility. Qi Lin thought to himself, if the humiliating deaths of the former emperor, concubines, princes, and princesses were related to the prison demons, she must especially desire demon bone compatibility. Right? Although Qi Lin didn't know the details, he vaguely knew that only with demon bone compatibility could one possess a weapon called the demon-slaying blade. It seemed that only with the demon-slaying blade could one exterminate demons. Seeing that Her Majesty has no compatibility, these Shao clan elders must be laughing inwardly. Although these 10 people appeared calm and composed, Lin could see through their eyes. It wasn't hard to see through them either. Second, Xiao Xuanxing. After Xianxia called the name, a sunny young boy in white, of the same age as Lin, stood up, strode onto the dais, and quickly dripped his blood. Xiao Qian watched from below with a smile, her eyes full of pride. Crack, crack. Among the 3 sections of demon bone, 2 sections changed color, erupting with tumultuous demonic energy and emitting wails like ghosts and wolves. Medium compatibility, Xianxia said. Xiao Qian and her son beamed with smiles upon hearing this. The rest of the Xiao clan members all showed joy. It was clear that this medium compatibility should be quite good. After all, Xianxia herself also had medium compatibility. Thank you, Aunt Xiaotang. Xiao Xuanxing didn't address her as Master Xin, but rather emphasized their relationship, then confidently stepped down. Most of these divine strategy prefecture students have already undergone demon bone tests privately. Today is just a public occasion personally supervised by the Demon Extermination Division. Lin observed the expressions and demeanors of various people and deduced this conclusion. Third, Xiao Sui. Low compatibility. Lin found that even low compatibility could cause celebration. Clearly, as long as one had compatibility, they could become a demon sealer and enter the Demon Extermination Division. Fourth, Tang Biao. No compatibility. Fifth, Xiao Yuni. Medium compatibility. Sixth, Xiao Chen. Medium compatibility. Seventh, Xiao Ningdi. Medium compatibility. Time passed. Lin watched closely as over 300 students from the 3-star pavilion went up to the dais one by one. 391st. Xiao Yaoer, a Xiao clan maiden, dressed in a purple robe, her entire being like cold ice, also stepped onto the dais. She should be the second to last. She didn't greet Xianxia, but directly dripped her blood. Buzz. All 3 sections of the demon bone vibrated simultaneously. Demonic energy surged sky-high, and the entire hall of righteous law seemed to plunge into darkness. High compatibility. Xianxia's voice trembled slightly as she uttered these words. The 10 Xiao clan elders below the dais exchanged knowing smiles. They had known the result long ago, merely using this opportunity to make it public. Congratulations! You may directly enter the Demon Extermination Division and choose a division saint as your master, Xianxia said. Oh, Xiao Yaoer didn't look at Xianxia, stepped down from the dais, and went straight back to her seat. Yaoer is amazing. Xiao Qian looked at Xianxia, her face beaming with smiles. It seems our Xiao family is about to produce another division saint in the future. One who will slay countless prison demons and achieve great feats. It's still early. Still early. Her cultivation is only at the profound seas, forming a stream stage. She needs to improve much more, Xiao Yaoer's father, Xiaomo, said with a modest smile. He was one of the Xiao clan's martial instructors, and also a renowned martial arts master of the Divine Strategy Prefecture, whose martial arts classes were always packed. Xiaomo, with a daughter like Yaoer, your status in our Xiao clan will surely rise. The other Xiao clan martial instructors all offered their congratulations. In fact, they had already congratulated him earlier, so now, it was for show. The noble children from across the divine capital were gathered here. After they returned, they would naturally recount everything that happened today to their elders. In this demon bone test, a total of 41 students from the entire 3-star pavilion passed. with the Shao clan alone accounting for 27. The demon bone compatibility of their family bloodline is indeed high. Qilin frowned deeply. The Shen family was also said to be a prominent noble family of the demon extermination division. Yet in today's test, not a single person named Shen appeared. Moreover, when Xiaoyao tested with high compatibility, Qilin clearly felt a surge of anger emanating from the young empress beside him. Presumably, she must strongly desire this kind of compatibility. In reality, whether one possessed a demon-slaying blade or not shouldn't significantly affect martial arts battles between humans. What this young empress yearned for was simply to exterminate demons. The Shao clan is actually a major demon-exterminating family? Qilin found it hard to believe that such a clan could be a meritorious family of the Taizong kingdom. 392nd. Qilin. Just then, Xintong suddenly called his name. Qilin had only entered the Divine Strategy Prefecture yesterday, and this list should have been decided long ago. Therefore, he would appear after Xiaoyao, who was the grand finale. Will I have demon bone compatibility? Qilin felt that he was the only one in the entire hall who didn't know the outcome. He stood up and ascended the dais. All eyes in the hall scrutinized him. The young empress also raised her head and silently watched him. Lord Shen. Qilin nodded to Xintong. Hearing that she was Master Fu's first love, Qilin couldn't help but take another look, finding her indeed heroic, beautiful, and a woman worthy of respect. But for some reason, Qilin felt she was acting strangely today. Like a walking corpse. Test, Xintong said. All right, Qilin squeezed out a drop of blood, which fell onto the demon bone. The demon bone trembled slightly. It lit up halfway. Barely a low-level compatibility, I suppose. Xintong glanced at it, then told Qilin, if you acquire your own demon bone, you can try to refine a demon-slaying blade. The success rate is about 10%. Understood. Qilin understood. He actually passed the test. Of course, it was a close pass. In the future, there was a 10% chance he could become a demon sealing master. This result. Those who didn't pass wouldn't envy Qilin, as it was practically nothing. And those who did pass, even if only with low compatibility, would look down on him even more. Qilin quietly returned to his seat. Congratulations, but just then, a congratulation from beside him came as such a surprise. Qilin turned his head and saw the young empress looking at him, giving him a slight smile. This smile was too rare. It was like his eyes were illuminated by the morning sun. Thank you, Your Majesty. Strive to become a demon sealing master. Just a suggestion. You can refuse. Hearing this, Qilin patted the Blackwood sword and Azure Soul sword at his waist. Your Majesty, I truly am still missing a demon-slaying blade. 3 swords for one person? Not bad. The young empress glanced at him again, then quietly listened to the lecture. On the Dharma platform, students who pass the demon bone test, if they acquire a demon bone and successfully refine a demon-slaying blade, may go to the Demon Extermination General Command to register as a demon sealing master. Xintong's voice was somewhat mechanical. Yes, a total of 42 successful candidates responded sparsely. Lecture begins. Xintong proceeded directly to the next step. Perhaps because the main event was over, the interest of these more than 300 divine strategy students had waned. Although seated, their minds had drifted far away. Qilin, however, was listening intently. Demons. also known as hell demons, exist in the 9 nether purgatory. The 9 nether purgatory is said to be on the reverse side of the divine dynasty continent, or in another dimension. It remains unproven to this day. Xianxia's words were flat, as if she wanted to quickly complete her task. Within the 9 nether purgatory, there are dozens of demon bloodlines, including Qi, Mei, Wang, Liang, Ba, Xiao, Kuei, Ji, Yu, Piao, Su, Qi, Jia, Ji, Mei, etc. Each bloodline is isolated from the others, forming its own clan and lineage. Among them, the most common demons are of 4 types, each with vast populations. These 4 types of demons are the Qi Mei Wang Liang. Only then did Qi Lin realize. So the Qi Mei Wang Liang that the elders often spoke of were actually demons from the 9 nether purgatory. Grandpa Yang Ting said he fought for the country, but with his level, he probably didn't even enter the true 9 nether purgatory. Meanwhile, Xianxia continued her lecture. The first type of demon, Qi, full name Yang Qi, commonly known as Yang demon. Yang demons possess perfect bodies, are taller than humans, have complete souls and flesh, high intelligence, few weaknesses, are fire-devouring, and often reside in purgatorial furnaces. They are the largest demon bloodline in the 9 nether purgatory. Most of them have ferocious appearances, green faces with fangs, are bloodthirsty, and lawless. The second type of demon, Mei, full name Yin Mei, commonly known as Yin demon. Yin demons are close relatives of Yang demons, possessing the most human-like appearance, white skin, with females being stronger. They are tall, seductive, and enchanting, with balanced physiques. Their clan has an aristocratic hierarchy, valuing etiquette and education, desiring to break away from demonic habits, yet conflicted by their lesser strength compared to Yang demons, often serving as their vassals. Additionally, many Yin demons infiltrate the divine dynasty continent, disguising themselves as humans to bewitch the world. The third type of demon, Wang, full name Xian Wang, commonly known as heart demon. The heart demon clan is said to be the weakest of demons, extremely imbalanced, with bodies smaller than humans and large heads. Their numbers are few, and they are very low-key, hiding among the Yang demon clans. However, in reality, heart demons possess extremely high intelligence, poor physical abilities, but powerful souls, excelling at manipulation and calculation, and are extremely sinister. And the fourth common demon bloodline, Liang, full name Zhu Liang, commonly known as giant demon. Giant demons are an anomaly among demons with the tallest bodies, often more than 2 people high. Their flesh and blood are powerful. Although not highly intelligent, they are extremely brutal, feeding on humans, and are also called devouring demons. They once vied for supremacy with the Yang demon clan but were defeated. There are also cursed demons, witch demons, nether demons, blood demons, night demons, mountain demons, and other clans, which are uncommon in our Grand Azure nation. So I will not elaborate. Although Xianxia spoke briefly, judging from the current situation in Grand Azure, Qi Lin could still feel the vastness and terror of these hell demon bloodlines. Divine chains of antiquity devour sun and moon. Demon-imprisoned purgatory buries the 9 nethers. This is the couplet that once appeared on the divine prison Blackwood sword. Gods include symbol gods, king gods, wandering gods, and false gods, all listed in the Myriad God ceremony, seemingly recorded, and mostly appearing as individuals. But demons, they actually form large clans. This was something Qi Lin hadn't expected. However, whether it's individual rampage or clan brutality, neither is easy to deal with. Now, the human world is suffering from all sides. Xianxia continued her introduction. Demons and humans have different cultivation systems. Demons primarily cultivate blood, supplemented by bone and flesh. Except for heart demons, almost all have powerful flesh and blood. For most demons, human blood is like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Hell demons can amplify their strength by cultivating with human blood. Therefore, the enmity between humans and demons is irreconcilable since ancient times. Demons are diners, humans are blood food. The war for survival has existed since antiquity. Demons are semi-immortal beings, able to regenerate from a drop of blood, and ordinary primordial artifacts cannot completely destroy them. However, in the history of ancient struggles, we discovered that some people are naturally compatible with demon bones. Using a demon bone as a foundation, supplemented by their own bloodline, and forged in a mother demon cauldron, the resulting demon-slaying blade can exterminate any hell demon. From then on, demon-sealing masters were born, and humans and demons became mutually restraining. Unfortunately, the number of demon-sealing masters is ultimately too small. While demonic flesh and blood can withstand the boundless passage, killing people without a trace. As her voice fell, this public lecture on demon extermination gained some atmosphere. Many divine strategy manor students, discussing this bloody history again, surely harbored some hatred in their hearts. Moreover, at this very moment, the human world was still part of that bloody history. The bloody history was far from over. The Shao clan should grow stronger, giving birth to more demon-sealing masters, so that the people of our grand Azure nation will no longer be threatened by hell demons. A young student spoke loudly, very agitated. Do not disturb Lord Shen's lecture. Xiao Qian smiled and gently advised. Yes, the student nodded, then whispered, support the Shao clan. Afterward, the Hall of Righteous Law fell silent. On the platform, Shun Xintong's eyes were gray, standing motionless, and she continued to speak. The boundless passage is precisely the channel connecting the Divine Dynasty continent to the 9 nether purgatory. This passage is spread throughout the world, its location ever-changing. Only demons can open it, and through it, demons can freely travel the Divine Dynasty continent, appearing and disappearing without a trace, wreaking havoc on the populace, making them extremely difficult to counter. And the medium through which demons open the boundless passage is the boundless banner. These banners are black and red, only palm-sized, and imbued with demonic aura. If any students encounter a boundless banner, you must evacuate as soon as possible and report to the Demon Extermination General Command. As Shin Xintong spoke, her voice gradually became hoarse. Below the platform, 10 powerful Shao clan members curled their lips into imperceptible smiles. Especially Xiao Qian, who was smiling the most broadly. I announce that this public lecture on demon extermination is concluded. Shin Xintong finished speaking and turned around. Below the platform, Xiao Qian softly and eerily whispered, concluded? This lesson has only just begun. Outside the Hall of Righteous Law, a sudden clap of thunder exploded, and heavy rain poured down. And inside the hall, on the Dharma platform, demonic energy suddenly surged to the heavens. Demons! Tang Biao cried out in alarm, his heart greatly shaken. How can demons appear in the divine strategy manner of the Grand Azure Holy Land? In an instant, hundreds of divine strategy students sprang up, their faces all changing dramatically. This was the divine strategy manner. The demons' arrogance had once again crossed their bottom line. Hell demons? Qi Lin was so close to the surging demonic mist, and its sinister, brutal aura affected his mind, immediately causing his expression to change slightly. Demons have come. And not ordinary demons. They must be very powerful. How would ordinary demons dare to set foot in the divine strategy manner? This wasn't just arrogance. It was another humiliation. Bang! At this moment, the young empress beside him suddenly rose and actually headed towards the Dharma platform. Qi Lin saw at a glance that her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was filled with surging hatred, hating so much that her whole body trembled. But in the next moment, the two women, one in black and one in white, behind her, actually grabbed the young empress's shoulders, one on each side. Exterminate them! The young empress stared fixedly at them, her eyes also filled with hatred. And this hatred made Qi Lin finally understand that these two women were not her confidants. Divine Grace has an edict. We only protect you. The two women, one in black and one in white, spoke emotionless words, one after another, like a cold tide rushing into Qi Lin's ears. Buzz! Instead of advancing, they retreated. In just an instant, they dragged the young empress in her fiery red imperial robe out of the Hall of Righteous Law and disappeared. Save! In Qi Lin's ears, the echo of Huang Xi's voice, filled with surging hatred, still lingered. This echo contained too much rage and unwillingness. Protect the students! Martial Master Xiao Mo let out a thunderous roar, and the four walls of the Hall of Righteous Law trembled. Evacuate the Hall of Righteous Law. They didn't even need to be reminded. In fact, the Divine Strategy students near the entrance had already rushed out. Demonic energy surged to the heavens. Who knew how many demons had arrived? The Divine Strategy Manor was the future of the Grand Azure Nation, where geniuses from various clans cultivated. No mistakes could be made here, so it was the most heavily guarded place in the entire nation, with outsiders strictly searched upon entry and exit. Who on earth is so deranged as to bring a boundless banner into the Hall of Righteous Law? Qi Lin was closest to the Dharma platform. The demonic mist assailed his face, as if countless venomous insects were gnawing at his flesh. Enforcement Hall Punisher. Shao Clan. Shao Qian. Qi Lin saw a woman in a white dress. She was standing near Qi Lin, completely unafraid of the demonic mist. As hell demons attacked, she was smiling with such smugness and mockery. She must be the one who placed the boundless banner, as a member of the great demon-exterminating Shao clan, and as an enforcer of national law in the Divine Strategy Manor. She openly committed this most forbidden act, leading hell demons into the Hall of Righteous Law. Qi Lin's eyes suddenly blazed with fire. No wonder the young empress earlier harbored such hatred. Qi Lin, hurry and leave. At this terrifying moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed Qi Lin's arm, pulling him outwards. It was Tang Biao. All the Divine Strategy students were fleeing for their lives. Only he was moving against the flow. Lord Shen is still on the Dharma platform. Qi Lin was dragged by him, his eyes trembling as he looked back. Amidst the raging demonic mist, a goose-yellow figure also came down from the platform. Boom! But just as she was about to break through the encirclement, streaks of purple lightning erupted from the edge of the Dharma platform, forming a wall of electricity. Forbidden spell. Tang Biao dragged Qi Lin to the doorway, looked back, and cried out in alarm. He saw the goose-yellow figure crash into the wall of electricity, bouncing back onto the demon mist-ridden Dharma platform, with currents running over her body, tearing open her crimson flesh. Who cast the forbidden spell? Smoke seemed to rise from Tang Biao's eyes. As he roared in anger, Qi Lin already saw the 10 powerful Shao clan elders standing side by side below the Dharma platform, electric snakes surging in their hands, pointing at the wall of electricity. It was clear at a glance who had cast this forbidden spell. At this sight, the world in Qi Lin's eyes instantly fell silent. He saw Xiao Qian, Xiao Mo, and others, their faces bearing insane smiles. But Xiao Qian feigned a sorrowful cry. Quick! Seal this place. Don't let the demons harm the students. Lord Shun is still inside. Xiao Mo said, tragically. It's too late. Xiao Qian shrieked mournfully while laughing wildly, her face incredibly distorted. How could Qi Lin and Tang Biao not understand such a deranged performance? Xiao clan. Blood-red snakes surged in Qi Lin's eyes. The wickedness of this clan had long made him hate them to the bone. Seeing their despicable actions again today still broke his bottom line. Don't go. They've harmed Lord Shen, and they'll deal with you immediately. Hurry and leave. Tang Biao had no choice but to hold him back with both hands. And the next moment, waves of suffocating fierce demonic aura had already descended upon the Hall of Righteous Law. On the Dharma platform, amidst the pervasive demonic mist, streaks of black-red, towering giant figures emerged from the depths. Scales, bone spurs, blood-red eyes, fiery mist, and ferocious green faces with fangs. A total of over 10 figures. Each was 1.5 times a person's height, with violent and ferocious flesh. Before them, even adults were like children. This group of demons, each with a ferocious aura, had no weaklings among them. Young demons. Xianxia stood up, the forbidden spell's current still lingering on her body. She coldly watched the dozen or so black-red, bloody giant figures, seeing the cold, mocking smiles emanating from their ferocious fangs. Then she turned back, looking at the 10 Xiao clan members below the platform who had jointly used a forbidden spell to lock her onto the Dharma platform. Xiao Qian. In the demonic mist, Xianxia and Xiao Qian exchanged glances. Xiao Qian smiled, a brilliant smile, and said, "What a pity. You're going to become a disgrace to the grand azure human race. Just like the late emperor." Xianxia calmly looked at her, then suddenly sneered. Waiting for Fu Yun? Xiao Qian couldn't help but laugh even more mockingly. Ah! Him. No background. No ability. You're willing to wait for a man like him. You really aren't picky. Xianxia sneered again. Lord Shen is a demon-sealing master. She has the demon-slaying blade, Begonia. She will definitely hold out until reinforcements arrive. Tang Biao said this also to persuade Qi Lin that he really needed to leave. However, just as he finished speaking, a demonic blade pierced Xianxia's abdomen, emerging from her back. Blood splattered across the floor. The one who struck was the tallest of the Yang demons. Lord Shen, why aren't you resisting? The Yang demon asked with a sinister grin. Xianxia, the formidable Myriad demon slayer. Is this useless? Xiao Qian below the stage, looking at the goose-yellow long dress completely stained with blood, was stunned for a moment. Rip. The Yang demon pulled out his demonic blade. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes completely losing their luster. But, unseen by anyone, a hint of sarcasm still lingered on her face. Let all the demon-sealing masters of the Taicang nation understand. This is their end. The group of Yang demons burst into laughter inside the Hall of Righteous Law. Bang! Tang Biao slumped to the ground, his face a picture of collapse. Why didn't Sir Shen resist? She has the demon-slaying blade. With her personality, No matter the situation, she would surely fight the demons to the death. Why today? Is it so strange? Tang Biao's tears fell like rain, and he sobbed uncontrollably. Let's go. Qi Lin turned around and exited the main gate of the Hall of Righteous Law. Rumble. Outside, the heavens and earth were already filled with countless thunderclaps, illuminating the dark sky. The heavy rain was like a waterfall, swallowing the mortal world. Boom! A burst of thunder, amidst the rolling dark clouds, whimpered like a trapped beast. Inside the Hall of Righteous Law, it was already deserted. Gasping, a man in a thin shirt, holding a pot of goose-yellow begonia flowers, appeared at the doorway, panting heavily. Bang! The pot of begonias smashed onto the ground, making it muddy everywhere, with scattered flower branches. Xiao Tang, the man was trembling all over. His eyeballs seemed to have torn into dozens of pieces, bulging from their sockets. He crawled and stumbled, reaching the ritual platform. Amidst the bloodstains on the ground, only a hairpin and a few withered flower hair ornaments remained. The body, surprisingly, was gone. Xiao Tang, the man's fingers trembled violently as he picked up the hairpin and withered flowers, fresh blood dripping from his eyes like a torrent. I'm too late. His tears of blood fell like rain, and he cried out mournfully, his voice sounding as if he were dead. Countless regrets were mixed in his voice. After the blood in his eyes ran dry, he shakily stood up and walked outside. Qi Lin. Faster! The torrential rain poured down, soaking the clothes and long hair of the two youths. The rain curtain was too dark, the world too dim, making it difficult to see. Tang Biao's face was full of tension. The path they were on had tall red walls on either side, and a tall building diagonally to their side. It was the cloud-gazing tower. The torrential rain had poured for less than a quarter of an hour, and the bluestone slab road between the red walls already had 3 inches of standing water. Qi Lin walked with his head down in the standing water, covered in mud. Tang Biao worriedly said, "The divine strategy manor is in chaos now, with no one in charge. I'm worried those Shao clan members will take the opportunity to deal with you. Hurry and find Pavilion Master Jiang Xinghai. Right now, only he can save you." He hadn't finished speaking when a sudden burst of thunder from the sky swallowed his voice. Boom! The light from the thunderclap instantly illuminated the long, waterlogged path, making it as bright as day. Tang Biao suddenly let out a startled cry. He stared with wide eyes, only to see a group of people appear on the road ahead, illuminated by the lightning. They were youths, boys and girls, dressed in splendid clothes and possessing imposing demeanors. They stood in the rain, each holding an umbrella, blocking Qi Lin's path on the waterlogged road. The sinister smiles on their faces appeared exceptionally ferocious under the illumination of the lightning. Shao clan members. Tang Biao's expression changed drastically. He was almost suffocating. Go back! He suddenly turned around and looked back. Just as the thunder roared again, and lightning snakes filled the sky, he was horrified to see another group of umbrella-wielding Shao clan members behind them, front and back, completely blocking their escape route beneath the tall walls. 35 of them, all here. Tang Biao's voice was hoarse, and his teeth chattered. The thunder dissipated, but on the waterlogged path, front and back, 35 pairs of sinister eyes, amidst the rain curtain, revealed their murderous intent. Bang bang bang. The torrential rain fell on the 35 paper umbrellas, making pattering sounds, like war drums beating, pounding directly on their hearts. The Shao clan geniuses from the 3-star pavilion who were just in the Hall of Righteous Law were all here waiting for Qi Lin. And at this moment, it was still far from noon. Qi Lin. Tang Biao's voice trembled as he gripped Qi Lin's shoulder. You are at the 2nd level of the Profound Sea Realm. But they have 22 at the 2nd level of the Profound Sea Realm. And 13 at the 3rd level of the Profound Sea Realm. Oh! Qi Lin leaned against the tall wall, looking through the rain curtain at these 35 Shao clan geniuses. All above the 2nd level of the Profound Sea Realm. Not a single mediocre talent among them. Tang Biao saw that he seemed to have been scared senseless. He could only sigh and tremble uncontrollably. If it were yesterday, even if 35 Shao clan geniuses surrounded him, Tang Biao, he wouldn't be afraid. Because this was the divine strategy manner. But today, the Shao clan had lured demons to kill people in the divine strategy manner. The entire manor was in chaos, and with the torrential rain engulfing the sky. After the rain stopped, if 2 students were missing from the divine strategy manor, could easily be blamed on demons. How could he not be afraid? These 35 umbrella-wielding Shao clan geniuses, amidst the torrential rain and thunder, watched Tang Biao and Qi Lin with playful expressions, their eyes filled only with mockery for their prey and extreme ruthlessness. Tang Biao, a boy and a girl, each holding an umbrella, walked out from the front and back groups of Shao clan geniuses respectively, slowly approaching Tang Biao. Shao Xuanxing, Shao Yaoer, on Tang Biao's face. Cold sweat mixed with rainwater. Don't mess around. My uncle will be here soon. The clean, white-clothed young boy never once looked at Qi Lin by the wall, but instead came before Tang Biao and smiled slightly. Don't try to scare us. The adults are all very busy. Right now, on Cloud Gazing Street, it's just you and us. Shao Xuanxing. Tang Biao's voice was hoarse. Don't underestimate my Tang clan's precautions against you. If you dare to touch me, you absolutely won't escape. Slap. He hadn't finished speaking when Shao Xuanxing suddenly slapped him across the face. The slap came suddenly, leaving a bloody mark on Tang Biao's face. Although Tang Biao was angry, he was more afraid. Shao Xuanxing wasn't alone. Besides them, the 33 other Shao clan geniuses behind them all surrounded him, each holding an umbrella, watching Tang Biao with mocking expressions. They didn't look at Qi Lin, as if he didn't exist. Your Tang clan really likes to attract some flies to disgust us, doesn't it? Shao Xuanxing asked with a smile. No, slap. Shao Yao, whose high compatibility was just announced today, also slapped Tang Biao across the face, leaving another bloody mark. What no? Don't we have eyes to see whether there is or isn't? Shao Yaoer said coldly. Everyone, slap. Before Tang Biao could say another word, another youth named Shao Chun came up and slapped him on the forehead, making Tang Biao stumble and almost fall to the ground. Get up! Shao Chun grabbed Tang Biao's hair, forcefully pulling him up, and sneered. So, is there or isn't there? No, slap. Shao Sui also slapped him, knocking out 2 of Tang Biao's bloody teeth. Really no? Weren't you mingling with dead people, acting all smart? Huh? She asked, pulling Tang Biao's ear. If there is, there is. If there isn't, there isn't. Shao Yuni, Shao Ningdi. and others, one after another, slapped Tang Biao, leaving him reeling and his face covered in blood. Tang Biao, do you know what I dislike most about you? Xiao Yaoer grabbed him again and said coldly, if you want to mess with our minds, go find someone of high caliber. But you just drag a stray dog to parade in front of us. How are we 35 supposed to share it? Tell me, how do we share it? There's not even enough to dismember. Do you know that? As she spoke, her eyes finally glanced at Qi Lin. Qi Lin in the corner was the stray dog she spoke of. Not even enough to be divided and eaten. 35 pairs of ferocious and arrogant gazes, like countless sword edges, pierced Qi Lin's body. I, Xiao Yao, have never cherished a stray dog this much in my life. Do you know why? We're scared. Scared that, if we're not careful, we'll play him to death. And that would be a huge loss. Just one dog. How is that enough to play with? Not enough to play with. Do you know that? It's not enough to play with.